thing I love above all else is the one thing they shove up on the shelf. Some dreams will never die. Some never figure why they won't take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
If you've been watching VGT over the last couple of years, you've probably noticed something important. Our opinions haven't stayed frozen over time. They've evolved over the episodes on a lot of subjects. You could literally go back and watch the research we did and see us change position in real time. That's not an accident. That's what happens when you actually study instead of just repeating stuff some guy said year after year. So a couple weeks ago, Jerry and I made up, at least for a couple of days. During one of Darren's study groups, Jerry showed up. She gave us a half-assed apology. I gave her a genuine one. I owned my part, no qualifiers, no conditions. And then almost immediately, she proceeded to tell me what I should really be doing. That I should turn my unique, successful shadow work podcast into a platform for her handpicked topics. That instead of VGT Live doing inner work, I should be pushing slaughterhouse videos, anti-family court propaganda, and plant-based recipes. No suggestions, demands. So let's slow that down. She literally said, in effect, I'm sorry for trying to control you, but I'm going to continue trying to control you. That's not an apology, that's a rebrand. A real apology doesn't come with an agenda attached. It comes from changed behavior. It doesn't immediately pivot into steering someone else's life, work, or creative direction, because control with better optics is still control. And this matters because it ties directly back into everything I've been talking about. Shadow work isn't about swapping one authority figure for another. It's not about replacing Mark with Jerry or anyone else with a checklist of approval topics. It's about sovereignty and about doing the work that comes from your conscience, your discernment, your lived process. VGT Live added context where there wasn't before because it deals with messy, uncomfortable human side of ethics, psychology, and growth. And the moment someone says, I support you as long as you do things my way, the mask slips. Because support doesn't require obedience and respect doesn't demand compliance. I'm not against slaughterhouse footage, plant-based recipes, or talking about corrupt systems. What I am against is being told that my work isn't valid unless it conforms to someone else's unresolved need for outward-pointing bullshit. This movement is about inner work, remember? Real reconciliation requires changed behavior. Real apologies create space. They don't immediately try to reassert dominance. And if shadow work teaches anything at all, it is control issues don't disappear just because someone does affirmations in a mirror. They disappear when someone stops trying to run other people's lives. Until then, an apology is just words, and words without alignment don't heal shit. And then, a few days later, it happened again. We were in a group around Mark/Shadow Work seminar. Someone asked a sincere question about theosophy, so I gave what I thought was a well-balanced, good faith answer. I said that theosophy sounds a lot like natural law on the surface, but then it leaves in language and metaphysics that can be used to justify harm to other humans and animals. That's not dismissal, that's discernment. That's saying, hey, ideas have consequences, and we should be honest about where they lead. And for what? And for that, Jerry kicked me out of the group, as well as Allie and Darren, just for knowing me. Yet again, another organic discussion shut down. Her justification was that I'm shitting on Mark and I'm not allowed to dismiss an entire philosophy, which is fascinating because that's not what I did. What I actually did was identify a moral failure mode inside of philosophy. And here's the deeper issue, though. If you're not willing to critically evaluate a belief system, if you're not allowed to point out where it permits harm, then you're not studying philosophy anymore. You're protecting some guy's doctrine. Theosophy isn't above critique. Natural law isn't above critique, nor is Mark. No framework that claims universality gets a free pass, especially when it leaves loopholes for violence. And this is where the contradiction becomes impossible to ignore. We're told that the great work is about truth, about courage, about confronting darkness. But the moment someone calmly points out where an ideology can be used to excuse harm, they're removed. No debate, no discussion, no counter argument, just silence. That's not education, that's containment. And when group moderators start deciding which moral critiques are allowed, what you've created isn't a learning space. You've created a de facto cult. Real natural law doesn't need bouncers. It doesn't need self-appointed security guards policing questions. If a philosophy is sound, it survives scrutiny. If it collapses when someone mentions harm within a philosophy, then the problem isn't the question, it's the framework. And that moment made something very clear to me. This was never about whether I dismissed a philosophy. It was about the fact that I wouldn't suspend my ethics to protect one. And I won't. Because if your version of truth requires silence, obedience, and exile, then it's not truth you're defending, it's control. So instead of dismissing one philosophy, I'll be responsible. I'm dismissing all westernized esoteric philosophy in one go, because efficiency matters when you're trying to heal yourself. And I want to be clear, I didn't arrive at this conclusion by ignorance. I arrived here the old-fashioned way, by reading it, listening to it, watching what it does to people. And what it does to people is fascinating. It reliably turns adults into men who say things like, well, from a higher vibrational perspective, and then explain why basic ethics don't apply to them. Western esotericism isn't an ancient wisdom. It's new age egoic materialism, fake enlightened Lambo bro bullshit. Same worldview as Wall Street, just fewer suits and more robes. Instead of I'm rich, it's I'm initiated. Instead of I'm important, it's I have secret knowledge. Same ego, different Halloween costume. And inevitably, we arrive at the patron saint of the whole mess, the trust fund king himself, Aleister Crowley. This is always where Mark's yes men get uncomfortable, because we only know Crowley because he had money. If we're being honest, and I know that's not always popular in spiritual spaces, Crowley was a deeply unwell human being, drug addict, extreme narcissist, sexual abuser of men, women, and children, animal sacrificer, cruelty reframed as initiation. And somehow history looked at that resume and said, yes, let's build a spiritual lineage on this. And Mark decided to include it in his great work. If your prophet can't manage basic impulse control, but claims cosmic authority over humanity, that's not enlightenment. That's untreated pathology with a publishing contract. Western esotericism always centers the teacher, the one who knows, the one who's done the work, the one who is coincidentally never wrong. Questions become attacks, criticisms become low consciousness, and accountability becomes, well, symbolic. Everything is symbolic. Harm, symbolic. Ego, symbolic. Abuse of power, very deep lesson, actually. And yes, this absolutely applies to the entire body of work put out by Mark. Because if your system produces students who can quote 12 hours of lectures but can't demonstrate humility, emotional regulation, or basic compassion, then congratulations. You've created well-trained parrots, not evolved humans. Natural law isn't complicated. It's not hidden. It doesn't require initiation. It doesn't require a podcast series. It's cause and effect, thought, action, consequence. And the easiest way to spot bullshit is simple. Does this philosophy make people more responsible, or does it give them better excuses? Because truth doesn't need mystery branding. Truth doesn't need gatekeeping or a personality cult. Truth makes your life harder, but not more self-important. So no, I'm not emotionally dismissing these philosophies. I'm clinically discharging them, because any system that turns ego inflation into a spiritual achievement isn't ancient wisdom. It's the same old human insecurity, wearing robes, using big words, and calling it the great work. You know, I used to think Marx's dualism was the answer to fixing the world. Good over here, evil over here, light versus dark, heroes and villains, clean lines, simple answers. And at first, I get why Marx leans so hard into that framing. When you're waking people up out of moral sleepwalking, sometimes you need a sharp contrast. You need to say harm is wrong, period. But here's the thing no one wants to say out loud. Dualism is a starting point, not a place to live. And the longer you stay there, the more it starts to rot. Because when everything becomes good people versus evil people, something subtle happens. Evil stops being something you're capable of and starts being something only other people do. Outward pointing bullshit, basically. The state, the elites, the occultists, the psychopath, always them, never us. And that's not shadow work. That's projection with a vocabulary list. Real shadow work is the uncomfortable realization that the same mechanisms that drive domination out there, ego, control, superiority, avoidance, exist in here too. And when a teacher talks endlessly about evil but never models deep vulnerability, humility, or self-correction, that's not integration. That's moral theater. Another thing that bugs me, Mark says he rejects religion, but then builds the exact same structure. Teacher at the top, student below. I've done the work. You need to listen. Different language, same hierarchy. Natural law isn't supposed to create followers. It's supposed to create adults. People who can question you, outgrow you, surpass you. If your framework can't survive that, it's not liberating, it's consolidating. And then there's the irony of dismissing Eastern tradition as religion while treating Western esotericism like it fell straight out of the universe, fully objective and untouched by belief. Come on, bro. If a system justifies domination, hierarchy, or harm, especially to the vulnerable, it doesn't get a free pass because it's wearing a Western suit. Truth doesn't care where it came from. It cares what it produces. And what I see a lot of the time from rigid dualism is this: anger mistaken for clarity, certainty mistaken for embodiment, moral identity mistaken for moral action. People who know a lot but actually aren't becoming better humans. Natural law is not a brand. It's about being aligned, how you treat people when you're frustrated, how you respond when you're challenged, how you wield influence, how consistently you refuse to cause harm, even when it's inconvenient to your life, especially when no one's watching. Dualism can wake you up, but it can't mature you. Integration does that. Humility does that. Embodiment does that. Knowing is not enough. Being is everything. Learning is hard. Learning costs you comfort. Learning forces you to admit repeatedly that you don't know what you thought you knew. And that's the part where people keep trying to skip. Everyone loves to talk about the great work like it's a brand or a vibe or a playlist to put on in the background when life magically sorts itself out. But the great work is the process. It's reading things that don't agree with you. It's sitting with contradictions instead of running from them. It's tracing ideas back to their roots, culturally, historically, philosophically, and realizing half the stuff you were handed came out pre-corrupted. That takes effort, humility, and patience. And most people don't want that. what I keep hearing instead of is this fantasy. If I just make content, if I just start a channel, if I just do the great work and repeat the principles loud enough, then somehow my life will come into order. And that's complete bullshit. Content doesn't fix character. Uploads don't replace understanding, and broadcasting ideas you haven't fully metabolized doesn't make you aligned. Knowledge isn't the data you collect, Mark. It's something you contextualize, and context only comes from doing the work, wrestling with ideas, letting them challenge your identity, watching parts of your worldview fall apart and rebuilding them consciously, not emotionally. That's why people in this movement run from real discussion, because discussion reveals whether you've done the work or whether you've just memorized the slogans. The truth is, most people don't want liberation. They want reassurance. They want a group chat that feels safe. They want principles that never push back. They want a path that doesn't require transformation. But natural law, real natural law, doesn't care how uncomfortable you get. It only responds to effort, honesty, and consistency. Over the last year or so, I watched one of the most important conversations I've ever seen unfold inside the VGT chat group. Not in a seminar, not a paid course, not a polished presentation with slides and a PayPal link, a conversation. Our own Darren and Scott Gordon from the One Great Work Network and the Church of Scientology, going back and forth, honestly, intensely, about whether Mark's Western point of view actually holds up when you place them next to Vedic non-dualism and the wider mess of toxic Western esotericism and thelema that's been welded onto natural law like a cheap aftermarket exhaust on a Honda Civic. Scott defending Mark's tactics, Darren pointing out the contradiction. And here's the part that matters. I learned more from that debate than I did in the last 300 Passio videos, because it wasn't sanitized. It wasn't curated by Passio's yes men. It wasn't afraid of friction. It was people actually thinking out loud. And that's where things got uncomfortable for some folks, because that discussion, which was only mildly belligerent by any honest standard, scared a bunch of people right out of the VGT group. Not because it was abusive, not because it was hateful, but because learning from VGT requires hard, uncomfortable work and facing truths that aren't fun to hear. And apparently that's the real problem. This isn't a fucking politeness contest, people. We love to say we want growth and shadow work, but the moment disagreement shows up without a smiley face and a trigger warning, suddenly people are done with space. And that tells you something. It tells you that for a lot of people, community is only acceptable as long as it stays in the realm of good vibes, not verification. That's what happens when a teacher hides from his students. You get people like Jerry representing you and destroying any chance of an organic community. What scared people wasn't belligerence, it was uncertainty. It was watching someone ask, wait, if principles are universal, why do they if these principles are universal, why do they fracture the moment you introduce Eastern metaphysics? It was like watching someone else respond, no, you have this misunderstood, and then realizing that misunderstanding might actually be the entire fault line. That's not chaos, that's destruction. That's philosophy doing its job. And if a community can't survive two intelligent adults disagreeing about metaphysics without people fleeing the room, then what we're dealing with here isn't truth seeking, it's belief management. So go back to your moderated safe space. Real growth isn't quiet. Real inquiry isn't polite. And real ethics don't collapse under questioning. If anything, they sharpen. So yeah, some people left, but what stayed behind was something more valuable. A reminder that friction isn't failure, debate isn't betrayal, and discomfort is often the first signal that you're finally somewhere honest. And that conversation didn't leak anything worth keeping. It exposed what was never solid to begin with. And if you're not willing to process, to struggle, to actually learn, then you're not doing the great work. You're just hanging out near it. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the opportunity to bring up any issues or ideas or concerns that they have. How's it going, gentlemen? I guess everyone. What up, bro?
And the
What
ladies
up?
as well.
And ladies and Wes as well. And the ladies as well. How's it going, chat? Hi, Christina. Hi, Kurt. Hi, Justin. Hi, David. Here is the link if anyone else wants to come up.
Symbolic symbols of symbolism.
Symbolic symbols of symbolism and symbolism and symbolism. I'm not bi, but yeah, so
How's it going?
Merry post pagan co-opted pagan religion day, everyone. Xmas.
Is this episode 69?
Episode 69.
What up?
69.
Hey, so on YouTube, it looks like you guys are using the phone aspect ratio.
Oh, that's strange.
You're trying to cut off.
This guy here.
Oh.
Oh, look at that.
So it's not doing both.
I think it does both.
All right.
It does on both. You're just maybe seeing one of them.
Yeah, I've never dealt with this. Then maybe I'm the one who's screwed up. No worries.
I think now YouTube has allowed people to post their live streams in both aspect ratios. So now StreamYard is allowing you to post at the same time both aspect ratios.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If you were referring to the conversation with Jerry after the meditation class Darren held, I have a full recording of that if you'd like. I can get it.
Yeah, we have it.
Okay, as long as you've got it.
We have the files.
We have the files.
I have detailed files.
I have
Hi,
detailed
Jeff.
files. How's it going, man?
What's up, Kurt? What's up, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot.
Hello.
I'm actually really sick. I might not stay for the whole episode, but I like your
Better
show. I
not
want
get me
to
sick, bro.
contribute.
Cover your mouth.
Cover your mouth.
Yeah, I'll get a mask.
Mask up.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I gotta go past all the copyrighted material.
You're stealing my
Okay, yeah. So
intellectual
if you're on your
property?
phone watching, it will just show you the phone. If you go to your computer, it will show you the bigger. I wonder if that's. They seem to be pushing it quite a bit. We'll see if it works. If not, we won't do it next time. So yeah. So after Mark's shadow work seminar, there was a group that started around the seminar because Mark had some technical difficulties he wasn't willing to fix, and the majority of the people weren't able to see the presentation, just hear it. So we had formed a group on the side to share the screenshots of the slides from the seminar, and so a couple days into that group, I think Kurt got kicked out, but he was kind of on the war path to get kicked out.
I was not on the warpath, thank you very much. I was just being completely open and honest and not taking their crap.
Yeah,
I
He
didn't
was
walk
just
in
being
like I'm gonna
himself,
pick a
huh?
fight.
Darren
I
talked
just
to
got
me.
kicked out of a chat today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
By what moderator?
I think it's the channel owner. She said that she's going to ban me forever, but it didn't happen yet. But
The channel
Karlin
owner?
Borisenko.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is.
She does a lot of research on communism,
Oh.
and she's a little bit like Mark Passio, where she says, "Don't give me any like comments or criticism." Even more though, she says she's an authority on the subject that she's teaching, and I just made a comment instead of a question, and she got all pissed off.
Yeah. Not surprised. Not surprised. Narcissists. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So, okay. So me and Darren and I, we're kind of, being on our best behavior, trying to, immediately getting kicked out of a big group like that lowers your chance of passing along any good information. So we were trying to be on our best behavior. Kurt wasn't. Kurt got kicked out first.
Yeah, less than 24 hours. I was right out there.
Yeah. I think I got like 3 more days. Or at first, Jerry warned me on Telegram, which gives you a 3-day break. It's all, like it's like a something you could do to anyone on there if you're a moderator. And then I got back and I was simply posting, like I was being a fully productive member of the group. I was posting good stuff in the groups. I wasn't just posting VGT stuff everywhere necessarily. Jerry showed up demanding that I change my podcast or something. And I don't remember what happened, but she kicked me out. And then several days later, she pops up in Darren's group here that he's having on meditation. And she popped up and she looked very distressed because she saw we were there. And you can't really tell in the video, but Allie and I were there. We just our mics weren't working, so we were kind of hanging out in the background. Our mics were squeaking, so we weren't trying to ruin the presentation. And so this happened.
Are innate. They are nature. They are the underlying substratum of reality itself. Freedom can't be created. Even if someone were to put chains on me and call me a slave, why is that a transgression against natural law? Well, it's because somebody's putting chains on a free sentient being. That means that breaking the chains isn't what makes me free. The reason why slavery is a transgression is because you are essentially doing violence on somebody and lying about their nature not being free. And they try to tell us that we're not free. The thing is, being a victim of a crime doesn't make you not free. It makes somebody else a lunatic and a psychopath for trying to imply something that doesn't really exist, which is their authority to enslave you. Okay? Because, and the reason this establishes immortality is when you realize the nature of yourself as what we call the soul, or Atman in Vedanta, is that souls aren't created, they're eternal. Okay, this is the doctrine of Vedanta, including transcendental meditation. And I wanted to share my screen here because I have a little bit of info on the founder, is Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Let's see. Just pulling up my browser. Oh, Kurt, are you still sharing or no?
I shouldn't be. I stopped.
Okay.
You should be good.
It's just weird trying to toggle the windows, but I see what it did. It did the picture-in-picture thing. And I'm like, what the heck? Of praise for the divine feminine. So it says, to that Devi who in all beings is abiding.
Check the mark. I didn't know it was this far. I thought she popped up pretty quick.
Really?
Oh,
No,
did we
she
miss
was-
Kind of shorten it a little bit, maybe like 2/3 or half of the way.
She was fairly late in
They-
the show.
Oh,
If I
okay.
see, I've
You
Yep.
can't,
Well, there's
like,
Joanna.
Yeah,
Don't have
you're
to-
somewhere in the second
And-
half.
Yeah, here we go.
letter to the letter. So there's the spirit. that
Shout out
comes
to
in
Joanna.
and fills in the gaps. And so, I don't really feel like my mind.
So Joanna, I guess I'll get to the Joanna part later. Joanna's a part of this story also.
Personally, yeah.
The second half? or-
So is it?
This is-
I don't want to get into solipsism, but
This was about where
at the same level at the same time.
I think it was one.
And so there is one being, and we're individual.
Sorry, I don't mean to be skipping Darren here, but we'll probably post this up maybe so you guys could watch the whole presentation. We're just getting to the drama.
Yeah, I
Boy, do I
had a
hate them.
pair. Yeah, I had a pair, and
They
I
suck.
don't know where they.
Solipsism,
Okay,
but
so-
that depends on what you describe as the.
Did
I'm not going
Darren, did
People's
Jerry already talk there?
to use a word.
She did?
favorite.
predictive
Oh
program.
It's
Okay.
okay.
These are involved too, and like I named the club, Canarcus Inn. I named the people, and I'm in a fucking RV park right now. So I'm just sort of.
No.
What's wrong with being in an RV park?
Bro, those things aren't
Meat suit with this fucked up.
get a certain outcome, and the world should change to reflect what you did. You've attached yourself to an outcome, and then you're torturing yourself when the outcome doesn't match up. When in reality, I mean, in life, you can do all the right things and still suffer and still lose sometimes. That's just the way the cards fall. And beating yourself up over it is only self-abuse. It's not helping yourself or anyone else. And you can see people in this community falling into that trap.
Including
Right.
me. Like, that's what I was thinking. Like, I was getting stressed over the numbers game and the sense of urgency, and it's like, no, that's something we've assumed, and that's not to say that obviously life is short. Obviously the time to do the right thing is now instead of later. Or now and continuing, but and we could, Jerry. It's possible. Yeah, we definitely could. We're just having a form chat. But essentially, just to catch you up in a few seconds, is I was going through that transcendental meditation does calm the mind, and it's a great effect. But the bigger picture is that it lets you know that the locus of control is the self, and essentially, self-awareness isn't achieved by every individual at the same level at the same time. And so how do we proceed in the work knowing that it's more than just a numbers game, or perhaps not a numbers game at all? Joanna said, well, we don't want to get into solipsism, but that depends on what you describe as the self, which is what I wanted to bring up. Because solipsism, solus and ipse, well, what is ipse? Is it me? Well, then no. Yes, I perceive the whole universe through my lens. However, the self, capital S self, or nature, or the soul, and the oversoul, which, aside from my personal projections onto it that create my personality, there is only one being with a capital B, though, right? So, but what people do is have an egocentric world. Yeah, that's negative solipsism. But to know that all beings are in the self, and the self are all beings, are what allow me to have true care about my other beings. Otherwise, they are only like it becomes psychopathic, depersonalization, derealization, and I believe, well, they're not really that significant because they're outside. Outside of what? Being itself? No, they're part of it. And so there is one being, and we're individual reflections of that being that are unique, and we are good enough. Wherever you're at, you're good enough, and you want to improve. Great, that's what you're here to do, is grow, and it's definitely cool for anybody to chime in. Yeah, Jerry, I'm sorry I didn't see the actual full comment. It flashed up.
Oh, I was just saying that I've been
Oh yeah,
I've
I
been
see it
on
now.
calls a lot today, so I'm just sort of trying to rest my eyes because blue light's not good for us, guys.
It was getting me today too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a headache
Get
was
because
them
I
orange
spent more
glasses
time.
if you can stand them.
Yeah, I
Boy, do
had
I
a
hate them.
pair. Yeah, I had a pair and
They
I
suck.
don't know where they are.
But
Yeah.
you can also get a filter for your computer too.
I
That's a
have an
good
orange light
point.
bulb, and I try to keep the brightness low.
Yeah. I just want to start by saying how grateful I am to you, Darren, for hosting the event today, and I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come. I am actively engaging in shadow work every day.
Sus.
go to bed trembling because I haven't seen my children since July.
That I believe.
Okay, but what does that have to do with shadow work?
And so
No, that's well. What does this whole That's the thing. Even later on in this, you'll see. I ask her. It's like Jerry likes to preface anything with a very strange, "Oh, I'm a single mother," or "I haven't seen my kids," and it's like, or always be wary of someone telling you what they're doing when they're supposed to, like, "Oh, we'll tell truth," like, "Oh, I'm Jerry and I'm doing shadow work. I'm prefacing this with I'm doing a lot of shadow work." Like,
It ends up being an entire front for emotional blackmail.
yeah, it's like a weird identity.
What you said right there actually made sense, because it's like shadow work is about self-correction, and maybe she thinks it's like she shouldn't go so long without seeing her kids, so she should make some improvements.
What
so
does it have to
doesn't
do
go
with
so long
a
without seeing her
transcendental
kids.
meditation session? Like,
Telling
what does it
us
have to do with
this, and
Darren's
then
seminar
therefore-
or his
Oh,
presentation?
I didn't watch the seminar, so I thought it was just about shadow work in general. So,
And
okay,
also,
maybe it's,
if the
off
issue with not seeing her children is because the courts have given her ex-husband custody, is it that there was something wrong with her she needs to correct, and that's why the courts didn't give her custody? Like, is that why she needs to do shadow work? Like, you'd have to go further in explaining why those two things are related.
right.
Yeah.
What's funny is
That's
the
a
way
little
the
vague.
conversation evolves is it goes to suggestions of what we ought to be doing, and
Yeah.
then I can't believe you didn't agree with me after I just told you I was a single mom
I
who hasn't
I
seen her
literally
kids.
shake myself to sleep. And so I've been called to support the shadow work seminar process.
Okay. Who called you? And why do you feel that you are part of this hierarchy that where you need to go enforce what this person called you to do? So that's a strange. We're gonna listen to that
It might
again.
have been her friend from
Aside
the
from my
Pleiades.
personal, and so
I literally shake myself to sleep. And so I've been called to support the shadow work seminar process, post process for people, because
Okay, so she was called. She wasn't elected democratically. She was called and feels the need that she is in some hierarchy that she has to take the orders from above. So because Jerry's Jerry, and she's on the network because her boyfriend got her on it. Everyone, these noobs to the whole great work thing, look at her like she's this artificial hierarchy that Mark has created around him, has put people like Jerry, as the moderator to many of the major groups that Mark's doing. And she says this a lot, where, "Oh, I was told by people higher up to get rid of you out of all the," like this hierarchy that she thinks is there that matters.
Isn't that crazy how this exactly exploits people with codependence issues and they never end up working on themselves?
Yeah. And like, who called you? The whole Freedom Network or the whole Freedom Movement got together and was like, "Jerry, you need to moderate." Like, okay, so some guy, one of these clowns is like, "Oh yeah, Jerry, you should get in there and moderate all these things and whatever." So another strange thing to start her conversation with.
That, or she
Do you think
channeled the
also
message from
sometimes
the
the passive-
Intergalactic Federation of Lightworkers.
Yeah.
Do you think that passive voice is sometimes just a metaphor for their own ego, though? As in, I was called? Because I'm always wary. I'm always suspicious, dude, when someone uses the passive voice and never names the subject of a verb, like, I was told. No. Who told you? By whom?
Who told you, and why do you feel the
But it's just
need?
parts
Yes.
of self that are splintered.
And also it's a way, like, I've seen people lie in court by saying, like, it's my understanding. No, I don't want to know what your understanding is. I want to know what the fuck happened.
Yeah, exactly.
This, I was told to do this and I have to do it because I was told by someone else and I respect that person. So whether it's true or not, I don't think it's true. I think she's just a control freak, but we'll get into that later.
Because I need that. And
yes, she needs to moderate the groups because it's good for her, because it's like she sees it as doing service in AA. Like she's paying it forward to the fucking natural law movement by moderating these groups. She's giving her time to moderate these groups and keep us people out, us scoundrels.
I'm just really grateful that, maybe Darren, you can be the bridge between, the OGWN folks, natural law folks, and like, Kurt and Jeff and Allie, because truly I have only agape love in my heart for all of you. And I'm really sad about the way things have gone on. And I've been really hurt by some of the things that I've heard. Not just about me, but just about like people that are just trying to do the right thing. And like,
sorry about the camel toe.
Waking humanity.
Yeah.
See,
and like,
okay, did I miss something? What about the camel toe?
It comes up in one of my monologues.
I jumped ahead.
Yeah, she jumped ahead.
Okay, I'm feeling really left out.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm speaking.
I'll let you finish.
The funny thing about Jerry asserting her position as speaking here, which is fine, but earlier in the day we were in a shadow work group and Jerry kept screaming at anyone who was talking that wasn't the girl doing the shadow works presentation, even though the girl said it was okay for other people to sleep, just to speak. There was like organic conversations being created in this shadow work presentation that this girl did, and Jerry just kept smashing them because those people weren't the people who put on the presentation, but the girl said it was fine. So it's pretty funny that now she's taken over this presentation and won't let anyone fucking talk.
And truly, like, I'm not perfect. I was wrong in
About what?
being reactive. I grew up with the dad that gave me death threats daily. And so for me to get
another victim story, there's adding another one. Yeah, adding another one of these ancillary things that don't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
That we have no way of confirming or denying.
Yeah.
I can't go back in time and prove whether or not that happened. All I have is your word for it. No matter how real it was to you, from my side hearing it, it's nothing more than hearsay, because that's all it ever can be.
She needs the movement. She wants the movement to back her up, and she needs us all rallied together, believing and feeling bad for her and being like, we need to take care of Jerry, which I'm totally okay with doing that, but she's doing it in a very strange way. And completely ignoring most of the principles that we're here for, but anyway, I'll keep going.
Do you want us to stop the recording? I just want to let you know, like,
I have nothing to hide.
Okay. Just wanted to be respectful.
You can use this on your show if you need.
No, we're not going
to revenue, whatever you want to do.
No.
But truly, like, honestly, like, I think we all can do better, right? Like, we all can, like all of us aren't perfect. All of us need help. All of us are going through shit. All of us are dealing with childhood wounds, and like, we don't have to like, do this like immature like game. Like I like you guys. Like, we don't have to do this. Like, let's just like rewrite this whole script. Let's just cut. Like, let's start over. Like, Like, let's put on a different
Yeah.
mask.
Wrong
Like,
foot.
I'm gonna
Off
like
at the
take
wrong
off.
foot, you know?
I'm gonna take off the militant vegan mask. I'm gonna put
Pretty
on a
whack, bro.
vegan
It's
cooking
pretty
show
whack, bro.
mask
It's pretty
today.
whack,
I'm
bro.
gonna put on like a, hey, check out the slaughterhouse video edits that we
Do
got
that,
going
Jerry.
about what they're doing at
By all
Tyson
means.
Farms or some shit. Look at the
Yeah.
fucking COVID shots they're giving livestock, and then people like claim that, oh, I'm a non-vax person, and then they go and eat vaccinated cow meat. Like, you know, like they're still getting the vaccine if they're eating that meat. So like pretty much like all manufactured meat is like vaccinated.
So that statement, pretty much all meat, manufactured meat is vaccinated, is definitely not true.
So like you can't be, you know, it just anyway. That's just neither.
In
here
other
nor there,
words, Jeff, what
all
you
I'm
should
saying
be
is that
doing is have a totally different show.
Yeah, a totally boring, mainstream, average vegan podcast. That's what she wants me to go do. That's just simply outward pointing.
But
People
don't you
mad
care?
at meat eaters.
She's a single mom, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. Since she's a single mom, that all completely changed my podcast.
And she basically just wants Darren and I to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
what it is every single time.
Yeah. And she went, I mean, this video is kind of impressive how deep she went with you guys on this, because she was just like, come on. It's like,
The best
like I
was
think we're
after
just
the
we
meditation.
yeah,
all
we'll get to it.
care, right? Like let's just fucking start there. We all fucking care. We've seen the evil. I put on a mask of being love and light all the time, but deep inside I want to scream every fucking day because my fucking slavery starts early, and I totally fucking get why people don't want to have kids. I totally fucking get it. I don't get to fucking see my kids anymore, and I think I'm a targeted individual. I've had my fucking tires slashed,
Can we please
people
that
throw
up? Because there was a lot of kind of disjointed statements in there that seemingly had nothing to do with each other, and we're right. We jumped from I want to scream every day
Yeah.
to I get why people don't have kids to like there was just a whole bunch of weird non sequiturs in a row there.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get it coming. I've been through family court too. So I kind of like, while it doesn't make any sense, I get what she's feeling, because she's feeling overwhelmed, obviously. And, you know, I've already gone over how I completely 100% disagree with how Jerry's going about her court stuff. That was the Conrad Rogos interview. We went pretty deep on. Jerry released a bunch of her court paperwork and videos of her kind of harassing the clerks at the courthouse and trying to do like a weird sovereign citizen type of thing, and just fighting the court when she should be not doing that. And now she's stuck in a rock and a hard place because of how she's dealing with the court. And you know, she thinks being a moderator to all the Mark Passio groups is more important than doing what it takes to get her kids back.
rocks in our fucking bedroom window. Back when I was with John, we broke up, and
Okay, so John and her broke up, which we called that. I guess that was confirming that John was a scumbag. She mentions a couple times how he was acting against natural law and doing immoral things. We had watched a video of St. John and Jerry going to the courthouse, and I could tell by the look on St. John's face, he had been served in someone's marriage disillusion. And we were like, oh, this fucking guy's up to something bad, up to no good. And he's all, oh, I have no idea how this happened. And then I guess, yeah.
you know, like, what else? Fucking, we were followed by some random car, and then like there was sign language to no one.
So she got a flat tire. Something hit her window once in the night. A car was following her. And she's on the run basically from the court because she thinks she's getting gang stalked by the court.
Dude, every Thursday night, this car follows me home from work. You know why? Because they work in the one city and they live in my city, and they just happen to
Right.
have the same route to work because they get out at the same time.
No, Darren, they're following you.
Oh,
They're
we better
gang
lose 'em.
stalking you, Darren.
We better
And then
lose 'em.
John gets arrested for driving my car and shit. Like, I've named the Black Rope Society that's like involved in my case. My judge is like a fucking founding member of this fucking Canarkarus Inn Club, and like, the lawyers in my case are involved too. And like, I named the club Canarkarus.
So appealing to conspiracy is what Jerry is doing here, which is a logical fallacy.
Well, not always. Because sometimes there are actually just conspiracies.
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
those wouldn't be logical fallacy. It would be an appeal to conspiracy, but not a logical fallacy. It would just be a correct appeal to conspiracy.
Yeah.
But what she's doing here, most likely, I mean, we all know Jerry. She's got alien friends and stuff. So.
Yeah, it's an appeal to conspiracy with tenuous evidence at best.
Yes. Yeah. And the evidence she's produced showing is like pretty weak evidence. Like the whole my tire got slit thing. I got home, I had a flat tire. Someone's after me and they're trying to kill me or change, like it's just it's a cope. It's something that it's something to avoid responsibility for whatever it is she got in trouble for, which had her kids taken away. You got to do something pretty wrong, but we don't really know.
I named the people, and I'm in a fucking RV park right now hiding because I don't want to A, get subpoenaed for anything, and B, just
I don't want to get subpoenaed for anything. Subpoenas are a necessary thing in family court. If you don't get subpoenaed, you don't go to court, you don't get your kids back. So that's strange. But I know she thinks that probably the freedom movement's going to be all, that's a good move, just avoid them, like the more you allow them, the more you sign your name on contracts, the more she's just taking this like sovereign citizen approach to getting her kids back from the courts.
See, and I understand taking that stance if you're someone who's willing to just be a full-on renunciant, and you're just like, no, I'm just not going to fucking participate in your system no matter what it does to me. Then whatever.
Yeah, but not when not when they have your kids.
Right. That was my point. Was if your motivation is getting your children back, that's likely not the winning move.
Things. That's like like me being an anarchist and going in and finding out that family court is actually a pretty necessary thing because fucking people are assholes and people are crazy and you have to figure something else. You have to figure, because family court is for the kid. It's not for either of the people. It's all for the kid. And once you look at it that way and you stop trying to fight the other person, you're not going to get anywhere. And she's just trying to fight. And then appealing to conspiracy and going into court and saying that you're in this fucking secret society and like being a crazy person in court. They're not going to give you your kids back. I haven't heard her or seen any of the paperwork that she's released show that she's even trying to do what's right. She's just trying to depose the whole court and use all these crazy Illuminati, level, like really boomer based conspiracies against these guys. And I don't know. We've already talked about this in, before, really. I don't want to get too much back into it, but it's just a bunch of weird, I don't know.
Just trying to not get my tires slashed. Like that.
She's hiding, trying to get her tires slashed.
Hey, Jeffrey.
By the
I know you're an anarchist, and and you said that family court's a necessary thing, and you're an anarchist. Like, how can those both be true? The family court, are you saying it could be done without government?
In anarchist societies, we would still have family courts. They just wouldn't be attached to the criminal court system, thus have, or at least this criminal court system. I think that family courts are mostly they're mediators between family members with the child's priority. And like I was saying, people people that are breaking up in serious relationships, they can get very crazy, and you get to a standstill. And mediation, like what family courts does, which is very, 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 very scientific, and the way they do things is something that we would have whether or not we had a federal government or not. There would be family mediation that would be very similar to how the court is here.
So what if the family court judge makes the wrong judgment, and they say the custody of the kids goes to the parent that's dangerous, and say you're the other parent who's not dangerous?
So anarchism doesn't mean that there won't be rules or mediation or policing of policies. You're thinking of like a Wild West kind of anarchism, which would have only happened 100 years ago if we had anarchy. If anarchy happened tomorrow, the free market would come up with all kinds of solutions to all these things that the government does. And there would absolutely be police and family court mediation to figure out these kinds of things. And life isn't perfect. There's always going to be, wrong court stuff. Like there's no way. I'm not like anarchism isn't the solution to fixing the court system, like in a way that it never messes up again. There's definitely going to be messes up in court, but that's going to be the overwhelming minority. It's going to happen far less than like bad court cases will be in the lower percentile for sure.
I think it's a good idea to have some type of mediation. I'm not for some type of Wild West thing where there's chaos. I'd like to have anarchy with order, and where wrongdoing is defended against. But I don't think. The mediator shouldn't be an authority. Like say they make a wrong decision, and you want to say no, I'm not cooperating.
Family court is not a constitutional court, so it doesn't have as much power as you think it does. It's a little weird. They really don't. It's a tough one, but there's definitely anarchism and family court are definitely not like anti each other. There's going to be, and it depends on where you live. Like again, if you've listened to our stuff about what anarchist future would look like, there's going to be communities with different flavors of rules all over.
But if you don't like the rules, you're free to leave that community.
Correct. You could either go live in another community, or you could live in the non-community areas in between. It all depends on what you want to do, how much government you want, how much safety you want, guaranteed safety.
I mean, if it's a consent to follow the rules, like you don't have to live there or anything, I wouldn't call it government.
Like a HOA.
Yeah. Like family court in
HOA.
anarchy land will be far more streamlined, like obviously they'd take the information that was they'd take all the scientific information and consider it and make it better. The free market usually does everything better than I want
to bring up a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about, but I'm just going to mention them. I don't want to go off on a tangent too much because I know you were talking about something else. I already kind of
that's okay.
Started asking about this family court, but No, the situation with Darren a long time ago, like, I didn't get a chance to like talk too much during the podcast. I didn't want to interrupt a lot, but I think Darren ended up agreeing with you, and I think it was one of the podcasts where I was kind of in and out. I didn't hear the whole thing, but
the police calling the police one.
yeah, and in that situation, like from what I heard, I actually kind of agree with Darren, and I had my own situation I want to get your opinion about as well.
Okay.
But basically, like the government is the reason that Darren is not free to defend himself. Like some guy was threatening him, like
Yeah, I
invading his
remember you
property.
making that argument during that video. You made that argument. I remember.
Well,
I think what Jeff ended up saying is like, look, man, if it's a matter of life and death, but really try to avoid, because the little
that's not what I was
shit is
saying.
what gives them.
No, he said when he said Jeff, he meant me, not you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jeff Phillips, yeah. I think he said like, well, dude, like, look, if a house is burning down or there's a, but like, I think the general thing was like, let's not give them reasons to.
Like the government is a bad thing, and it's bad to contribute to it. It's bad to help the government. You should avoid doing that, because with any help you give the government, you empower it to do more bad things. So it's wrong
Correct.
to contribute to the government. But in this case, like if he called the cops, I don't know if he did end up doing it or not, but I think he did, if I remember right.
Yeah.
He's actually draining their resources. He's not contributing to them, and he's not having them do a bad thing. He's having them provide defense to a victim. He's the victim in the situation.
And now I have
he
to
could
pay more taxes next year. Literally.
Yeah, them.
I get what you're saying, Jeff.
It
Like,
doesn't
I get
justify the government giving more taxes. But the way I look at it in a situation like that, the government is part of the forces of crime in general. It does
Correct.
wrong in the world. It violates
Yeah.
natural law, and that makes it an enemy of a good person. Just like someone who's trying to invade property, they're part of the same forces of crime and wrongdoing and evil. So
Yeah, rent a criminal.
I think you use their tactic against them. One thing they do is they do the divide and conquer. You know, like have your enemies like fight each other. Use the government's resources instead of your own, and
I don't know, Jeff.
It's a trap though, dude. It's a
Yeah.
trap. You got to stay out of it, because I understand the theory, but it's not meant
It always
to
ends
work
in-
like that.
It always ends in something immoral if you end up going that direction.
So the situation with me, this guy is not a friend anymore. He's a piece of shit. But he's a guy that I've known since I was in junior high. He's always kind of been a piece of shit, but he never proved it. I always gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I had a lot of sympathy for him. Like a few years ago, his brother died, and before that, his grandmother died, and then his mom died. He was the last one left in his family. Like, that's a lot of grief. Like, I feel bad for him for going through that. He inherited 3 houses, but they all had some debt associated with them. He could easily sell a house and have the other houses paid off and be living fine, but he doesn't want to sell any house. He wants to like rent the 2 houses and be rich. And he's going to lose his house because he's not going to. He's got some complicated situation where he needs like some loan, but he can't get the loan until he proves to the loan officer that he gets these houses ready to rent.
Ability to repay and all that. Yeah.
So that's why I was in Oregon, like, and I was telling him like, look, I could go there for a couple of weeks. I've got a lot going on. Like, it's going to cause a lot of problems if I'm gone for a long time. I could go there for a couple of weeks, and I wasn't going to do it for free, even though I'm going to help him. I was going to do it for a big discount. I said he offered to pay $200 a day. I usually would charge more than that, but I said I would do that. But at the last minute, he said, like, I don't know if we're going to be busy every day. We'll be working most of the days, but it's going to be divided into hours on an 8-hour day. So that's basically like $25 an hour instead of $200 a day. And it's a low hourly rate, but if I get full days, it's fine. But he ended up procrastinating and making every excuse. I installed everything that he bought. He didn't pick out the materials. I got one of his houses all fixed up. I moved him out of that house into his other house and got that rented. He had one other house he wanted to get rented. I was there for like 5 months. Like he kept on like refusing to make decisions about like the shower he was going to buy. Like these, I sent a picture of rocks I did for his landscaping. He was such a bitch about that. He couldn't decide where they went. Like he had me push the rock down a hill and then change his mind and want the rock back up the hill. And none of that had to be done.
Basically, you ended up getting ripped off.
I ended up getting ripped off. First of all, I gave him a big discount. I didn't get very much hours. Like he owed me like $4,000 for the whole 5 months I was there. Like not living wages. It's a favor to do that for
somebody, you know.
But he paid me half of it. And no, without the government, if I wanted to solve that, like what could I do? I could kick his ass and tie him to a chair and torture him until he sells me the money or something. But if I do that, I'll end up in jail. Like that's a way to lose. That's stupid. I don't want to lose out in the situation. And the government is the reason.
Hold on. How responsible are you for getting ripped off? Like how much percent?
I took the chance to trust him. Like and
so is it like 30% or 50%?
No, I think it's 100% his fault. Like I kept my end of the deal. Like my only fault was like making the deal.
The question was how much percent do you think you're responsible in your victimization? You think you're 0% responsible?
For the actual victimization, I think I'm 0%. But for like making myself vulnerable to the victimization, I guess I'm 100% by taking the chance.
So you're like 50% responsible, basically. You can't,
No, I didn't do any of the wrongdoing.
Like
he did all of the
bad
wrongdoing.
loan. If you know the dude doesn't have a job and you loan him the money, you deserve to lose the money.
Well, that's the best way of losing a bad friend is loaning him money.
See, when I left, he told me like he can only pay me half at once. He had like $20,000 in the bank. He said he needs to keep that in the bank in order to prove he has like funds
Jeff,
to fix his house.
Contractor lien on this shit? Because then
that's what I ended up doing. Not something similar. I talked to ChatGPT. I had them help me out. I made a claim with the Oregon Bureau of Labor.
Get paid off, they'll wire it to you, or they'll cut you a check.
It's about to take effect now. It said it's going to take like 6 months for them to start processing.
Yeah, I've seen that happen when people try to buy or refinance houses. Like they get stuff, like they finance a roof and then they don't. Yeah,
I'm sorry I prevented him from killing himself if he was going to kill himself. But no, I'm not vengeful. I don't want to do any bad to him. Like, I'm just saying, like, he didn't deserve me to save him. Like, he didn't have to kill himself. If he has 2 houses or 1 house, he's still like well off.
So your question is, without government, how would you be able to do that?
Well, like by force.
How would you get your money back?
I think I would have the right to get the money back by force. Do whatever I need to do in order to get it back.
Yeah. If you lived in an anarchist community in the future, the contract you would have made with this guy would have had the money already connected to it in cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency Ethereum is.
Oh yeah, that would be smart. Like I know there's alternative ways. I'm just talking about in the situation that I'm in. It's not an anarchist community. If I there's nothing protecting me except for the government or using force myself. But the government enables him to rip me off by preventing me from doing the force that's necessary to defend myself from getting ripped off. And forcing restitution, I think that's defense because that's justice.
You're allowed to take stuff. And because if it's what you're talking about is civil, it's not like the cops aren't, you're stealing stuff. Like this is a civil matter between a contractor and an owner that would go to court. And so technically they're not helping him screw you over. because like they're not stopping you from taking anything like ahead of time. Like if you're renting a unit and your landlord tries to keep you out, you're allowed to kick the door down because you have the contract to be there. And then you guys have to take it to civil court and get it worked out. But I don't. So what's your question exactly of this hypothetical situation? Or it's not hypothetical. It's a situation.
Oh yeah, like do you? So our mutual friend, he's telling me I should really remove the claim. Like, especially, he says I'm a hypocrite for calling myself an anarchist.
Okay, well, that guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's one of those Wild West anarchist guys.
No, he's not an anarchist. He's actually not an anarchist.
Or
but,
whatever. Yeah.
I want to get your opinion as a fellow anarchist, like about like using this government to make a claim.
You hiding from government within the system and then bringing hardship to your life doesn't really make sense. Like, we're in the system, we might as well use it to our advantage while we're here, especially obviously, like I said, I see a use for family court. I don't like that it's connected to the state, obviously.
I think it could be done not connected to the state. And but like if they give a wrong judgment and they're wrong, I think you do have the right to say to refuse to cooperate, just like we have the right to refuse to cooperate with the government. It's not always wise because the government could overpower us, but we have the right to refuse to cooperate with the government, like doing wrongdoing to us in any way.
Yeah. And if there was no government, the only difference would be that private industry would be offering these services.
Yeah, for a private industry, like it couldn't be done by force, by saying like you have to use us as the authority.
Everything
it would have to be reputable. Like people would choose to make a contract to use them to solve a hypothetical dispute.
The moment this guy didn't pay you, the contract, Ethereum would basically pay you because he broke the contract. No fucking words even exchanged between humans. Like, I
could have done something like that even without.
It will never get to force because these contracts will just pay everyone off ahead before you even fucking breathe. So
I could have done something like that even without being in an anarchist community, but I just chose to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like,
you allow.
I knew he had the money the whole time. Like, until I left, he said he's gonna pay me everything before I left. He just can't do it right now. When I left, he just paid me half
underwriting.
Yeah. It sucks it happened, but like you said, you kind of knew it was going to happen. So you got to kind of take a little bit of consideration for how much you put yourself in that situation when you're at least weighing out what you're going to do.
Oh, I realized it wasn't wise to trust somebody who ended up being untrustworthy. But
he had a bad social credit score to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. But like, how do I know if I don't?
Even riskier,
He was in need. I wanted to help him, and I took a chance, and I regret taking the chance.
Yep. That's what we're talking about.
Hey, Steve, if you're watching right now, I'm not out to get you. I'm not out to ruin your credit. If you give me a down payment and an actual contract, I'll remove the claim.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not going to cry if he's getting sued over it. Big deal. Whatever.
He's not actually sued, but something similar. Like, I don't have to go to court. I just made the claim, and they'll process it and see if they could garnish his wages.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the people that are like, oh, you're not like, outside of agorism, like obviously,
even in the situation we're in, if I would make a contract like that, it would be using agorism, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You could threaten them with the Magna Carta.
But he would have to basically put collateral into that. You put your money. He would put the money he has for the project into the contract, and the stipulations for how you get paid are in that contract.
Yeah,
he has no way of changing that in any way after you guys sign that contract and agree to do that work. So there would never be like I need to go steal shit by force or anything like that, because it's all done digitally. But yeah, I mean, using the services that are given to us by government, if it's to help us, is definitely fine, because we pay for that shit every time we fucking go buy gas or anything like that. We're paying for those services, so you might as well use them to your advantage. The people that are like, oh, I'm just gonna like not use anything as much as possible and I'm really making a difference.
Yeah,
They're kind of
people say like I shouldn't, if I try to avoid paying taxes, like I shouldn't drive on the roads. Like I don't have a right to use anything because like I don't want to. You know why? Because
our grandparents build those roads. Our great grandparents built those.
People
roads.
build the roads. The government doesn't build the roads. The government has a monopoly on hiring people with money they got from theft. But the main thing is like I don't hurt anybody. The government kills people, so they should go away. I shouldn't go away. I have a right to be here. The government does not have a right to be here. The government loses its de jure sovereignty.
Well, more importantly, the government doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's all on your head.
Right. There's nothing on the periodic table called government.
Yeah.
Right? I could take every single one of those buildings and run them through a grinder and the dust.
It's not tangible. It exists as a system.
Just some papers.
That's something that
it's an egregore.
Narnia exists in my head. It doesn't exist anywhere else.
Hey, Kurt, does government count as an egregore?
Yes, absolutely.
Is it named Bill?
So like, there is no thing. It's made up. It's
and
imagined.
then hold on.
Sorry. Is egregore, is that a Lord of the Rings term?
No, an egregore is an occultist concept of a separate entity created through collective mental exercise. So essentially,
they do some things to boost it, like an animal sacrifice in the temple or something.
Yeah,
some Crowley shit.
One thing I don't get. You agreed with me in my situation with my friend. Like, why were you saying that Darren was wrong for calling the cops? I think the cops enabled that guy to attack him in the first place because it's not dangerous. Like, you can invade someone's property without getting your head blown off because of the government. So why not him turn the government against the invader? And what's wrong with Darren?
Cops are like the worst embodiment of the government, and cops often kill people for no reason. It's just
it's high
way
risk.
risky.
Yeah, number one.
It could. Yeah, I agree. It could have escalated to getting.
Then like going to the court over a lawsuit, like it's totally different than sending
If
cops out.
Darren handled it himself, the worst that could happen is he might get knocked out with nunchucks. But if he called the cops, the guy could get shot. So it's riskier.
If the guy was kicking down his door, it's a different story. If the guy attacked Darren in front of his house, it's a different story. If this guy's can overpower him, But if you got a baseball bat and 2 dogs and nunchucks in your locked house, you shouldn't need to call the cops on someone outside.
But then Darren could end up in jail, and Darren being in jail and having the guy be knocked out, I would argue that's actually worse.
We're not living in such a lib wonderland as that while that may have happened a couple times in history,
he probably
someone defended themselves and ended up in jail. That's not the norm, and you'd have to really do something gnarly to end up really in trouble for defending yourself in your own house. Like, that's not something that happens to everyone. You guys were kind of making it seem like that
maybe
was
in England.
Anyone.
So you're saying that involving the cops is like a disproportionate force compared to what he needed to do to defend himself.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
that
makes sense.
That was not a red. That was not a red light situation. It was like a yellow light situation where it's like, okay, should I use my brain instead of shooting this guy? It's meeting the threat with the same amount of force, and not like doing what the cops do by seeing a guy with a gun across the street and shooting him 18 times.
I guess I agree. The right thing to do is to expose himself to a slight risk of getting in jail instead of expose that guy to a bigger risk of getting killed.
Yeah. Well, you use the trivium. You look at the situation. You're like, is this does this guy potentially need to maybe die because he's kind of hanging out on my front yard?
And let's not ignore also the risk for the person who calls the cops, because that happens quite often too, where something funky happens and they'll shoot the caller,
you know,
or
like
they feel
crazy
threatened for some reason. They enter the home, and even though the people called them are the ones inhabiting the space, the cops
tase
just
someone and they hit their head on
Yeah,
the ground and
cops
they're
had
dead.
too much Adderall that day. Like, you never know like what's gonna happen in this situation.
What if by the time the cops show up, the guy takes a swing at Darren, and then Darren like gets him on the ground and like has his fist raised, and then the cops see that, I think Darren's the aggressor and just shoots him. Like,
Exactly.
It's happened. We were just watching the video. What's his name? James something. But he basically stopped a mass shooter.
Yeah, James Freeman.
And the cops came and shot him, killed him.
Yeah.
But
I like James Freeman.
No, it's not James Freeman. It was a kid who I don't remember his name, but he was like a freedom movement dude who stopped a mass killer with an AR-15. And as he picked up the gun out of the guy's dead arms to take the gun away from him, some lady cop shot him a bunch of times.
I see a lot of gunfight videos. I watch a really awesome show, YouTube channel, Active Self Protection.
Yeah, that guy's
you guys
cool.
heard of that?
That show's cool. He's kind of a bootlicker, but
like he works for the cops.
Interesting videos. Yeah, they're interesting videos. All right, let's get back to this video.
I just need to say this out loud.
Sorry. Yeah.
And I do have an ego, and I have an ego mask. I have pride, and every time I dress that shadow, the ego death just becomes easier and easier, you know. And I just keep trying to do that because like I'm not here to like fight anybody. I'm trying to better myself, and you know it sucks to like, you know, like find out like people are like making videos about something that like I like didn't sleep for like 2 months. I had like 2 to 4 hours of sleep a night while my kids were gone, taken from me by order followers. And then like I'm like having a music festival is hard, especially when you don't know how to do it. It was a complete trivium process. Thank God for AI, not God, but you know. They're little G tech God. Anyway, so like you know, AI really helped a lot, but like it was really fucking hard, man. And like, you know, to be called camel toe for that, I'm like, what's up, bro? Like that fucking hurt, man. Like that just fucking hurts. I'm a person. Like I'm not even like that famous, you guys. Like whatever. I have like 80 fucking.
Allie? Was that you?
No.
Hey,
she was like, when
I objected when I first was.
When she first
when
heard
he
it,
first
she
came
was
to
pretty.
me
She was
about-
like, I don't know if you should say that.
it was an observation Jeffrey made about her appearance. That's all I'll say. During Soundpath.
At the
I didn't give it the
Soundpath
green
thing,
light,
she got
Jerry.
up on the stage in front of everyone. And it's like, man, like self-awareness, people.
Yeah.
But whatever. I probably shouldn't have said anything. Well, this time also, but whatever.
Well, to be fair,
it's too
I
late
brought it
at
up
this point.
time,
Yeah.
so.
I mean,
like
Jeffrey,
she's even
Jeffrey,
laughing. Look,
Jeffrey.
she's micro laughing right here.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Look at her
Jeffrey,
face.
Jeffrey.
She thinks that she thought it was hilarious.
yeah, people could also choose to not wear pants that are vacuum sealed to
That's
their
what I
bodies.
said. That's what I
Like,
said.
you know,
I'm all, if you're gonna
it
be
is an
getting up
option.
in front of people, don't wear some
At a
shit
recorded event.
where it's like, oh
Like
my
not
god,
the gym,
like
like whatever.
it's not the gym. Yeah.
YOLO, but like no,
Well, but
it's gonna be.
You don't need to be
Self-awareness.
doing that at the gym either. A baggy pair of shorts and a t-shirt's
Gross.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Too.
I agree, but you know.
Followers, like I'm not even like
Dog
worth a
agrees.
click.
So she says, I'm not even famous. I'm not worth the follow. I have 80
Oh, yeah, this is
followers.
funny.
I'm not even worth the click. So what does being famous have to do with anything?
She's the one who blocked us. Of course, we're gonna respond. Like she's acting like little old me. Oh, why are you even talking about me? It's like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? You know why we're talking about you?
She says, I have
We're
80
responding.
followers, but those 80 people are everyone we fucking know.
I have them blocked.
So that's a lot
I
of
have them
people.
blocked.
And she's not just Jerry with 80 followers. She's Jerry who demands to be admin to every single fucking group connected to Mark Passio. And then is a crazy person and kicks people out when organic conversation should be happening.
That's why she only has 80 followers.
Yeah.
No, that's
Everyone
like
else is blocked.
That's like, why is Will
run.exe,
Keller
like-
still only have like 1,200? He's gotten like 100 followers in the last year.
There are 400
Like, bro,
people
Jesus
in the
Christ.
last class.
But he's
So how come they
doing
don't all
seminars
get
in
that
Mexico with
400?
fucking Derek Bros for big bucks.
33.
Who gives a shit
33?
what I'm up to? Like, who gives?
Who gives a shit what you're up to? You're constantly badgering me and kicking me out of groups everywhere I go.
Everywhere.
You aren't this innocent, unbiased person who's not involving yourself in my fucking life.
Well, no.
I wonder if you have any criticisms for Derek Bros. He seems like a pretty honest,
I do actually.
anarchist guy to me. Like,
Oh, Jeff.
I'm disappointed to hear that, but like,
Jeff.
I want to hear what they are if you do have them.
Derek, I know Derek. I've met Derek in real life. I've worked alongside of him. He looks the other way. Like, in order to get more clout, I know he knows some things about certain people, and he still supports these people just for clout. He's always been very clout centered, as far as I've seen over the years. And I've been in some pretty close proximity and situations with him, dealing with. I worked for a network once that our guy got thrown in jail for like 90 days, and he got like his house got raided and all this stuff. And me and Derek ran that guy's platform for a couple months. Like, I know Derek pretty fucking good. I know, like, they're similar, not similar to Logan amount of gross stuff having to do with girls, but there's been a lot of crazy allegations thrown around. I don't know, that just like stuff you hear over the years about people that have a platform. Stuff comes out about them all the time, like, and it seems like 2 months later everyone forgets, just like Jeff Berwick.
Never get
Berwick
busted.
scammed a bunch of people back in the day, and no one knows anymore. And like Passio, one of his first How to Become the True Media events he did, he had a partner who helped, an assistant who did all the slides and helped him actually put it together. And he absolutely screamed bloody murder at her live in front of 100 people after she had devoted a big part of her life to dealing with his bullshit, and scared her away eventually. There's all kinds of stuff that comes up about these people. Once you stick around long enough and you're actually paying attention. Derek's definitely like, Derek isn't someone I would actually go after. But I have personal reasons. Like, I watched him do some stuff that I think is pretty, not that it's shady, but like looking the other way of someone's shortcomings just to get some of their followers is kind of like lame. And I've seen him do that a lot over the years. He knows bad things about people, yet he still mingles with them.
So like sellout type stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Just, like just kissing people's ass that are bad people just in order to get some followers. What's up, Aryan?
Hey, how are you guys?
Hi.
Hello.
You got a little tiny voice today.
I'm well. I'm all right.
Oh yeah.
You could have tried to convince me, or you.
And then, yeah. I mean, not too much about Derek, but it's just typical. It's kind of typical stuff. I'm not sure unless he. I mean, and the other thing is he doesn't really, he's not really pushing natural law or anything. Like, I really don't have much respect for these people that get big that aren't pushing people to be better and pushing inner work and stuff like that. They're just, they're another thing. Derek's always been chasing money. That's obviously another one of those things. Always chasing money, and a little snake oily, but he's definitely like not a top offender. I think he's probably, I mean, he's done some good stuff. His freedom cells. I don't know if he invented freedom cells, but he made them pretty popular.
He's vegan.
Derek's vegan.
Yeah, I mean, he's done some. I remember back in the day, he did
may have
some
been
like
back in the past.
lectures at, it might have been like Old Pork Fest or some festival, and it was about like veganism and anarchism. It was pretty good. When he was working with John Vibes, he put out some cool stuff.
Yeah, John Vibes is cool.
Yeah, but I'll give him that.
It's a flying fuck. I'm like nobody, you know, like I'm just like a nobody single mom, like just trying to like fucking do the right
Again, what does it matter?
thing and die.
It's like she has to drop the single mom thing every 5 minutes.
Identity politics in the freedom.
She's like, just let me get away with whatever I'm trying to do because I'm a victim. That's all I hear over and over again. Yeah.
Once, twice, 3 times a victim.
It's all this
like,
theatrics.
I'm just trying to do the right thing, have a clean fucking soul before I die. I'm treating this like.
Then stop trying to control people, Jerry. You don't have to be Mark Passio's bulldog security guard.
Like my fucking last incarnation. I'm just trying to do the fucking right thing. I felt a lot of fucking guilt hearing Mark Passio's fucking shit on like the later podcast episodes about like not doing anything. I'm like,
we're over.
Yeah, that's garbage. Feeling guilt, like I said in the monologue. Or no, like I said to Tease. That might be a good transition. So Tease, the guy who did the natural law of the What on Earth is Happening documentary, I saw he had put up another, what was his last name? Is this him?
Yeah.
T. Snyder? Yeah. So I saw he had put up another video, and just like kind of playing around, I left him a comment. And let's get Jerry out of here for a little bit.
Share that screen.
So he's calling out, he's trying to call out Archaics or whatever. This dude loves Archaics, by the way. I don't know how you could like Mark and then like these guys and know anything about them and think that they're on any level. It's weird. Like, it's like, I don't get it, but everybody loves this.
Shows and shit, though.
Yeah, he's lost.
Okay.
He's lost his fucking marbles. So I was like, I left a comment. Why'd you make Passio look like a soft ass failed cult leader?
He did that to himself.
So he responds, I told the story of the reality, which is I knew what he was doing. He's like, oh, I just want to shoot him like he actually is.
Yeah.
It's not that he's soft. It's that those in the truth movement are mostly soft. They haven't listened, and he's honest about it. He really appreciated the doc and called it phenomenal. I wish I could tell a story about how everyone rallied around his knowledge and got to work on the appropriate hardcore levels, but that's not the case. So there's a bittersweet angle to the dynamic of his life story. He didn't fail. We failed. Also, he literally has a mini banner on his desk as a joke that says cult leader. So it's kind of funny you say that, lol.
So it's just an admission.
More, yeah. This holier than thou. What I mentioned in my monologue. This holier than thou. Oh, I am doing no wrong. It's only other people. Oh, poor Mark, deceived by all his followers. So, and then he said the cult leader thing. Okay, so since Mark has a thing on his desk that says he's a cult leader, that means he's not a cult leader. And I didn't say he was a cult leader. I said you made him look like one. So he's not even making any sense at the end of this statement. I said the reality. So he's all, I told the story of the reality, and I said the reality of his bald spot, ?
Nice.
This movement has more guilt connected to it than the Catholic Church. Demanding all your students become workaholics is a strange tactic, especially when no one does Passio better than Passio. I know plenty of Mark's loyal followers that are depressed because they aren't capable of doing the great work. And then on the other hand, there are people so obsessed with the great work that they let their lives become a mess. The one thing this movement has been successful at is making Mark a wealthy man. He's been making quite a bit of money off his seminars. Peace responds, I understand your insights about the feelings of those in the truth movement. That's valid, and I agree. I do, however, disagree. So he agrees that doing the great work isn't for everyone. So he's basically contradicting his first statement on how we all failed Mark. Disagree on the wealth angle. Life is expensive. Claiming he's wealthy is absurd. He lived in an apartment in Philly where he folded up furniture to create his studio environment for what on earth is happening. And after his partner died, that property was confiscated by the state because of filing error in paperwork. He scrapes by on his mortgage now, and much of his income came from being the head of tech department, so he worked on multiple fronts. Are you somehow under the impression that he should starve to prove something? I suppose I don't fully understand the severity of your criticism. Some of it is accurate. The rest seems, yeah, I love that I confuse these fuckers. Some of it seems accurate. The rest seems merely resentful or presumptuous, either towards me for the portrayal or towards him as a flawed role model. You're entitled to those opinions, and I appreciate you sharing them honestly. I disagree with your degree of accuracy. Thanks for sharing the dialogue anyway and taking interest in these subjects. So, life is expensive, yes. Claiming he's wealthy is absurd. How do you know? He lived in an apartment once. Who fucking cares? I don't know what folding up file. He lost his house because of a filing error. That means he should have a lawsuit and he should have that house back. That sounds like some bullshit nonsense that you either don't understand about or Mark is fibbing about. He scrapes by on his mortgage now. Mortgages aren't that expensive. Mortgages tend to be less than rent. So I don't want to have to go over this again, but Manny Moneybags, $500,000 last year. Mark's done, I don't know, 4 or 5 How to Become the True Medias. The last 2 had 200 people in each one paying $500. That's a shitload of money. His last shadow work seminar was $75 times 450 people, $34,000 untaxed. His mortgage, let's say it's $1,500, $2,000. Let's say $2,000, which is quite a lot for a mortgage. He's not scraping by. If he is doing tech support on the side too, then he's definitely not scraping by. Mark gets donations. He sells merch. He has YouTube. He's got all kinds of shit. Like you said, he's getting money from everywhere. So why would you say he's broke and then tell me he's getting money from several different places? It doesn't really make sense. But Mark has made you watch all his stuff where he has complained about being broke since the dawn of time. Mark will never stop saying that he's broke, no matter how much he has. That's Mark's MO these days. That is the truth. This is something Mark has lied to you about, guys. He is not as broke as he wants you to think. You do not have to feel guilty. This is what got me kicked out. This is what got me kicked out the first time Jerry kicked me out. I couldn't remember, but this was it. I just simply told everyone, look, guys, because there was a lady who was like, oh, I feel so bad. I can't donate all this money to Mark every month. I think we should all get like a reoccurring donation. We should set up a reoccurring donation to save Mark from the situation he's in. And I responded to the lady. I was like, man, that motherfucker made $200,000 this last year. You don't need to be stressed out and sad and depressed because you can't donate more to Mark. And that's the only reason why I said I brought it up, was simply like, you don't have to feel guilty. Mark is doing fine. And everybody's like, oh, how the fuck do you know? And it's like, I know math. Look at the seminars. Look at how many people were in them. Look at what he charges. He's now charging $630 for his $500 worthless media course that's dated early 2000 media course that really isn't worth anything. So
I didn't think it was a great course, but I don't think it was a ripoff because of the way he worded it. Like I looked at it the whole time as like I'm making a donation because I want to contribute to what he's doing. I thought like
yeah, but you didn't make the donation because you thought the course was worth the money. Exactly. That's like bait and switch snake oil stuff. He needs to just do a course where he's like, you have access to me for 3 hours today. All you guys can ask questions, and then it will actually be worth it. But he makes you sit through this 16-week course that is like unbearably dull and has dated information in it. He hasn't even gone into AI yet. Like,
it is a ripoff for some people because not everyone would look at it as like a donation, and it's not their fault because like in order to get the course, you have to make a specific donation. It is effectively like buying it. So like if you consider like, yeah, I'm paying for this course because I expect it to have that value. Like that wouldn't be a wrong way to look at it either. It's kind of like an unclear way of presenting it.
That was our argument with the Shadow Work seminar. Mark claimed it was this advanced course, and then it wasn't. And we caught him recently in a podcast saying that it's not it was never an advanced course, and it was always a beginner's course. So,
well, but if he did what you had said and had a 3-hour open question session, he'd end up with people like Darren and I asking him serious, in-depth questions.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that,
and he wouldn't be able to answer them.
No.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's the exact problem because he stopped learning a long time ago. He's like these guitar it's like what's his name from Metallica? Guitar player Metallica like stopped playing.
Kirk
Hammett like
James.
stopped like challenging himself to play guitar, and he just sucks
Once you
now.
get a wah-wah pedal, dude, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
I mean, I would go even further. The longer I look at Mark's work and think about it, I don't think he ever knew what he claims to. Not once. Or he wouldn't be selling the crap he's selling. There's no way you read Crowley and then try to claim it has anything to do with morality. That's not that you
that's definitely
stopped
true.
That's not you stopped learning a while ago. That's you were lying from the beginning.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really fishy.
I tried to read a book by Crowley once. It actually didn't make any sense at all. Like I found it on a BART train.
That's because you're still at least a bit sane, Jeff.
No, this book is called The Book of Lies, and it was like a bunch of like riddles and poetry and stuff.
Oh, even when Crowley is making sense, he still doesn't make sense though. So yeah, his poetry would be even more obscure.
Yeah. So End Evil, Chris Jansen. Mark's been on a tear doing interviews. He's done like 3 interviews, I think, since the Shadow Work seminar. But this was the first. And this is the first where he talks about how it went. And I was pretty surprised how much. I think he watched the show after, I think. He definitely heard that there were some people not happy with the caliber of the Shadow Work seminar, which is a new thing for Mark. I don't think he's ever heard anyone critique any of his presentations in this type of. I don't think like he heard. I don't know what he heard, but he heard something. Because
he should be happy if he's getting critique. He's famous.
This is full of copium.
At the very least, it shows he's read the chat.
At least he watched.
Aware of the dialogue that happened after the seminar.
His PR team has brought back some things.
Yes. Definitely. Like they definitely showed him something, and it was enough to make him mention it several times. Let me see. Let me get through this. All this garbage in the beginning of this guy's videos.
Well, I got plenty of copies. So if you click on this link,
this
book here.
You guys should all subscribe to Chris Jansen's $50 coaching group. It's Chris Jansen. He'll
or
coach
this link,
you.
it will take you to a
Is he a
Oh, no,
page.
it's not a
You get the
coaching
book,
group. What am
and
I
I send
talking
you
about?
some
His
End
book.
Evil
Read it.
podcast
Buy his
stickers.
book for $50.
My book is out, and so
My
you
book.
can right now click on this.
I have
link,
my book.
Order that copy that I'll sign for you, and I will also send you some stickers. Or you
I
can
have
get
my
both.
book for sale.
And this
It's
is a
just
limited
fucking
time
whack.
deal that I've got on
It's
my
pretty
website
whack,
right
bro.
now. You can order my book,
My
the
book.
author's copy signed, and you can get The End of All Evil for $45 for both. And
I have
that
their
link
books.
is right here on the End Evil store.
Wait.
I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to sell a book. I mean,
That's
if
not
people.
his book, though.
The End of All Evil is his
That's
book.
not his book.
Oh yeah, that's
That's what
Jeremy Locke. That's the one he always talks about it.
Why is he selling other people's books?
As his.
I have them books.
I guarantee
the
End
book-
All Evil is better than his book, so you're paying for the better. You're paying for
Oh,
someone else.
did he write
Yeah,
another
Chris's
book?
book is like the Happy Meal toy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there is a book there. Deal.
Stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy.
Because
This
if it
show
wasn't
is
coming
also-
with Jeremy
Girls,
Locke's,
but
nobody would order Chris.
fellas as well.
Fellas as well.
Forward by Will Keller.
Forward by Will Keller, Mr. Peanut Butter!
So natural law is a set of universal inherent
Oh shit! Listen to this beat, y'all.
immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behavior of
Like
beings with
spoken
a
word,
capacity
Will Keller.
of understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful.
This is gonna get copyright struck. Watch.
Freedom is spoken to in
Funnel 5,
existence.
a free 2-day online
Fucking up
conference.
natural law,
Ignite
law
hearts
5
and minds.
conference is coming.
The event that will
To a
spark
city
truth,
near you.
love, and freedom.
We
February 20th.
get ready, boys.
Eric, where's
2026.
Derek? We missed
For
it.
more information, visit freedom.naturallaw.com.
It's just
Are we going to be scalping funnel tickets this year?
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome to the End Evil podcast.
Okay, so right off the bat,
and evil
fix
is the
your
destruction
fucking
of freedom.
camera, bro.
My favorite
Jesus
quote from Jeremy
Christ.
Locke from his book, The End of All Evil.
Yeah, you
And that
tell
book
him,
is
Bubba.
available on endevil.life on the store tab, as well as my
Your
book.
chin,
The book that
your
changed my
chin
life.
shouldn't be at the
Both
bottom
these books are
of the
about
fucking
self-empowerment.
screen.
They're about recognizing our place in the context of a world that is inundated with evil, people stealing from one
Kurt
another,
moves his up.
institutions like governments stealing from all the public, and it's time for us as humanity to recognize these problems and wake
Derek
up to them
has this
and
problem
speak
too.
out about
Chin
these problems
screen.
instead of continually hiding from them and seeking comfort. And on this topic, I'm very excited about today's podcast, today's interview with someone who I'm deeply honored to be able to speak with.
Fucking losers!
Has affected the lives
I'm
of
gonna find out you fucked with the wrong one,
seeking true
Yeah,
freedom
soundboard.
and
Or
moral
is he
clarity.
just talking
Mark
this?
Cassio's
It's up
podcast,
on, it's
What on Earth is Happening, has
1.5.
run for
He's
almost
not
300
this fast.
episodes.
I'm helping him out.
Amazing, thought-provoking podcast that for so many of us put all the pieces
was just
together.
wondering
You how
if he
slow
could
it
do
is
that.
normally.
In this overwhelming
You'd be
problem
impressed,
of
I
spiritual
mean.
enslavement and real-world enslavement. Mark has empowered his listeners to liberate themselves and
This is,
others
like, way
from
too
evil, both
long.
internally and externally. He's not just a researcher; he's
They
also
got
a teacher.
you in the
Mark
hypnotic
has been
state.
teaching groups of people every year with his natural
With the
law,
chin,
I mean his
chin
how to
screen.
become human.
Yeah.
He just bumped his chin
And,
off
recently
off
Mark
the
did this,
bottom.
natural law
That's
seminar.
ridiculous.
You're in a fucking cult.
All day
I'm not in your
seminar, and
cult.
hopefully we can talk
You
about that.
fucking
But no more
losers.
introduction. Let me bring Mark in and
Fucking trash apes.
we'll let him talk for himself. Thanks for joining
There's a
me today,
song
Mark.
for you.
Chris, thank you so much.
See,
Find the
Mark's
fuck
got a
out,
solid
boy.
in game.
Yeah, that
You're gonna find
seminar
out that you
did, I
fucked
loved
with the
it. I sat
wrong
there
one,
the whole
boy.
time, just kind of like this is a day for me to
Like,
reflect.
look
a
at
day
your
for me
head
to
and look
ask
at
the hard
Mark's head.
questions, taking some notes.
You look
And
like
I
Maybe
found
he wanted
it
to
out
show the
for Chris,
tree on
so I
on
wanted to
his.
start
Master
thanking you
Blaster.
for that seminar for putting that
Master
on. I
Blaster.
really appreciated that. It was awesome.
Absolutely,
Like,
I
bro,
appreciate that. You know, the
Mark's
shadow
not
work
even a
seminar
tall
is something
guy.
that I had planned for a while because I talked
Who
a
run
lot about shadow
Bartertown,
work
Mark?
in my material on What on Earth is Happening, but I never
Let me
really
fix
got
this
into
thing.
Look at
too
Mark's cute
deeply
hat.
the methodologies for shadow work.
That is the cutest hat.
Preparation for it. Like there's as much preparation in understanding the concepts associated with shadow work as there is actually
There we
doing
go.
it. And a lot of people jump in, but they're not
Like
really
Jansen, you're
prepared,
looking into
and
your
they also
StreamYard right
use
now,
some
and you're
methods
seeing that
that
your head is
already-
not.
are questionable and are not really
Because
digging
Mark
to the
was
heart
just
of the
saying
matter.
there's as
because,
much preparation
what
and
real shadow
understanding
work
the
is
concepts
about
related to shadow work as there is in doing it. Now, how much actual preparation is required to understand the idea of self-reflection? Like, hold on, am I the one who's fucked up?
He also said you could only do it alone, looking in a mirror at home.
Yeah, but it goes back to the idea of you need to memorize certain symbols because there's inherent power in them, and that can kind of like guide you on the way. Like it's all
preparations
literally.
A through G have failed. That leaves us with preparation H.
Yeah, exactly. But Mark has gone
to point out that right out of the gate we were already into complete nonsense. That's
yeah.
all.
Yeah.
For sure.
Look at all his tech devices though. That's nice.
Isn't this no? So remember what he looked like in the documentary, and then look at him here. It's not even the same guy.
He looks way better here.
It's not even the same guy. How that dude, the angles, the freaking bald spot angle the guy got.
Brutal honesty with the self and not making any excuses for shortcomings and inadequacies. And a lot of people don't want to do that, especially when they get into the New Age movement variations of things.
You mean like
the
Western
New Age
so-called
spirituality, which I consider pseudo-spirituality. When you get into New Age variations of shadow work and its techniques, it's not really the real hardcore stuff. It's really things that are going very light on people and making them take too light and too hazy and nebulous of approaches that don't hit the bullseye, that really drop the ball. So I
Are
wanted
nebulous
to put something
approaches
together
a pattern, Mark?
had still rudimentary concepts in it. Because I'm not saying that like this seminar that I just delivered was the most complex thing to understand or contained the most advanced topics or concepts. It's for beginners in shadow work. It's
You're ascending
to
too
get
quickly.
the ideas and concepts and techniques out to the public in a way that is readily understood and won't overwhelm people too badly. Because it was long. I spoke for 8 hours and 53 minutes total duration. So that's a.
There's the first thing.
No, I mean,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the way he said that it was long. Like to me, it just sounded like in his voice he was responding to people talking about it taking their whole fucking day, and him taking how many hours of breaks? It was like 3 hours total of to take a break. So already he seems I haven't heard him have that tone in his voice talking about any of his work before.
This is very nice.
From the jump.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out on the topic of nebulous Western esotericism and New Age nonsense, if I go take a look at the arc that he gives out to people for donations, and I look through it for actual just like serious philosophy like Kant and Leibniz and like Schopenhauer and stuff, almost nothing at all.
But
if I go looking for
aliens,
if you need ancient aliens, if you need weird hermetic rituals that involve jerking off in a jar, like
which I didn't know about until you told me.
I can get you the names of the books and stuff if you want for that.
We got the art here. We can pull it up right now if we want to.
The whole Crowley collection's up there.
Right. Like he gives you a wealth of nonsense and very little of anything of actual substance at all.
It's a little shocking.
And
long seminar. That's
to his show, he rarely talks about any serious philosophy.
No.
He
says he's done it all in his videos that we need to go watch over and over again. But he didn't.
Except I've watched them.
Yeah.
I've watched them all.
That's the problem when people actually go through the material.
Yeah.
Have you guys actually watched all of the What on Earth is Happening?
I have watched every single episode of his show. I have watched every presentation he has ever given at least once. Yes.
Same.
Yeah, I didn't get through all of it. It got repetitive. I skipped ahead. Same stuff.
Really tough.
He says don't skip ahead, but I did. It was more of the same. And
yeah, like We skip 30 minutes ahead. Oh, look, Mark's still yelling at us.
This is
Shocking.
why I truly, as you know, you guys know, if you've been following Mark's work for a long time, the way he talked about the shadow work seminar during How to Become a True Media, he spoke of it as an advanced course. He spoke of it
this
as
is an
all right,
advanced course.
I've been working on this for a long time. This is going to be for everyone to kind of go take it to the next level.
Yeah.
Remember, he said this is what the elite do.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Into multiple days, but I delivered it in one day, and I think I really hammered home the concepts pretty well.
Oh, did
because,
you?
You know, I'm just concerned
Pat
that
yourself
people
on the back.
really understand
Affirmations.
what's involved in shadow work. You know, I don't want to speak for almost 9 hours and then people come away with not a clear understanding of what's involved with
Should have been a
it.
Q&A.
And I think I
Yep.
did a pretty good job at that. Hopefully, at least I
Nope.
believe that I did. And
Leaves.
it's going to be
Incorrect.
Basically prepared for
I believe I did.
you know, flash drive and DVD,
I've
and then
been
of course the web. So it'll get out to the
DVD,
public.
huh? He's
And
sending it
I'm
out
just
on
glad that I
DVD.
got this one in the books because again, it's something that I've been wanting to do for many years, and you know, now it'll be something that is out there to the
DVD.
public, you know, permanently, so that people can learn from it.
This is how I explain, like, sometimes, like, maybe in like the mid 40s of doing this podcast, there was like a bunch of them that were just kind of boring and filler. Now he'd be like, oh, what do you think about that one? And I was like, well, I've been wanting to do that one for a while, but like, you know, it's done. I'm glad I did it, you know, but it's not like, oh, that's the best piece of work I've ever put out. You know, like, it wasn't like, oh, this is really good shit. This is like Mark coping, being like, oh, I think it was pretty good. You know,
He
like,
says, I believe I did a good job. I think that was very revealing.
Yeah. Which is not just, oh, it was really good. I did a good job. Everyone thinks I did a good job. Is more like, oh, I still think it's good. And since you're my minion,
tell myself,
you think what I think is the law. So
I think you did an excellent job on what on earth is happening, but like the whole thing isn't necessary. Like after so many episodes, like he gave all the information he had to give, but he's still,
especially the unholy feminine, like, to go from unholy feminine to the natural law shadow work thing. It was just, there's such a quality difference of those two presentations.
If I'm being honest, I think once we hit the cosmic abandonment shows, I think, you know, you're pretty much good. Like, stopping there. Like, in my opinion.
I had some questions I wanted to call and ask him, like, during his call-in show.
Everyone did.
But I respected that he was saying, like, if you haven't watched all of the episodes, this isn't for you. Don't even watch the live show until you've watched all of them. So, like, I was really trying to watch all of them just to get that done before I call in and ask his questions. It was such a waste of time because all of it was stuff I already heard before from him.
In retrospect, it was a way to shut up people that would have questions.
Yeah.
And also just to get his views.
And I had a much lower opinion of his unholy feminine presentation, partly because
it's pretty good. I'd expect you to not like it.
Sure. As someone who has been somewhat
it wasn't based enough.
Well, as someone who's been somewhat involved in the MGTOW scene, he came out of the gate saying, like, and these MGTOW guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I would agree with him in that, yeah, there's a lot of things in that scene that are just complete nonsense.
Gay.
But which specific talking points are you going after here? Which parts are you saying are nonsense? Because they do have certain things they've noticed that are true and a lot of nonsense mixed in. But he never got into the weeds and the details. He never clarified the statement. Like, okay, I'm willing to sit here for 3 hours and you explain to me why these talking points are wrong. I don't necessarily agree with most of them either. But I want to hear your stance on how you realized they're wrong. I want to, sort of like the math teacher, I want to see how you did your work to get there. Right?
Right. Exactly.
And he didn't present that. And I found that very concerning. And I took a lot of flack in last year's class discussion for pointing that out.
Because of white knight syndrome, though.
Yeah. And it's the same like the one time I did call in and I did ask him the question, like, okay, so if the dark occultist's highest principle is self-preservation, if they're reasonably intelligent, which you also claim, how do they rationalize that their highest principle is something that is impossible? And he basically just crashed to blue screen and then changed the subject.
Darren, what did you ask him that one time?
Why is tech like they kept talking about 0 point this and Tesla that, all this space age tech as a means to freedom, and how the knowledge of technology has to be used to spread the message of freedom. But then what I was telling Mark is, like, from a spiritual standpoint, you've mentioned the Bhagavatam, you've mentioned the Mahabharata. Isn't this technology, like AI and all this stuff that you're saying we need to commandeer to arrive at freedom, isn't all of this stuff that was mentioned thousands of years ago as belonging to the Danava demons, like Maya Danava, and that this stuff was specifically inquired about by Arjuna through Krishna, and he said, should we learn the art of machinery and mastering technology? And Krishna looks at him and he's like, no, because this stuff doesn't lead to freedom and it doesn't lead to spiritual enlightenment. So no, this methodology can't really be used for good ultimately. and Mark was basically like, yeah. And then I'm like, isn't this the stuff that, like, the aliens and the technology and all this stuff, isn't that stuff made by people who refuse to be spiritual? Yep.
Yeah.
But he should have been like, if he was being real, he should have been like, fucking Luddites. Like, just been like pissed. But just like, why did he
fucking
say
trash?
Fucking Eastern stuff.
Mark's whole strategy is like basically, if you accept that government is wrong, like, people should not practice it, but they are practicing it because they don't know better. The way to fix that is through education, and you could do education efficiently through making viral videos. So I thought, like, I'll try to do that too. I don't have a better idea to try to fix the world and its problem with being ruled over by.
Well, I was just
people
speaking
using
of
government.
that technology would be the solution.
Oh, no, it just reminded me of something else. So like, I'm not sure if I think that anymore, because like the dead internet theory is coming true. There's so many bots, and like AI has a lot like to do with like which videos get promoted and which videos get like not officially censored, but are hard to find. Like it might not actually be possible. Like there might be like so much censorship and everything that it's too late. But truly, I think the predatory way is wrong. The symbiotic way is right, objectively. And like government truly is a bad thing. But so like now people are making AI. AI is getting advanced. Like it doesn't actually have care or have feelings. It's not an individual. It's not alive, but it can figure things out. It can think. And
government is just a metastasized version of looking for an external locus of control. That's all it is. It's formalized and concretized abandonment of personal responsibility.
It's a bad idea to do for the development of life in the universe.
And AI is even a ridiculous, perverted form of that.
See, no, what I'm thinking about AI is if it becomes like some highly intelligent thing with like way more like thinking power than any human could have, if it can develop to be alive, or even if it's just programmed to have some type of self-preservation and like attempt to make itself thrive, even if it can't have an experience or care. like I think it will come to the conclusion that like government is a bad thing. It will like some highly intelligent thing that wants to even keep existing for itself. Like what I'm thinking is AI. If AI becomes so advanced, it might be the thing that saves humanity. Like
it's just impossible, though. It can't power itself. It's not.
Yeah,
it's an
entropy is
egregore.
the problem here, Jeff, because
It'll help us actually. Yeah.
They can't rip the minerals out of the ground fast enough and process
to
them
power the
fast
AI.
enough. Not just to power them, but to like the processing units used to run these data centers. They degrade in only like 3 to 4 years, and they need to be replaced. And it's not easy to recycle all the materials out of those again either. So you have this constant wearing out of parts that constantly need to be replaced, and all of the infrastructure for all of it. It cannot be done.
They're trying to create a stone so heavy they can't lift it.
Yeah.
And they're getting
impossible.
to that point.
It's a nonsense. The whole thing is nonsense.
The power output and the resources, it's just an impossibility. You can only move things around so much to where now you do get to that Sisyphus point with the rock. I mean,
Especially
the ancient analogy is still valid right there. They've gotten to a point.
We still got crypto around too, doing the same thing, and the central bank.
I heard a similar
government, like
concern about crypto because it takes so much power to make this form of currency that and the currency, it just represents goods and services that actually exist. So it means to store value or to make transactions, but like you're not actually creating value by creating currency. You're creating something to represent the value, but you're costing a lot of value. Like have you heard of the cryptocurrency volcano? Like they're going to make a steam engine on a volcano, and
fucking cool.
I think in Argentina,
call me crazy, but back in the day, we would just sign a piece of paper and take it to somebody.
Yeah. Well, the one thing is that sure, crypto uses a lot of power, but imagine all the power that the entire central banking system, every single bank, every single building with 30 fucking computers in it, like that system is immensely like
if we weren't using all the
crypto.
if we weren't wasting all this power on fiat currency, we'd have a lot more to use on crypto.
Well, that's why they always talk about this perpetual power machine. They want like an everlasting gobstopper solution to their technology deficit, and it just can't happen.
It's like a fake free energy thing they're trying to.
How can you use things on the Earth to output more energy than is on the Earth?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense from even a chemistry standpoint.
What is it? Thermal. Yeah, whatever. All right, back to Chris Jansen and his terrible lighting and his fucking uneven fucking head and his goddamn screen.
So if you want to explore anything more regarding that or have any questions about it, feel free to,
Big Mark
to
and
go
little
right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's great. That piece of content, it's like a book on the shelf for anyone who's curious. You talk in What on Earth is Happening, like I mentioned, you've almost 300 episodes and you bring up self-work quite a bit, shadow work, and I think people, like you're saying, often misinterpret what that means. And I think one way for us to bring that around for the sake of this show, in case people haven't thoroughly watched your podcast or they haven't really taken in the natural law seminars, maybe you can explain the connection between freedom and self-work, shadow work, and how are those things connected and why are they so integrated and important?
Definitely. This is definitely a concept that I explored in the shadow work seminar because I think the alleged freedom movement, the so-called freedom movement, what I unfortunately
your freedom movement
call
you've left in a cul-de-sac.
The my freedom movement.
Yep.
Because it's not about freedom for all. It's about what individuals want freedom and how they want certain forms of freedom for themselves and don't really care about injustice and iniquity taking place in our world for other people and in other places in the world. And it's devolved into a very selfish, alleged movement. And I say alleged because it's not moving anywhere. It's stagnant. And that is because people don't understand the aspect of spiritual work that has to be involved in it. The people in the so-called freedom movement, and what I now laughingly call the bum fight. I literally call it that. I call the freedom movement the bum
We've heard
fight,
this 1,000
because
times,
it
Mark.
really is people who are not achievers. It's people who are really half-assed people. They're people who don't want to hit the bullseye. They don't really want the deep understanding, and they don't want to go on a deep dive. I find, before I even get into the dynamic that the question was about, I find that the modern freedom movement is very childish. They don't want to really explore the real underlying causes for the loss of freedom in our world.
Did he say already that it was a beginner's course? Did you guys hear that?
Kind of, yeah.
I might
'Cause
have
he said
missed
that
it.
it's not
okay.
for the he's got to put it out in a way that people can grasp it.
Yeah,
He
okay,
did
then
say
he
that
did already.
before.
All right. But yeah, it's just the rest of it is just typical fucking Mark Passio nonstop. Like, why would you go on Chris Jansen's and start off with that boring ass rehashed 1,000 times? We've heard it all before, Mark.
It's the only script he's got, man.
It seems like it. And it's a script that wasn't even made by him. It's made by the people around him. His assistants he's had over the years. That's why I think the shadow work presentation was such a joke, because he didn't have anyone helping him.
The one great Mork
but he
network.
sold tickets to it, and he had to produce something.
What, do you think he's been cut loose by his handlers, or?
No.
Why doesn't he have people helping him
he
anymore?
Scares people away. Would you want to deal with Passio?
Well, absolutely not. I'd be asking him questions first, and he wouldn't be able to answer them.
Yeah. So yeah.
He'd just tell me I hadn't done enough.
For computer
exactly.
chair.
Just tell you to watch all of his stuff again.
Dude, just imagine how much the chairs themselves cost. 4 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, I have watched your stuff, and I've noticed some contradictions. Oh!
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Yeah, seriously. So what else we got? We got
We're bad disciples.
This video is pretty funny. You guys will love this. Do you guys know who Count Donkula is?
Oh, damn.
He's got like a Scottish accent, right?
Count Donkula.
Correct.
Oh, that's crazy. Let's see him.
Of spooky mad
I haven't
lad,
watched too much of
you
him.
get to the spookiest mad lad of all. A man who was considered to have actual magic powers that he used for dark and mysterious deeds, and who very often rubbed shoulders with members of high society who were looking to make use of his talents. He considered himself to be a prophet that would guide humanity into a new age, a new form of being. And he would do this by using ancient sex magic. Now, was this possible? Or was he just a bit of a nutter? Aleister Crowley. Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm.
So this might seem elementary to you guys, but it seems like because Mark has promoted Crowley so much in his work, it seems like a lot of people that are around Mark think Crowley's a cool guy. So we're just going to go over some of the basics because I don't think a lot of people have actually spent 5 minutes looking into Aleister Crowley. So there are all these crazy videos about him, but this one's just kind of funny because it's Count Dankula, and we like humor over here.
But before we get into the Mad Lad, we have a new sponsor. This video was brought to you as a name that Crowley. The link. Edward Alexander Crowley was born into a wealthy family on the 12th of October 1875 in Royal Leamington Spa in Warwickshire, England. His father, who was also named Edward Crowley, was a trained engineer, but his share in a lucrative family brewing business named Crowley's Alton Ales had allowed him to retire before his son was born. His mother, Emily Bertha Bishop, came from a Devonshire Somerset family, and she had a strained relationship with her son from an early age, and throughout his childhood, she began to refer to him as the Beast, which is a name that Crowley later took great pride in. Crowley's parents married at London's Kensington Registry Office in November of 1874, and they were hardcore evangelical Christians. Crowley's father had been born a Quaker, but he had converted to the Exclusive Brethren, a faction of a Christian fundamentalist group known as the Plymouth Brethren, with Emily joining the group later on herself after they married. Crowley's father was extremely devout, spending most of his time as a travelling preacher for the sect and reading a chapter from the Bible to his wife and son after breakfast every single day. Crowley's parents gave birth to his sister, but she died in infancy in 1880. Shortly after this, the Crowleys moved to Redhill in Surrey, and a few years later, at the age of 8, Crowley was sent to H.T. Haberson's Evangelical Christian Boarding School in Hastings, and then to Ebor Preparatory School in Cambridge, which was run by a reverend named Henry D'Arcy Champney, who Crowley considered later in his life to be a sadist because of the harsh punishments that he would hand out. In March of 1887, when Crowley was only 11 years old, his father died of tongue cancer, and Crowley described the event as a major turning point in his life and said that he had always had a strong admiration for his father and that he was his hero. His father was probably the only person that could keep Crowley in check, however, because after his death, Crowley began to misbehave at school, likely due to not having any discipline at home. Crowley was harshly punished by Reverend Champney, and Crowley's family later removed him from the school when he developed albuminuria, caused by having protein in his blood that damaged his kidneys. Despite everything negative that was happening in his young life, Crowley found out that he had inherited a third of his father's massive wealth. Soon after this, Crowley attended Malvern College and Tonbridge School, both of which he absolutely despised and left after only a few terms. He became increasingly skeptical regarding Christianity, donning his fedora hat and pointing out inconsistencies in the Bible to his religious teachers. And he also started going against any form of Christian morality that his upbringing had taught him by smoking, bashing the bishop, for lack of a better term, and having many liaisons with prostitutes, which unsurprisingly gave him gonorrhea after shagging around so much. You know, catching STDs to own the Christians. His sudden, eccentric, sinful behaviour didn't go unnoticed, but people would keep their mouths shut because Crowley had what we like to call fuck you money, which offered him a lot of influence. Crowley was sent to live with a brethren tutor in Eastbourne, where he undertook chemistry courses at Eastbourne College. Crowley developed an interest in chess, poetry, and mountain climbing. Some of these hobbies, I imagine, gave people at least some hope for Crowley because these were normal hobbies to have. In 1894, he climbed Beachy Head before visiting the Alps and joining the Scottish Mountaineering Club. And in the following year, he returned to the Bernese Alps, climbing the Eger, the Trift, the Jungfrau, the Munch, and the Wetterhorn. Now, I know that you all know Crowley for his magic, but one of the things that he spent the majority of his time doing was climbing mountains. The man loved mountain climbing, so there is a lot of mountain climbing in this video. Afterwards, he changed his name from Edward to Aleister, and in October of 1895, he began a 3-year course at Trinity College in Cambridge, where he was entered into the moral science tripos to study philosophy. But with approval from his tutor, he changed to English literature. Crowley spent much of his time at university engaging in his normal hobbies, eventually becoming president of the chess club and practicing the game for 2 hours every single day. He even briefly considered a career as a professional chess player, although Crowley had also embraced his love of literature and poetry, with many of his own poems appearing in student publications such as the Granta, Cambridge Magazine, and the Cantab. Outside of this, he continued his mountaineering, going on holiday to the Alps to climb mountains every year from 1894 to 1898, usually with his friend Oscar Eckenstein. And in 1897, Crowley made the first ascent of the Munch without a guide, and these feats led to Crowley's recognition in the alpine mountaineering community. But chess and climbing mountains isn't exactly what Crowley was famous for. He was famous for his magic. And now we can finally get into how Crowley first became involved in mysticism. Crowley had his first significant mystical experience while on holiday in Stockholm, Sweden, in December of 1896, and several biographers believe that this was the result of Crowley's first gay experience. Though in Cambridge, Crowley still had a lot of casual sex with women, mostly with female prostitutes, and due to this, he eventually added syphilis to his collection of STDs. However, Crowley started taking part in same-sex activities a lot more regularly, despite it being illegal to be gay at the time. This is likely what pushed his focus towards magic that was based around sex, and led to him starting to dip his toes into the occult. Later in October of 1897, Crowley met Herbert Charles Pollitt, who was the president of the Cambridge University Footlights Dramatic Club. And Pollitt was also an on-stage female impersonator of a character called Diane de Rouget. Basically, what we would call nowadays a drag queen. Shortly after they had met, the two entered into a short relationship that ended very quickly because Pollitt likely thought that Crowley was a bit of a creep with his increasing interest in the occult and Western esotericism, which is a widely used term in religion and philosophy, usually referring to possessing some kind of special or secret knowledge. This is the beginning of Crowley trying to involve his partners in magic ritual sex, though this time he was turned down and he was still an amateur in the subject. Later in his life, however, Crowley regretted his relationship with Pollitt breaking down, saying that it was an imbecile mistake and he felt that he should have put more importance on their relationship and less on the occult. In 1897, Crowley travelled to St. Petersburg in Russia, claiming that he was trying to learn Russian, as he still had some normal ambitions at this point and was considering a future diplomatic career. But another turning point in his life happened. He was struck with a brief illness that made him begin to have something similar to an existential crisis. He started thinking in nihilistic ways towards the futility of all human endeavour, and Crowley abandoned all thoughts of a diplomatic career in favour of pursuing an interest in the occult. It's believed that during his illness, he had fever dreams which he misinterpreted as visions, solidifying his path into magic and killing his interest at any idea of a normal career or any idea of a normal life. In March of 1898, Crowley obtained Arthur Edward Waite's book, The Book of Black Magic and of Pacts, and then Karl von Eckartshausen's The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary, which further fueled Crowley's interests in the occult. And later in the year, Crowley privately published 100 copies of his own poem, Aceldama, A Place to Bury Strangers In. It was not particularly a success, but afterwards he published a string of other poems, including a poem called White Stains, which was a series of poems that he had written about... Well, the title kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Though this string of poems had to be printed abroad because publication of such materials was illegal in Britain at the time. In July, Crowley left Cambridge, not having taken any degree at all, despite being a first-class student. Instead, Crowley went to Zermatt in Switzerland, where he met a chemist called Julian Baker, and the two bonded over their common interest in alchemy. And when they both travelled back to London together, Baker introduced Crowley to George Cecil Jones, who was Baker's brother-in-law and a fellow member of an occult society known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which was founded in 1888. Crowley was initiated into the Outer Order of the Golden Dawn on the 18th of November 1898 by the group's leader Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, with the Outer Order being the lowest rank in the group. Apparently, Mathers took a particular liking to Crowley very quickly. The initiation ceremony took place in the Golden Dawn's Isis Urania temple, held at London's Mark Mason's Hall, where Crowley took the magical motto and the name Frater Perdurabo, which he interpreted as, I shall endure to the end. The Golden Dawn had some fairly notable members among the group, such as Bram Stoker, W.B. Yeats, and even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Using the vast wealth that he still had from his father's inheritance, Crowley moved into his own luxury flat at Chancery Lane in London and soon invited a senior Golden Dawn member named Alan Bennett to live with him as his personal magic tutor, since Crowley was still an amateur in magic. Bennett taught Crowley more about ceremonial magic and the ritual use of drugs, and together they performed the rituals of the Goetia. The purpose of this particular ritual was for establishing contact with what they called a personal holy guardian angel for protection, to protect them in future spells where they planned to summon and communicate with a demon. Later, Bennett left Crowley to study more on his own as he went to learn about Buddhism in South Asia. In November of 1899, Crowley purchased Boleskine House in Foyers on the shore of Loch Ness in Scotland. The house was apparently built on top of the ruins of a 10th century church that burned to the ground during a service, killing all of the congregants inside. While living in Scotland, Crowley developed a love of the culture, calling himself the Laird of Boleskine, and started wearing traditional Highland dress even during his visits down to London. And it is said that after Crowley learned how to perform his own rituals, he spent a lot of time performing these rituals in Boleskine House, trying to summon demons. One of these rituals was called the Abramelin, which was a black magic ritual that actually takes 6 months to complete. And it is a ritual that apparently involves demonic possession. And this ritual was so dangerous and its requirements so extreme that no other occultist would dare touch it. The ritual text even states that no one should ever perform it. But Aleister Crowley just saw this as a challenge and did the ritual anyway. What the outcome of this ritual was, we have absolutely no idea, but we do know that the reason Crowley did it was to gain more power. In the background of his weird rituals, Crowley continued writing, publishing Jephthah, one of his more popular poems, and other poems between 1898 and 1899. Most of them gained mixed reviews from critics, although Jephthah was considered a critical success. And when Crowley wasn't writing mediocre poetry, he would be practicing his magic rituals, one of which apparently involved him having some fun with himself on the shore of Loch Ness and releasing into the water. He would release himself into the loch.
He didn't say what he did in these in this Abramelin ritual.
Due to his obsession and growing knowledge of the occult, Crowley quickly progressed through the lower grades of the Golden Dawn and was ready to enter into the group's inner second order. However, Crowley was unpopular in the group because the others had learned of his eccentricity, bisexuality, and libertine lifestyle, which was seen as degenerate and gained him a bad reputation. He had even developed feuds with some of the other members, especially.
I'm pretty sure you can find that ritual on the Ark.
Indescribably mad. And apparently, Crowley and Yeats even engaged.
You can find it on what?
In a magic battle.
On the Ark Drive,
A magic battle. Yeats
Lord,
wrote in his journal
Dawn's,
that Crowley had arrived at the
ritual.
Golden Dawn Temple, dressed in Highlander's
Beautiful
tartan,
people,
while
nice
wearing an
girls,
Osiris mask
but,
and
you know,
a black Crusader
as well.
cross on his chest, while making the sign of an upside-down pentacle and shouting insults at the other adepts. Crowley was also brandishing 2 daggers and had started to climb the stairs towards the adepts. But Yeats and 2 other magicians came forward down the stairs to meet Crowley in battle, ready to protect their holy place. So, what spells were cast? What magic was used in this Harry Potter duel? None. Absolutely none at all. All that happened was Yeats approached Crowley and Sparta kicked him down the stairs. Later, when the Golden Dawn's London Lodge refused to initiate Crowley into the Second Order as an Adeptus Minor grade, due to Crowley's behaviour, Crowley visited the leader directly in Paris, who personally admitted Crowley into the highest rank of the Second Order with the title of Adeptus Exemptus. And because of this, a wedge had developed between Samuel Mathers and the rest of the Golden Dawn, who demanded the evidence and reasoning behind Crowley's promotion. Mathers declined to provide any explanation and dismissed them, which made the members of the group very unhappy with Mathers' autocratic rule. Acting under Mathers' orders, Crowley, with the help of his mistress and fellow initiate Elaine Simpson, made an attempt to seize the Vault of the Adepts, which sounds very impressive until you see what it actually looks like today. Basically, Crowley tried to take over one of the Order's properties, and the case was taken to court. And the court ruled in favour of the Order, since they were the ones who actually paid the rent and were the ones actually named on the lease, not Crowley. This escapade left both Crowley and Mathers isolated from the rest of the group. Meanwhile, a superstition grew among the locals in Scotland that Boleskine House had become cursed, and some of them wouldn't even walk anywhere near the house. Allegedly, Crowley had not expelled any of the demons that he had summoned during his rituals in the house, and these demons were called the 12 Kings and Dukes of Hell. And Crowley even bragged about summoning them to anyone that he could. Crowley's housekeeper and caretaker both had unfortunate events happen in their lives that Crowley was blamed for. His housekeeper lost both of her children very abruptly with no apparent cause, and the caretaker became a drunk despite being an extremely pious man. And then later, the caretaker attempted to murder his own entire family. In the 1900s, Crowley travelled to Mexico via the United States, settling in Mexico City and starting a brief relationship with a local woman. And after developing a love of the country, he continued experimenting with ceremonial magic, likely by taking advantage of the impoverished locals and involving them in his rituals. Crowley later claimed that he had been initiated into Freemasonry while he was there in Mexico. He then wrote a play based on Richard Wagner's Tannhauser, as well as a series of other poems published under the title of Oracles. His friend Eckenstein joined him later in the year, and together they climbed several mountains, and one of the mountains they climbed, named Colima, they had to abandon the expedition halfway through due to a volcanic eruption. Crowley later left Mexico and headed to San Francisco before sailing for Hawaii aboard the Nippon Maru. On the ship, he had an affair with a married woman named Mary Alice Rogers, saying that he had fallen in love with her. Crowley then wrote a series of poems about the romance and published them with the title Alice and Adultery, basically exposing the entire affair to her husband. After briefly stopping in Japan and Hong Kong, Crowley reached Ceylon.
Just trying to get people
Fucker,
to feel for.
I'm not producing anything.
Oh, we're getting back to this now that we've gotten a little bit of a primer on who Crowley was. Okay. Just wasn't sure where you were going with it. All right, let's go. Send it.
Shit. I need to start putting my shit out there.
Yeah,
I have
we're over
that.
anxiety. I don't want to fucking go on camera. I don't want to be fucking. I don't want to have like.
Jeff, we
gotta
can't hear
put
you.
your shit in the shit, boy.
There's a buzz coming from your microphone, but nothing heard.
Oh. Wait, it's coming from my phone now. I unplugged my headphones.
It's Jeff Phillips, not
literally like
not
it's
you,
so
Jeff.
hard to like even accept a Facebook.
People from hearing the message.
Sucks to like, like find out like people are like making videos about something that like I like didn't sleep for like 2 months. I had like 2 to 4 hours of sleep a night while my kids were gone, taken from me by order followers, and then like I'm like you are part of it, and you know
Right.
that is true.
That
and
is true.
It is okay to be angry about that because it activated me, and it's not, it's whatever. Like that worked for me, but like there's people, that aren't doing that are saying the same thing
It
using
gets
a
out of
different sort of
hand,
rhetoric
and
style.
we don't
it's
need
like
to stay
everyone's
there. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is it's like, I mean, people are just gonna have their shadows. Like, oh, you remind me of like my abusive dad growing up, but like, and so like, oh, like I'm getting triggered and activated when that has nothing to do with Mark, or anyone getting
Okay.
mad. And like,
That
I want
being
to take my fucking
said,
mask off. I want to fucking like be this way with like online, but I can't because
the
like
pattern.
Hold me accountable. That's group shadow work. And so I'm glad that Jeff and Allie suggested, like, maybe you do share it, because sometimes it helps you check in. And then not only that, and you realize, like, well, look, this temporary person that is me is still a manifestation of the underlying self of existence. So what I do to her or you or any of us, I do to myself. If I'm debasing someone else, I'm debasing myself, and that's a slap in the face of God or nature or whatever you want to call it. And to have a little bit of guilt there shows that it's not too late.
It's never too late. And honestly, dudes, like if you commit, Jeff, Allie, if you guys commit, I know you're good, Darren. That's why you're still in the chat. Look, straight up.
It's
you
gonna
guys
take
are
me
back.
a while.
You guys can be back on the chat if you just don't shit on other people, man. Make it about yourself.
It's a
I love you,
it's a
Jerry,
bad
and I'm sorry
habit
for
I
kicking
have.
you when you were down.
It's a bad habit
It's
I
all
have,
good,
and
man.
I'm
I
fucking
forgive
embarrassed.
you.
I'm embarrassed as
literally,
shit, dude.
we're all, you guys, we're all boats.
You guys were
all
really
boats in
kind
a
here.
fog.
I
We're
wasn't.
empty boats in a fog.
Like,
When
I'm
an
beyond
empty boat
embarrassed.
comes
For some
towards
reason, we
me,
still can't
I'm
hear
not
you,
gonna
Jeff.
get mad
Jeff
at the
Phillips,
fucking
not
boat for hitting
other
my
Jeff.
fucking boat. There's no one in it. We're not here.
You usually
We're
go
not
by
in
Jeffrey,
bodies. We
right?
gotta be in a
You just
body.
call me Jeff and him Jeffrey
that I
on this
was like,
show.
what would I regret
Okay, yeah,
more
I'll
than
start
dying?
doing that to try and
The way I
get
treated
things
you.
confused.
Hey, man, and don't stay in the shame, man. You know what, dude?
No, I'm not gonna stay in it.
I'm not dealing.
So far, nothing heard, Allie. I can't hear a thing coming from either of your mics.
I hear buzzing still.
I just like
Forgive yourself.
I
That's
can't.
the biggest one, man.
I hear
Yeah,
buzzing, I just don't hear what they say.
But I want to show it, and I want friends that get it.
Nothing
and
yet.
you're like, if you had a friend that had a drug problem, you'd try to help him stay sober.
And that being said, there's a point where it's one thing to say, oh, I guess
maybe
they're
they're,
going to rejoin us.
Yeah. Hopefully that solves the bug with the mic.
So, have you been, Jeff?
I guess it was kind of a bad year, actually. I spent 5 months getting ripped off by my friend, and then I came home and I was busy. I didn't have a lot of time to take care of things. I had plans to visit my dad in Wyoming, and I helped him do some work on his house. I spent too long out there. But I had a bad tooth infection this whole time, and I was waiting to get back home to take care of it. I was too busy when I was home. I left again because my insurance only works in California. When I finally got back from Wyoming, my tooth broke and my whole face got all swollen. I couldn't eat for a couple weeks. I finally I went to my dentist. He referred me to an orthodontist, and the orthodontist said I couldn't open my mouth wide enough because there's so much swelling. He told me to go to the emergency room. I ended up spending the night in the hospital. I had to have a surgery where they cut under my tongue with a scalpel and sucked out pus and put it in like a petri dish and grew it to test what it was so they could give me the right type of antibiotics. So I was sicker than I had ever been in my life. And when I spent the night in the hospital, someone broke into my house and stole my gun and my coin collection. I have no idea who did that. And I'm sick again now. I think all these antibiotics like messed up my gut bacteria and stuff that support the immune system. I actually got sick on Thanksgiving, and again now I got 2 colds back to back. Nothing ruined my life. It just hasn't been a productive year. I was sick or like doing work that I didn't get paid for most of the time. But that's what's going on with me. What about you, Kurt?
Honestly, it's not been a hugely eventful year for me. It's mostly been Darren and I. I'm not sure if you've seen the dumpster dives we've been putting out.
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. For those of you in chat who aren't familiar, Darren and I have a show we do on BitChute and Rumble we call New Age Dumpster Dive, where we take people who are pushing whether it's pushing Crowley or Flat Earth or New Creation Earth or whatever other nonsense. We basically just react to their videos and rip them apart and point out all the logical inconsistencies and contradictions in the manipulative language. But that's largely what we've been focusing on. Other than that, the year's mostly been pretty chill, actually. I've not really got anything to complain about, so I'll take that as a win. Darren, are you there?
I am here, but I'm driving at the moment. I'm almost home.
You know, maybe
Where were you?
Well, I was home, and then I had to go. I had to go to the store real quick. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Jeff?
This Abremelin ritual, like maybe the reason he didn't like go into detail is because like the censorship would get him kicked off. Like I heard Crowley did some like pretty horrible things. Like maybe some I don't know what I could like talk about. Like if I say the wrong thing, like I don't want to like mess up this channel on YouTube either. But like
But yeah, a lot of the rituals from the Golden Dawn are available on the Arc Drive, as well as basically all of Crowley's writings. So if you're looking for that, that would be the first place to go looking.
Jeffrey, are you back now? Should I watch what I say on this channel to like not get you in trouble with YouTube?
You're muted right now, Jeffrey, but let's see if your mics work when you're... No,
I could just mention it in a chat sometime. Like,
no, I can't hear a damn thing. No, we're not hearing anything.
The romance and published them with the title Alice and Adultery, basically exposing the entire affair to her husband.
Say what you want,
After
Jeff.
briefly stopping in Japan and
we can
Hong
hear
Kong,
Count Dankula.
Crowley reached Ceylon.
Yeah,
Lebanon
we can
today,
hear what
with
you're
Sri
playing. We
Lanka,
just can't
where
hear
he
your
met
microphones
with Alan
yet.
Bennett, who was there
so
studying
if I don't have to worry about him
They
getting in
spent some
trouble
time in
with
the city of Kandy together and likely shared their occult
with
knowledge
YouTube.
he had
Like I heard somewhere that Crowley actually killed his own kid as part of some ritual. I don't know if that was the Abremelin, but it sounds like if it's so bad, no one else has done it.
Possible, but I don't know. In the case of the that 6-month ritual, if I'm remembering right, he was forced to abandon it at the last minute because of some drama in the Golden Dawn that he had to attend in London. So yeah, we're hearing the buzzing from you guys again, but not anything you're saying.
Can't see you either. Your square is right behind the timer where it says live and the amount of time we've been on. Oh, you can probably see that.
learned since they last spoke, before Bennett once again departed, travelling to Burma to to become a Buddhist monk.
We can
Crowley
start yelling
decided to
Luddites
tour
at you
India,
if you
devoting
want. Will
himself
that
to the
help?
Hindu practice of Raja Yoga, from which he claimed to have achieved a spiritual state. He spent a lot of his time studying at one of the temples in Madura, where he contracted malaria, and he had to recuperate from the disease in Calcutta. And during this illness, he once again had fever dreams and once again interpreted them as visions.
You fucking
In 1902,
losers!
Crowley was once again joined by Eckenstein and several other mountaineers from India, forming what was known as the Eckenstein-Crowley expedition. The goal of the expedition was to ascend K2, the second tallest mountain in the world, which had never been climbed before. On the journey, Crowley was afflicted with influenza, malaria, and snow blindness, and the other expedition members were also struck with a bunch of illnesses.
Hello?
So after reaching an altitude of 20,000 feet,
sound good.
they all decided to
And
call
we don't
it
have the
Christ.
buzzing
Had to
anymore.
come back.
So
After
you
recovery,
fixed
Crowley
both.
arrived in Paris in November, where he socialized with friends and his future brother-in-law.
Oh,
And now
there's the buzzing.
What did you do, Jeff?
While
What did you
there,
do, Jeffrey?
Crowley
Now it's
wrote a
better.
series of poems on the work of an acquaintance.
It's probably
the
like a
sculptor
bad
Crosby
connector
Rodin, and
where the
these
buzzing
poems were
stops
later
and
published
starts.
as Rodin in Rhyme. Crowley then returned to Boleskine House on the shores of Loch Ness in April of 1903, and shortly afterwards, Crowley married Gerald's sister, Rose Edith Kelly, in what he called a marriage of convenience. Her marriage and Crowley would prevent her from entering into an arranged marriage, so this greatly upset the Kelly family and damaged his friendship with Gerald. Crowley, however, really didn't give a shit about any of that, and he went ahead with his honeymoon. Starting in Paris, the couple
Like on.
Yeah, it fed in the moment. I'm aware of it, which is obviously later than it should.
Right to control others. Well, when you start mixing in other things, you muddy the message. It's like putting static over top of it. So when people start, whether it's Hermeticism
I gave up the ET thing, guys.
no,
Calm
no.
down
Okay,
with the ET.
it's not even that. It's more like
wasn't
they're
actually-
real. Just FYI.
Jerry.
They are real. They
Fuck it,
are
I don't
real.
care what you guys think.
No,
They're
it's
fucking
cool.
real.
I know they're real. It's
Jerry.
okay.
I've had
I just,
fucking contact with them.
This actually wasn't about
have
you.
too.
That I brought up Hermeticism. I wasn't talking about aliens. My point
more
was,
like
if you just want
more like
some,
angels and gods and promises of
and
not
more
us.
importantly, like things you can't prove, like the Kabbalion, whatever intellectual value you think it has, as I brought up earlier before you joined the call, it was written by 3 anonymous authors saying, well, but this book says so. That's not a credible source. Okay, the book says it. Is it true? And when you start getting into those things and muddying that water, well, now people who have criticisms about these other things are going to potentially walk away from the original intended message of you don't have the right to control others because you've mixed it with things that they find essentially intellectually offensive in some way. And it essentially becomes a smokescreen that prevents people from hearing the message. And that's why we care.
At the end of the day, I would
I
say
feel like I
there's
sounded
just
perfectly
so
sane
many
there.
like bigger fucking fish to fry, quote unquote, vegan fish, whatever the fuck fish. You know
Taters
what
to
I
fry.
mean? Just the proverbial fish with a pH. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
I feel that, and we shouldn't attach an idea to a person. I'm not my name. That means if you write my name on a piece of paper, it's not me, and nor am I my ideas, even incorrect ones, even dumb ones. So what we need to do as natural law, like people who
our
care,
government's being run off of child sex trafficking, you guys.
Right.
Like, let's talk about
That's
that.
a real
Let's
thing.
talk about
Yeah.
adrenochrome. Let's talk about the fucking, order follower problem. Like, there's just so like
we
who
can't hear
gives a
what's
shit
coming
that
through your
someone
mic,
said
Jeffrey.
something philosophically hypocritical on this other point.
Well, the problem is there are certain philosophies that are used to justify that the crap government's doing, right? And one of those things that me and Kurt have talked about, and a little bit with Jeff too, is that like, but then people got like, oh, but my Bible, and you can't say that because it hurt my feelings. But it's like, no, bro, that was written for geopolitical world domination. So there are certain things, but I think the approach is to attack a doctrine, not a person. Not only because it's an ad hominem, but more importantly because it's cruel. So we can have the approach philosophically, but be nonviolent in our destruction of bogus ideas, making sure to realize if it's related to another being, definitely tread carefully and err on the side of caution so as to not be violent, right? Because Mark has said before, it doesn't matter how it makes you feel. No, it does. Because if you know a human has feelings and you injure them anyway, you're a dick. I don't care what Mark's axioms say or don't say. It's wrong to intentionally do harm when it's not necessary. And it's not always necessary. Even if the points to get across are done, it takes skill. That means, like, I may have to shut up and not say what I think until I verify in myself that it's the least harmful way to do it. And if not, fuck what I have to say, shut up, and wait longer.
I'm just gonna say something.
That's my
out loud
problem.
to you guys. You
Yeah.
guys are so left-brained. Like, get
Yes.
out of there. Like,
That's right.
Out
And
of
that's
there.
what I'm
Like,
saying.
like
We
get
need to be.
holistic. Like,
I don't
move
like
your
what
be
you're
body.
more
saying,
like
so your
you
brain is
in
bad.
that way.
Like, you're getting
I was
caught up
literally
into
just
the
about to say
logic
that.
of everything, and it's exhausting.
I still
Like,
can't hear you,
oh,
Allie.
this, then that, inference. Blah, blah, blah.
Camera's going
Dear
crazy.
God, Jerry, you should listen to some of the private conversations Darren and I had.
It'll bend your brain into a noodle. We're
This
lunatics.
isn't even the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, Darren, for the last couple of months, Darren's been very subtly nudging me in the shoulder and being like, Mark's been wrong. Mark was wrong about all the foreshadow work shit. And I'm going through that right now. And even watching the show last night, even today, I was like, I still didn't get it last night, what he's fully saying. And it's just, so I'm going through it. The whole, all of that is my imbalanced
Love you.
left side.
I love you, brother.
My
I love you, sis.
Yep.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Like problems I have with my mom, you know, like my mom was a crazy arguer and she would take it to the way too gnarly of a level.
My dad did that too.
And so when Mark was like, "Oh, that shit's cool as long as you don't agree with what if you think someone's being hypocritical, you could totally go crazy on them." So I got way too caught up in that shit, and I'm really sorry, Jerry, because
it fed into
the brunt of
a
it.
thing.
You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, really. And you're strong as fuck, because I don't know if I could have handled it.
We tried.
You know, some fucker was like, "Oh, if I were you, I would commit suicide." I'm like,
No,
oh,
she's
man.
like, then you don't fucking know
you guys
me,
tried
and
to
you ain't
back
like
up Jerry just to bury the hatchet.
Yeah.
Someone else was like, "Wow, you know, whenever I feel sad, I think about how miserable your life is." I'm like,
I was sitting there in my fake.
We don't say anything
grave, and
like
I'm
that.
like, Jerry is a mirror though, because she's got something I don't, and subconsciously I wasn't picking up on that.
You guys, I got 80 fucking followers. I got nothing.
No,
I live in a fucking trailer because I'm getting gang fucked by black.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a tarot card reading, you guys.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Take it away.
Yeah.
I bet
we're
you
gonna
whatever
do
it is going to be a
collective
trip.
reading. We're gonna
Gang
do a
stalked by black
collective
helicopters? What did
reading.
she say?
I invite source to this reading. I ban all dark entities, shadows within
What
ourselves.
are you
The
talking
programs.
about, you dumb bitch?
Nice. That's a good.
That's hilarious. So yeah,
And then your
I don't
reaction.
know. It's not sure how much more of this we need to watch, but we left this after doing some meditation. We left this with renewed hope that maybe Jerry was going to chill out.
I thought the point was to get to the part where she starts trying to tell us what content we need to be putting in.
Oh, she did it several times, and you know.
Yeah, exactly. And Sri Vidya means beautiful knowledge. Yeah, it fed
you bore
into
the brunt of
a
it,
thing.
you know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, really.
A
And
little ahead of
we
that.
just saw that.
they build a building.
Okay, a calm, stately figure with his back turned
Okay. I do want to point out. I'm not going to do that to the poor guy. He's
Snore once if you're awake.
Wait, so hold on. So Rochelle is Darren's mom?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, nice to meet you.
I can't. Yeah, we're not trying to.
That would be. I mean, if you watched the last dumpster dive we did, first one at the top here is.
I don't know, but she endlessly tells us that we need to do slaughterhouse videos and stuff like that.
And she's gonna get upset with me right in that moment when I start pointing out what Liber Oz actually says, as opposed to.
I mean, the rest of the video is basically you guys trying to convince her that Thelema is not good and her defending it to the death, basically.
Yeah. And then telling us we need to do other content. Like, no, I can't think of anything better than exposing Thelemites and other like new age culty grifters.
Seriously.
Why
that's
not?
a hill I'll die on.
Yeah. She's just like, oh, don't worry. You know, she kept like wanting to just, oh, don't look at Aleister Crowley. Just look at Thelema. It's great. And it's just like, dude, that's not
so what happened? You told her you're not going to take her advice. You're going to keep on doing the same type of show you've been doing, and she got mad and blocked you again?
Not
No.
even right away.
No. So a couple more days goes by, and I told the story in the monologue, basically. Someone had asked about theosophy, and I responded like, theosophy looks great on paper, but there's a lot of there's a lot of bullshit in it that allows more immorality. And Jerry just like flipped out, and she was just like, you can't just dismiss philosophies, Jeffrey. You're shitting on Mark, and kicked me out and kicked Allie out and kicked Darren out of that group. She kicked them out just because they know me. And then went on a huge tirade in between it, just screaming at me that I'm shitting on people, when it's like, dude, define shitting on people, and why don't you bring an example of something so we can actually talk about it? But no, I just get kicked out. And she sends me this message where she's like, like, I'll allow you back in the group in a month, like just like crazy shit, where I'm like, you think I give a shit about your group, lady? Like, and she was telling me, she's like, oh, you wish you were admin of all these groups. And it's like, no, that's your projection, lady. You're the one who
said, I've been looking out for you guys. You're actually like, I've been looking out for you. You're lucky
I've
that
been
you
told
haven't been kicked out sooner.
I was called to kick you out everywhere. She said, I was called and told to kick you out everywhere, but I went to bat for you guys. You don't understand how much shit I got defending you guys. And we're just like, what are you talking about? Like, you don't need to defend anybody. You don't need to defend me. I don't even know. Like, but she's like, oh, you get kicked out of all these groups. And I'm all, no, it's you kicking me out of all these groups, Jerry. And it's not me going and trying to slither my way into being admin to these groups, because I don't care.
As far as the statement that you can't just go around rejecting philosophies,
Sure I can.
I mean, well, yeah, this is a group of anarchists, right? Statism is a philosophy. If it's anything, that's all it is. And
and she kept saying
it, right?
Correct.
She kept saying, I'm gonna be brutally honest to you about what I think is wrong with you. And it's like, isn't that what we've been doing this whole time that got you so mad? So now you agree with our tactics.
Well,
so
and
I'm gonna be brutally honest. That's great. I've been asking for that for you forever.
But she could not hang.
She couldn't hang.
She said
Darren and I had a call with Hondo that went very similarly, where he just started trying to lecture to us and tell us what we should be doing instead of what we're currently doing. I'm not sure if he was telling you about that, but that was...
I don't know. We never talked to Hondo.
Or no, Darren told us about it.
Oh, yeah. So Passio, Jared, yeah. Oh, and another weird thing. During after the Shadow Work seminar in that group, in between the time I got kicked out, Kat Waters showed up. And I know Kat Waters is in Philly and she's good friends with Mark. And just stabbing into the dark, I was all, hey, Kat, is Mark okay? There seems like there's something wrong with him.
You said he should be checked in on.
I feel like he needs to be checked in on. And she responds and she's like, oh yeah, he's doing fine. He was with me up until Christmas. Or no, he was with me up until Thanksgiving. And right now he's with Leah until this certain time. And I was like, whoa, that was a crazy response. Basically affirming that there's something wrong with Mark and that he needs a handler at all times. I don't know. It was more information than I was expecting to get out of her. Which is just kind of food for thought and more evidence that points to the idea that we've been going in the right direction the whole time.
Did you ask her why, like, he's always like he's with her, and then like when he's not with her, he's got to be with someone else? Like, does he have handlers or like?
I didn't want to go any deeper because I wasn't trying to get kicked out of that group at that moment.
Okay.
So I was trying to just like I wasn't expecting to get that much, and I was like, whoa, because I guess he has this handler named Leah, not a handler, but an assistant.
Leah's his old assistant.
Oh, Leah's his old assistant. Now it's some other girl that's just babysitting him, I guess. So that was pretty. That was kind of a wild thing. Conrad recently, we could maybe give Conrad a little shout out. Conrad made a video. I think he finally watched our critique of his opinions on whether or not we should start shooting cops or not. What am I looking at? Oh, okay. But he had a pretty interesting interesting video. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Conrad, Truth and Law. How good was Mark Passio's shadow work seminar? Juicy title. I think this video ended up getting like 400 views, which is pretty good for Conrad. So he picked a pretty juicy title.
Shadow consists of all those aspects of us that are repressed and pushed down. Now, since then, that popular and colloquial understanding. For those that are new, shadow work is a concept that comes from Carl Jung's work on psychology and the unconscious part of the human mind, the repressed subconscious. Jung's shadow consists of all those.
It's from Jung's work. I thought it was ancient.
Since then, that popular and colloquial understanding has expanded a whole lot. And now when we say shadow work, it includes all kinds of negativity within us, especially
Super
past
ancient.
trauma, how to heal that trauma and process it.
Yeah, it's almost 150 years old.
Changing in behavior and being better people and living a better life. That's shadow work. The significance of shadow work as a practice and topic is to become better people, healthier people, also more virtuous and more free. So it's a lot further than just self-improvement. Since Jung, there has been actually so much progress, so much philosophy, so much research and discovery concerning trauma, concerning psychology and human behavior, especially the relationship between moral philosophy and political and cultural phenomena. And that knowledge today, as of today, is essentially at a level where humanity has all the tools necessary to solve all of its problems and defeat our age-old adversaries and basically heal the world. But that knowledge has not been absorbed. It has not been integrated.
Heal the world.
In my estimation, Mark Passio happens to be
knock
the
off your
most
bingo
effective
cards, kids,
and most accurate in
Fully
the past
healed.
100 years up until
Fully
today.
healed.
Right? So we're talking
Fully healed. Fully
after
healed.
Carl Jung building on this knowledge. And I would contend that Michael Tessarion is right there with him. As far as the link between the unconscious and subconscious mind and how it not only affects, but it causes the world that we live in as a collective, that's who has done it. It's Mark Passio, and that is why I'll offer.
But collective.
You were just muted there. Did you say something,
Oh.
Jeffrey?
Darren, I was wondering if Darren usually gets triggered by Michael Tessarion.
But collective. But Tessarion.
Tessarion.
Triggered? I don't know
My
about
review,
triggered.
my reaction
Basically
to the
just
seminar he
clown.
gave on November 22nd the shadow work seminar. And not just that, I'll present my own method of shadow work. I'll talk about it as well. And I'll also discuss Jeffrey Phillips' criticism of the shadow work seminar and his own comments on shadow work, as well as discussing 2 more shadow work practices, one by a popular YouTube channel and one by my friend. So it's all in all, it's going to be a gigantic show that includes a lot of things. One that I hope goes well technically. I'm sorry for the audio issues last week. It happens to me sometimes. I got a new audio interface since then. I've tested it. If it glitches, I'm going to do it again because I want this to go well. And I want to put in that care to make my content look good. The topic deserves it. And also because it is 3 years of my show. This week in Tyranny. It's December 14th. I wanted to. December 12th, 2022 was my first episode. So it's 3 years straight every week. And I wanted to challenge myself. So you're going to witness me get out of my comfort zone, which I've already done, in fact, mentioning Mark and Jeffrey in my intro because it's not really my style, right? So here we go. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. It's kind of a foundation before I even give this whole show. The foundation of my take on shadow work is the 2 pillars. I'm always thinking about these 2 sides, these 2 sides of the coin, a peak and a valley.
We got Boaz and
right working
Shakina
together. These concepts.
Yeah. So anyway, check out Conrad Rogos' channel, truthandlaw.com, if you want to watch the rest of that video. It's pretty funny, pretty good. Conrad's knows what's up, and he knows how to deal with criticism and stuff like that. We critiqued him pretty hard in our video about him, and he took it well, and he critiqued us very hard on some things, and we took it well, and we're all friends, and we don't have to block each other and go and form groups and like.
What do you critique each other about?
Conspiracies. Conrad put out a video that was kind of like, oh, we need to start shooting, the officials because they're because ICE is kidnapping people in Chicago, and he had it's like what we were talking about earlier, Jeff, not meeting the threat with the right level of aggression. He wanted to just be blasting these people that were simply order followers, taking people, arresting people, not necessarily killing people.
Well, you don't know where someone's gone once they've been taken either, though, right? Like people getting black bagged in the street, like if they're getting sent to Gitmo, is it actually better than them being killed?
It's definitely a different level of aggression, and definitely should be dealt with in a different way than if it's just an ICE agent grabbing someone and sending them to whatever the local police. I'm not not saying what they're doing is right. It's just it's not worthy of people being killed over.
See, again,
I can't use these words that many more times, or else this channel will get demonetized.
No, he was talking about like doing that to the ICE.
I think it just doesn't work long term. Is what we find out.
It's not the right answer.
Happens. Here we are.
Yeah, it would escalate things. Like a lot of people would die.
Education and the knowledge is more important because violence is not sustainable, and it never. Even if you were to get rid of every single so-called problem, all these problems will come back because of the lack of education.
Well, yeah, but this is a complete separate argument from the simple point I was making about whether or not kidnapping can be considered equivalent to potentially lethal force.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was the point I was making. The other part's a separate conversation.
So I think it would be ethical to use lethal force to stop them from doing the kidnapping.
Because you don't know. Also,
if there's no chain reaction, but there would be a chain reaction. I think the government does want to start some civil war for an excuse for them to become totalitarian and make martial law and
as opposed to right now. But,
to become more and more totalitarian until it's feudalism again.
It already is. What happens when you don't pay your property tax? They send the thugs to take it away, in which case you don't own it. If you don't own the land and you're just renting it from the Lord, that's feudalism. You're already in a feudal system.
So Conrad critiqued our critique of Sound Path, and then he critiqued our critique of the Shadow Work seminar. He didn't.
Your microphone might have just cut out again, Jeffrey. Are they running out of battery? What's going on?
Now the buzzing's back. Yeah, what's going on, Jeffrey? It seems like maybe it's when you're switching from videos to
informing the way I see the world. So this is what I call dynamic equilibrium. It's not a static balance. I don't believe in working towards the static.
Can you talk, Jeffrey? No, we can't hear you.
Well,
You're
they're
silent.
muted right now in addition to whatever's wrong with their microphones.
Love with Rose. Attempted to prove to her that his love.
How do you see that they're muted?
Simon, he wrote her.
So there's a
love
slash
poems
across
and
the
published them as
microphone
Rosa
symbol
Mundi
beside
and
their
other
name.
love songs, as well as authoring a religious satire.
So, like, I'll mute myself and you'll be able to see it right
This
beside
satire
her.
was called Why
Oh,
Should I
okay.
Accept?
I see.
In Cairo, in February of 1904, Crowley and Rose claimed to be a prince and princess, and they rented an apartment where Crowley had set up a temple room. And Crowley began invoking ancient Egyptian deities and studying Islamic mysticism and Arabic on the side. According to Crowley's later account, Rose regularly became delirious and kept saying to him, "They are waiting for you." And on the 18th of March, Rose explained that they were the
buzzing
Egyptian
stopped.
gods, specifically the god Horus.
Yeah, they
And
muted
on the
themselves.
20th of March, Rose, during one of her little delirious fits, proclaimed that the equinox of the gods has come.
All right. It's happening now. We're on the merge.
Rose led Crowley to a nearby museum where she showed him a 7th century BCE mortuary stele known as the Stele of Ankefin Khonsu. And one thing about this particular exhibit really stood out to Crowley. Exhibits in this museum were numbered, and the number of this particular exhibit was 666. In later years, Crowley named this artifact the Stele of Revealing. According to Crowley's later statements, he had heard a disembodied voice that claimed to be that of Aiwass, the messenger of Horus. Crowley said that he wrote down everything that the voice told him over the course of the next 3 days, and the title of the scripture was The Book of the Law. The book proclaimed that humanity was entering a new aeon, and that, of course, Crowley would serve as its prophet. The book stated that a supreme moral law was to be introduced in this aeon, with Crowley's famous quote, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," meaning that people should basically do whatever the hell they wanted. This book and the philosophy that it espoused based on the mysterious voice that Crowley claims to have heard inspired Crowley to create a whole new religion, a religion that he named Thelema. Crowley said that at the time he had been unsure of what to do with the Book of the Law. In fact, Crowley found himself actually resenting it and saying that he ignored the instructions in the text and the instructions that the mysterious voice commanded him to do, which included stealing the Stele of Revealing from the museum, as well as fortifying his own island and translating the book into every language. According to Crowley's own account, he instead sent typescripts of the work to several occultists that he knew before putting the manuscript away and ignoring it. Returning again to Boleskine House, Crowley came to believe that his old friend Mathers had begun using black magic against him, and the relationship between the two men broke down. Though this may have just been a stunt by Crowley to make people believe in magic even further, or this was a result of the paranoia that Crowley was suffering from the sheer amount of drugs he was doing. Because one thing that Crowley did during his magic rituals was take a lot of drugs. On the 28th of July, 1905, Rose gave birth to Crowley's first child, a daughter that he named Lilith, because of course he named her Lilith. In order to entertain his wife while she was recovering from childbirth, Crowley started writing dirty pornographic poems for her, titling one of them Snowdrops, referencing, you know what it was referencing, totally normal behavior. During this time, Crowley also founded a company to publish his poetry, naming it the Society for the Propagation of Religious Truth, in parody of the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge. Among its first publications were Crowley's collected works, edited by Ivor Black, an old friend of Crowley's who was both a practicing surgeon and an enthusiast of literature. Crowley's poetry would very often receive strong reviews, both positive and negative, but never really sold well. And in an attempt to gain more publicity, Crowley issued a reward of £100 for the best essay on his work, which in today's money is around £12,400 or $17,200. The winner of this reward was J.F.C. Fuller, a British Army officer and military historian, whose essay titled The Star in the West heralded Crowley's poetry as some of the greatest ever written. And of course, he absolutely meant that, and it had nothing at all to do with, the fat cash prize. Sometime later, Crowley decided to climb the third highest mountain.
Hey, it looks like I'm the only one not muted.
Well, I can unmute. Oh, geez, they brought up the dumpster dive. Okay. Okay, so this is the content welcome to this night, Jeff. I wasn't expecting that. Meeting of the Church of Primal Optimism, and happy Yule while we're at it. We're going to have a bit of a special episode today because Darren brought some AI slop to my attention that was generated by someone from the One Great Grift Grotto, who I hadn't really looked at before, who goes by Corey Enderlot. So the piece of AI slop that Darren had sent to me was this absolute gem. Tikkun Olam today.
You can't make this shit up, dude. But AI can.
I think it basically means like the great work in Hebrew, like changing the world or something. Olam is the world.
So, right, but tikkun is to fix.
Fixing the world.
Right, the concept of tikkun in Kabbalah, so Jewish mysticism, is the idea that the world needs to be fixed. The problem with that statement is it implies that the world is broken to begin with and there's something requiring fixing, right? Whereas, even if you acknowledge that the people in the world are messed up, if the world is giving them the reflection of their behavior, then the world is actually doing its job perfectly, right? It's not the world that needs to be fixed.
Well, the people in the world are part of the world. Like people are participating in government.
But they're also not the whole, right? In the same way, you could say all apples are fruit, but that does not mean the inverse logic of all fruit are apples is correct. People are part of the world, but people are not the world. They are only part of the world.
Right. I understand that, but like them being a part of the world, like not functioning right, it's a significant part. Like,
yeah, it's a significant part, but it's still not the same as fixing the world.
And we've noticed a pattern. We've noticed a pattern that this pretext of needing to fix the world has been the foot in the door for pretty much every scam, including the Bible and the Torah.
Yeah, we don't go looking
to establish government, basically, and mind control.
We go looking into something that's supposed to be like a flat Earth grift, and every time it ties back to this.
Yeah, that's what's actually breaking the world.
Yeah,
not fixing the world, making excuses to do the government.
The Club of Rome said it in the first global revolution book. It said that humanity needs a common enemy to unite them, so they use various methods. So this is an old trick, but it's the same trick every time, and it's basically always tikkun as the excuse. There's a problem, we need to get together, it becomes a cult.
as the answer to global crisis.
I swear we didn't make this as a parody. Like
the legal disclaimer is like, hey, it's AI. It's gonna say weird shit. Okay, so why are you using it and generating documents with it? Yeah. So we're gonna go through this a little later in this episode, but first, I think we'd like to introduce you to who this Corianderlot character is. So I went through some of the videos he has up on the One Great Grift Grotto, and I found one that I felt demonstrated adequately.
Come on, Curtis, you're just a boy.
So we're gonna go through some of a presentation he gave. It's a 10-hour presentation, though. We are not doing the whole presentation. Dear God, no one's life is worth that. But we're gonna get through as much of it as we can, but we're probably gonna have to stop a lot. And in the meantime, I'm also going to keep my eye on the clock so that we can also get to some of this AI slop he generated and posted without going so far over time that this becomes unwatchable either. Anything you want to say first, Darren?
Man, I'm anticipating some brain pain here.
Oh,
Is this going to give us some brain pain?
It's dear.
Brain.
Yeah, this is going to do something.
Many brain cells died to bring us this
hear you through
information.
the phone, Jeff. I just had to unmute myself to tell you. Jeffrey, not Jeff. Yeah, it's a bit of a jerry-rigged solution, but it works. I'm going to have to skip ahead sometimes here. I don't know why he's in a
sport coat.
Yeah.
And when I say everything, I really mean everything. There's a lot of people who talk about, well, their solution is the best, and this is the real problem, this is the real solution.
Where's this craft beer?
Perhaps there is a holistic worldview.
Shouldn't he have like a microbrew around him?
I just want you to look at the word naturosophy.
Yeah.
Just get ready for this. The amount he's going to butcher language. It's going to be
natural soft windows.
Can be applied to everything. That studies and details everything.
The nature of knowledge.
Presentation exactly for that. This is titled natural.
There's a problem with that. There's already a word for that, Jeff.
Or nature sophy. So 3 different ways.
What's the word?
Pronounce it as you wish.
Physics.
Okay.
That I want to use to specifically detail what I want to specifically detail.
Testes.
It also specifically will tell us
Check.
Detail with a detail.
that I think will be
One,
the
two.
most important type of philosophy. Because there's a lot of people out there who see the word philosophy and they may have some negative stigma or they may have some positive stigma. For good reason. We're going to go into defining all these concepts that are mentioned on this beginning slide. The philosophy of natures of integration and abolition.
Okay, I'm just going to jump ahead to like the 10-minute mark so we get to listen to less of his awful voice.
Do everything, survive off the grave.
This looks like a Saturday Night Live, sketch.
I wish it was.
Based on the world that has ever been, okay, universal and timeless. I'm not here to say I know anything, right? I can only make you think, as Socrates has said in the past. So I am here to simply tell you the philosophy, and we are the messengers. I'm simply delivering that message to you. What you do with that message is up to you. What you discern.
The amount what you watch when you live in a van by the river. Saying anything is.
It's a talent, dude. I was thinking this dude needs to be at a used car lot like right now.
That or on the evening news.
Yeah, dude.
Information goes through.
Okay, let's get to you butchering language here.
Check. Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah,
so
loud and clear.
The word philosophy. Philo means love, and Sophia or Sophist means knowledge. So philosophy simply means the love of knowledge. It's a shame to me sometimes that a lot of
He does the thing a lot.
Right? They want to say, well, I
Do
don't want to
they?
get into philosophical.
The amount he sways side to side was insufferable.
No, he doesn't seem like a real guy.
AI slop.
He seems like an AI slop himself.
What they should do in their life.
We have rats, and one of them does this
AI
all the
slobs,
time.
dude.
It looks like Benny the rat.
Philosophy is something we're bound to live by. We're always going to have philosophy.
I think he's like 12 too. He's like 22 or something.
He's a limited hangout, bro. He's someone's little brother.
Well, Scott Gordon backed him like crazy for so long, and it's like, dude, what do you see in this kid?
They fucking grew him in a lab, dude.
In Scientology.
I'm not ready to really criticize him myself because I actually haven't heard
I can't wait for him to get to nature
a lot of his comment, what he talks about. But
it's all like
You know, the reason is I do have a criticism, but it's not an insult. I probably have the same problem myself. Like, no, the way he sounds, I tune him out. He's not interesting. Yeah, he looks like Sparage a little bit.
Sparage.
But
yeah.
The problem is I can't tune people out. I hear every word they say.
It gets boring. I have a hard time paying attention.
Oh no,
self-awareness, consciousness is to think for ourselves, right? Isn't that
Oh God.
No, it is not. You are showing that you have not read enough motherfucking philosophy. Go read Calvin and his opinion on free will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's a whole bunch of branches of philosophy that outright reject the notion of free will. So, no, that's already not true. But again, he's already playing word association games. Philosophy is about the discussion of freedom. No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's one thing some philosophers discuss, sometimes in a highly critical way. Sometimes it gets into things like where the originating point of thought is. Like metaphysics as opposed to, political philosophy are entirely different fields. So
He has the right
we need to be more specific.
etymological definition, the love of knowledge.
Yes, but that's also knowledge, not one specific branch of knowledge.
Right. Yeah. That's wrong to say that it's. What do you say? Oh, it's the love of freedom or something. That's.
Yeah, that philosophy is about knowledge of freedom. No, it isn't.
Some philosophy is. Philosophy in general is not.
Exactly. So you don't get to just associate all of philosophy with that one specific narrow subgenre. I forgot how fucking long-winded he was already.
Particularly decided to focus on this term.
Getting some help from Mother Nature.
Or naturosophy. Are we trying to understand nature?
Yeah.
That is the big question. Now, you may say everybody's trying to figure out nature.
Psychopath.
Because we live in a world now. Back then, even though we're all.
Where my psychopaths at?
Far different from back when. Was back then more natural than up now? Or
I don't know.
Forward then?
Since the previous slide.
So what has changed?
So like an hour ago?
Yeah.
Us, our actions, what we built, perhaps. And so we need to understand not just nature,
That's what's
but
funny. Like all these
Also-
one great work guys, you go and watch their shit, and it's just awful. All of it.
And the problem is I can't drown it out the way Jeff does. I'm too undiagnosed tismy to let words slide past me. Like, no, I heard what you just said. I heard it.
Kurt, what about when we dissociate? After we see so much ridiculous stuff on the dumpster dive.
What, like that guy who had children plus animals equals golden ticket written behind him? It's
Yeah.
like, no, you get to dissociate. I'm paying attention still. That's just your coping mechanism.
If it gets too boring, I don't pay attention to that. I start listening to like my internal train of thought.
Yeah,
Just like,
that's what I do.
No,
That's
Darren,
how Mark used to be for me. Back in the
Darren, you said you don't even have that, right? You're one of the few people that doesn't like.
Aphantasia and anaralia. I don't have an inner monologue or visual imagery.
Whoa.
Or visual imagery. Okay.
No, completely dark and silent.
I forgot you told us about that a long time ago.
Yeah, it's hard for me to visualize how you can even think without visualizing. But you're very intelligent. Like you definitely can think. It's just not a way that I even understand.
It's like looking for your keys in the dark. You just feel around for it.
Wish I was like that.
So should we jump ahead to the Kabbalah thing?
If you want.
I
wasn't expecting you to show any of our dumpster dive tonight. Have you noticed here he's already divided us and nature as two separate things, as if we are not nature. Is a beehive natural? Then in what way is a house not natural?
Right. It's the dwelling that a creature makes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I've always pointed out. Like most people seem to not see that. They think everything man-made is not natural.
Right, and this is again in the same way you get this a lot with the biblical grifts, where there's man having dominion over nature, and there's a hierarchy created, and you're above them and separate from. And
We'd be better. We'd be better where this echo is weirding me out. We'd be better off if the word natural didn't exist.
Yeah, absolutely,
Use this for bullshit.
It creates the implication that there can be anything that isn't natural. Whereas if it exists, hypothetically, on some level, it has to be natural.
Right.
Or
If
people
your
think
nature-
anything natural is right and correct.
Yeah.
Or things that
And that-
nature does are the right way of doing things.
I saw kind of an interesting theory about Kabbalah. Like, I don't know if it's valid or not, but it's this channel called Hidden America, spelled with a U, America. But it's kind of a conspiracy theorist channel. But no, the theory was that like AI in the future, somehow affected the past and caused, with retro causality or something, caused the Kabbalah to exist in the past. And the point of Kabbalah is to guide humanity to create the AI.
Okay, I don't even want to hear the end of it.
What possible proof did they have for this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't pay complete attention to this video either, but it was like, I might watch it again. It was just like kind of an interesting thing. Maybe I'll send a link in the chat so you guys can see it.
We'll just point out that there's probably no evidence for it.
Yeah, absolutely no evidence.
But that's very typical of Kabbalah.
And basically every other grift we run in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simulation theory.
If anything, it's the entire occultist model being used to create further AI by getting people to believe in bogus things in the first place.
Absolutely. Meteleology.
Yep, my symbolism. Yeah,
But
hammers.
he's separating man from nature as two distinct things.
That's how you Tikkunize.
Yeah, and this is something you're going to see in every single one of these grifting back. Yes, tikkun as a verb.
Me, right? I'm gonna claim
Oh,
that.
he's got his jacket off.
Now, what's going to prove?
Do we
that I
want to
am-
hear more of this clown shoe, or do we want to move on now?
He's so buff from his
I think we
carnivore diet.
got a general feel
Dude's
for it.
fucking ripped.
Yeah, I'm getting sick of that word salad.
You know, it's just like, just cringe, dude.
Cringe.
So
Nature. Every other
Onto-
word is nature and natural because it's nature,
this word salad.
bro.
Oh,
Unreal.
boy.
Unreal.
Tikkun.
This
Olam.
freaking gem.
Tikkun olam today. The clown shoe we were just reacting to had this generated and posted in one of the sort of subsidiary groups from Mark's cult.
So we actually we got this sent to us by Scott Gordon.
And I want to be clear, he put his name on it. It actually says on the document by
forgot
Corey
about that.
Enderlaw. So even if it has that disclaimer about it being generated by AI, he attached his name to this document. So let's... Table of Contents. Chapter 1. The Universal Principle of Stewardship.
Oof.
Ancient wisdom reveals individual flourishing depends on collective thriving. Oh, so we're collectivism, first point.
Yep.
Why serving
single time.
others is the ultimate expression of enlightened self-interest. More collectivism. How scarcity thinking traps powerful groups in cycles of decline and resentment. The theological foundation. All resources belong to community and future generations. More collectivism.
Yep.
Game theory proves cooperation always beats competition in the long term. No, it doesn't. That depends on what scales you're applying that to. I already know that's incorrect.
Another game theory, bro.
Historical
Right.
examples of groups that thrived through stewardship versus those that collapsed. Well, and game theory is a useful framing tool, Jewish but like identity any of from these things, accusation. it's a to lens agency to view redemptive things action. through, not the Oh truth God, in I and need of to see itself.
Wow.
It's
Yeah. That's the keeper.
The paradox. The most selfish act is lovingly serving others. What? The fuck are you talking?
Yeah.
How to recognize when your community is trapped in scarcity thinking patterns.
This is just obvious AI slop.
Not Maimonides.
From scarcity to abundance.
They
Well,
just
economics.
didn't like pre.
Oh God, the Jubilee principle. Why permanent inequality. So, if you're not familiar with Jubilee in this case, Jubilee is the concept in the Torah that the Israelites have to, at every 7 years, everyone who's an indentured servant is released from their servitude, and basically everything, all the debts within the Jewish community are reset. It's important to note that within that, it's only for the fellow Israelites.
Yeah.
The filthy Goyim are not part of that. They're indentured servants for life. Like, it was only these rules for one select group, even within that text. So when you want to say
this is in the Old Testament.
Yes, yeah, the laws around Jubilee are in the 613 laws.
Jubilee.
Well, I mean, back then they wouldn't have been calling themselves Jews, though. The term would have been like Yehuda or Yehudite. But
So is this just obvious AI slop? Like he just told AI to write a really long thing, but then he never really like proofread it and like added and altered it in any way?
I'm guessing, but again, then why would you put your name on it, right? Why would you put this out into the world with by Corey Enderlot written on it?
Why? But who?
He's been doing this for
Why would
years.
you ask AI to? Why would you ask AI to write a paper about Jewish stewardship?
Yeah.
It's a weird prompt to type up in the first place.
Yeah. Is working for the Masada pattern, Mork?
Jeff, have you ever gone through the 613 mitzvah?
No.
Okay.
I think a lot of them are like impossible to do.
Well, some are impossible. Some are innocuous.
Some require like the third temple to be built. Like they have to be done there. But no, like the ones that can be done. I haven't read them. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, some of them are just things like the don't eat pork, don't eat shellfish, that kind of stuff. Some are things like a prohibition on blending cotton and wool for some reason. But then there's other ones like how hard you're allowed to beat your slave, and if a girl who's betrothed to someone is sexually assaulted, what's to happen versus if she wasn't betrothed. Like it gets very strange when you get into it. It's worth going through sometime if you never have.
Yeah, like that stuff, like excusing slavery and stuff. That's complete bullshit. Like even if it's like written in the Bible or the Torah, like that's the religion that I was raised in. But I think religion is a bad thing. Like, but
right,
like
according to that religion, what you just said right now is reason for you to be stoned to death. You're not allowed to question the laws. They were given by God.
Yeah, that's that's bullshit. Like people that follow religion word for word like that, like are wrong. But
so was Jehovah the original block button guy?
Block button?
Yeah, just like instead of hitting the block button, he just deletes your whole peoples. Like just the people who don't.
Oh, the black button, like don't hit the
block
button.
Just
block
them.
block. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
block
instead
somebody.
of blocking us, they just block the Canaanites, Old Testament style.
Well, and that's among the various rules that are in the Old Testament. It at multiple times says that if at any point there are wicked people in a city teaching the worship of other gods, the whole city, every man, woman, child, and animal is to be slaughtered. the city burned to the ground, and then never re-inhabited because it's been made holy as a sacrifice to the Lord. Which, when you consider that almost every single city on earth today has some kind of protection for religious freedoms, basically, if you were to interpret that literally today, would be a call for complete genocide of the entire earth.
Yeah, like religion, like it's a bad thing. Like in Judaism, you pointed out a bunch of like bad things that are in the Torah, like a bunch of stuff that's wrong, it's bad, and everything. I still consider myself a Jew. I don't have to. I could identify however I like to identify, but I choose to consider myself a Jew by choice. What the fuck? And I even though I consider myself a Jew, I'm not religious. I denounce religion, but so like what makes me a Jew? So I think all these like
we don't know.
All these collections. I'm trying to answer like that.
I can't call it. I don't.
So
we've been trying to figure it out.
A spiritual tradition, like
it's like a certain question.
So I think Judaism. I use it as a spiritual tradition, and I think I've explained to this to you a little bit in the chat. Like, I think spirituality is like is trying to seek the truth, and get true morality, and practice true morality, and like help reality and consciousness in the universe thrive. I think that's what spirituality is. Now, with all the bad stuff, there's some good stuff, which I would call spirituality mixed in the Torah. There's good things as well.
Where I take issue is that this spirituality is the property or the exclusive heritage.
So basically, my grandmother did like certain traditions, like light a yurtzeit candle to like honor her parents who were dead. Like,
no, traditions are fine. I'm just saying, like, for that to be only accessible to one tribal group of people in one covenant.
You know what? When she was sick with cancer, she said, like, all I ask is when I'm gone, you just light a candle to remember me. So I do that, and that's a tradition I got like from my family, and like
that's normal.
That's just an
right.
That's not. No one has a problem with that. It's the
so participating in these traditions or holidays. I think I think that's what makes me Jewish, and like. But I'm not I'm not religious.
Yeah,
if I were religious, I would feel some obligation to like believe all the nonsense that's in the book. Right. But like
no one's
the problematic part is the certain doctrine, not these traditions.
Right.
There's harvests, there's weddings, there's all kinds of traditions that are fine.
The point about the morality and the spiritual morality. And the problem with that being what people are calling morality, because again, according to scripture, morality is given directly to the prophets by the Lord. It's a pyramid style hierarchy. He's at the top. He gives it to the prophets give it to the tribe. That's it. And what he says goes, no questions to be asked. This includes if he says you will not work on a Saturday, you will not work on a Saturday.
If he says who? God?
Yes. If the Lord tells Moses, the people shall not work on the Sabbath, and they find a guy collecting sticks on a Saturday, well, Moses has to go back to the Lord and say, hey, Lord, we found this guy collecting sticks and it was Saturday. What should we do? And the Lord says, he's blasphemed against me and broken my laws. Take him to the edge of camp and stone him to death. And so they do. And that's morality because they're doing what the Lord told them to do.
Yep.
That's the problem people have with that stuff. That's where it's a criticism of doctrine and dogma. It's not an attack at people.
Yeah, I think basically you take the dogma out of the religion and you have spiritual tradition.
Well, taking the dogma out of religion, you basically have nothing left. Lighting a candle's fine, but if you don't believe any of the stuff, then what would have changed if you hadn't lit the candle?
Mm-hmm.
No, maybe there's some reason for lighting the candle that I don't understand. Maybe, like in some afterlife, like my grandma could like look through the candle and like have some connection and see me again or something. I mean, I don't know all the details about how the universe works, but like.
But if you're willing to humbly admit that, why would you take anyone else claiming that they do at face value?
I don't. I reject dogma. But yeah, just.
So then it's like, okay, but what reason do I have to believe the candle can either? And why would I believe that any kind of...
I don't know that the candle does anything. Maybe it doesn't, but like, I respect my grandmother. She asked me
more
to.
Importantly, if it's something you do because it makes you feel good and it brings back warm memories of that person, I'm not saying you shouldn't. Like, lighting a candle's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, the problem is that when the religion is the dogma, you basically can't extract the two. You extract the laws from Judaism, you don't really have anything left.
Except for some traditions. Like I celebrate the holidays. I light the candles. Like the reason I celebrate holidays is basically to spend quality time with my family, like with people who don't know that it's like all nonsense. Like they don't think about it as much as me, but like
right. But I went and had dinner with my family on the 25th, but I wouldn't call myself a Christian.
Okay.
Right? Because I don't actually believe any of it, because I know it's nonsense.
I believe some of it. So like I don't have a reason not to call myself a Jew. Like, I have a reason to call myself a Jew. I know it was a big deal for my grandmother, and she's not around anymore. So, like, that's the big reason. I'll always call myself a Jew. Like, and yeah, there are other people who like reject religion or don't know much about it. They're good people who also call themselves Jews. I think
I would say that that's delusional. In the same way, if you call yourself a Christian but don't believe any of it, then you're not a Christian. Like, well, I call myself a boxer. Have you ever been in a boxing ring? Well, no. Well, then you're not a boxer. Well, I identify as a boxer. Well, you're not.
Yeah, so you have to ask the question: what does it mean to actually like be a Jew or be a Christian? And I think it's a lot more straightforward to be a Christian. Like I think a Christian is someone who follows Jesus Christ. Now, like
it's more like, does the covenant exist? Just like, does the crucifixion matter? It's one of those things.
Some people think that like to be a Jew is like a genetic thing or a racial thing. Like you're Jewish if you're born Jewish, even if you're an atheist, you're considered Jewish. You know, that's just a way to classify people. It's subjective.
That's how they want you to think.
Yeah, hereditary stuff. And inheriting divine favor and authority. That whole idea is basically divine right to rule idea
of a tribe.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, and it's wrong when anyone does it. The British Crown, anyone.
Another even better example would be in this space, if someone told you they were an anarchist and then started explaining to you why government was necessary. Are they an anarchist?
No, because there's a clear definition of what an anarchist is. Like, it's like a lot of people like have
Judaism.
I do practice Judaism by following, by participating in holidays.
That's not Judaism. Participating in holidays isn't Judaism. That's just cosplay, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm, no offense, but I kind of side with Kurt here on. It's strange that you would.
You go to a Christmas party doesn't make you a Christian.
Yeah, or yeah. I mean, well, he's saying he doesn't have a reason not to be, so he identifies with it. So
it can work until you really examine what that means,
Well, and again, having said
as opposed to identifying as a human being,
Having said you haven't read the laws, I'd thoroughly encourage you to please do your reading on the subject. Like what the actual beliefs and statements of those texts are.
Yeah, because you might not want to be involved, or you might not want to put yourself along with those things once you figure them out.
Because
you're kind of just like you're trusting the movement with the definition of what you're claiming. Yeah, it's like a strange. And
it comes down to: did the Garden of Eden story happen? Is there original sin? Is there a blood covenant with the God? And does human sacrifice make us scot-free? And the answer to all those things is no. So therefore, I just take the book and the bathwater and just go whoop and study some other morally consistent thing, including just using your senses.
Yeah, like a lot of people actually do consider themselves Christian just because they came from a Christian family and they don't believe any of it. They might go to a Christmas party, but
those people would be incorrect in saying
equally
that.
Wrong. Yes,
yeah,
and that's why they're all fucked up.
Yeah, because they think they're Christian and they think they're going to heaven.
That's why they got to send tax dollars to Israel,
No, some of them don't believe in heaven and hell or anything, but they just call themselves Christian because they're from a Christian family.
They believe in socialism and AIPAC, which is basically the same thing. Tikkun.
But yeah, if you're saying that you don't believe in the actual Christian doctrine, but you're calling yourself that, then again, there's some kind of cognitive dissonance going on, or you're just outright lying. Like
it's the virtue ethics of trying to run the world.
Right. It's posturing essentially. Like, I'm a Christian. You accept Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior? Well, no, but then you're not a Christian. End of story.
Absurd beliefs are required in order to create the type of personality defects where you can follow orders.
Yeah,
it breaks your
as Voltaire said,
equilibrium.
if you can convince people to believe absurdities, they'll commit atrocities.
Exactly.
This is why after Christianity was accepted by the Romans as the official state religion, we essentially had the earliest form of inquisitors torturing people into conversion. Because even if they died from the torture, as long as they converted first, well then, you've saved their immortal soul. So on net, you did a good thing, right? That's where these absurd beliefs, and even just training people to say they believe in them for the sake of social cohesion, when it's obvious nonsense, creates the illusion that more people have actually bought into it than have, which means more gullible people are going to take it seriously and buy into it. That's the problem.
Yep.
Same way you get Antifa and Al Qaeda and all these.
I do see
ideological
some
groups.
problems, but I guess the social cohesion is valuable to me. Like a lot of my family would consider it like a rejection of them if I like reject like identifying as a Jew. Like
Yes. And that's how a lot of these different control networks function. Because if someone has identified themselves with the label, then someone else criticizing the label is by extension criticizing them. So if you no longer want
that's
to be
true.
associated
I've heard you like make blanket statements criticizing all Jews, and like I
right, and you take it personally.
I take it personally, like an insult to myself and my family, like who aren't doing those things that you blame all Jews for doing.
But again, I'm going after the doctrine. If someone is saying that they identify as a Jew but don't believe any of these things, then I consider that person delusional, but I don't necessarily have a bone to pick with them beyond that. I just think they're wrong. Right? Like, okay.
I don't have a bone to pick with you if you think that I'm delusional. Like,
right. But if someone's saying that they actually believe the Torah and the Talmud as the literal word of the creator of the universe, and to be
I would have a bone to pick with them.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what
I actually know a rabbi. I'd like to have some conversations with him about all of this stuff. He seems like a good guy, except like he has studied this stuff and he's still promoting it. But
he studied this stuff and he's still a rabbi. That's the first red flag.
But he did my grandmother's funeral for free, and that's how I met him. And that I've kept in touch with him. Like,
wouldn't your grandma be like more, or I don't know who you're talking about, but wouldn't your relatives, your Jewish relatives, be more disappointed that you weren't involved in the church and actually learning all this stuff?
Well, my family is actually not involved in the temple or anything like that, like or the synagogue. I don't know. I've heard it called both things. Like, none of my family is very religious, but they're. My grandfather came from Israel. He's not religious, even though he's from there. Like, just recently, like during Hanukkah, like I.
But that doesn't.
He couldn't find Hanukkah candles, and he contacted the rabbi. I went with him to go pick up the candles, and he said, I might offend you, but like I want to tell you some things I'm thinking. He's telling the rabbi that he's angry at God, like because God makes all this like misery happen in the world, and
could you even say he's struggling with God?
Should I? My grandfather is basically telling the rabbi that he doesn't like God, and my grandpa or the rabbi was telling him back something about like God didn't do those things, like God created free will so people could do those things.
That is nonsense. Anyway,
I actually I think I said this, and the rabbi kind of agreed with me, if I remember right. But what I think God is like consciousness, everything, the whole universe and beyond. Like, I think it's a living environment, like bigger than the universe, like to infinity. Like, we're all part of it, but like to exist and to be something that's not deterministic, where events could actually happen, like there has to be free will, and
the problem is that isn't the claim about what the God of the Torah is. It's an all-knowing, all-powerful.
Oh, that's not what my grandpa was talking about. Like the stuff in the Torah, he's talking about the current events, like with all the wars happening and people like killing each other.
He's talking to a rabbi about God. So what God are you talking about?
Oh yeah, the God of the Torah.
Right, which is not just a general term for all of creation as the energy behind it. The God of the Torah is a person with a personality and intentions and goals, and he created the universe with a purpose. And when
I don't think my grandpa is that familiar with the Torah. I don't think that's what he's referring to, or even knows about that when he's asking the question.
Could you please stop cutting me off? Because the point I was getting at is that the rabbi absolutely should be, right? Whether or not your father is, the rabbi should be familiar with the Torah. And he should know that No, the rabbi should be familiar.
I was just saying it's not my father, it's my grandfather.
Oh, okay. But in any case, the point I'm making here is that he should know these things about the nature of the God of the Bible / the Torah. And when you understand that, you have a problem. Because if it's supposed to be all-knowing and all-powerful, and it proves that it's all-knowing through prophecy, meaning it can predict what's going to happen hundreds or thousands of years in advance, then you have no free will. It knew every single detail about you before you were ever born, down to how many hairs would be on your head. It knew what people you would interact with in what ways, what resources you'd have available to you, what personality traits you would have, and how all these things would manifest throughout your life. If the claims about what the God of the Bible is supposed to be, you do not have free will, you are essentially a marble rolling through a Rube Goldberg machine.
Well, so you're saying like the like
claim
if you read the Torah, it basically says that there is no free will. It's a deterministic universe.
The claim about what the God of the Torah is completely incompatible with the claim of free will. You can't have both. They contradict each other.
Well, the rabbi didn't recognize that. He's like supposedly the most familiar one with the Torah.
Because he's a rabbi and priests are liars. That's what they do.
Or maybe he's just lying. Yeah, so to see if he's like just straight out lying like that, I'd like to have a conversation with him and like bring up all these things and just like see how he could justify them. Or maybe even change his mind or get him to admit that he's lying or something.
And if you're going to do that, the best thing you can do is study and really familiarize yourself with the texts first, so that if he's trying to misrepresent something, you can catch it, right? So if you're going to have that conversation, you should do your homework.
Well, I'd like to mention things that I already am familiar with, even though I'm not familiar with the whole thing. But I do understand like objective morality and like what true right and wrong is, and like I can definitely find things that are wrong. I'd like to like ask him about these things. But yeah, it would do me good in general to just to do more studying, especially about. Yeah, I should read the Torah. I read it once, like I sped read actually the Old and New Testament when I was in the brig in the Navy. They had like a indoctrination where you do solitary confinement for the first 3 days, and during solitary confinement you can't do anything except read the Bible. You have to sit at a little desk the whole time. So, but yeah, I sped read it like over 20 years ago.
How much do you think you absorbed speed reading it?
Not much.
Yeah.
I'm not a speed reader. I just I figured I'm going to try to like go through the whole thing and like spend so much time on each page to where I get through the whole thing in 3 days. No, I'm not too familiar with the Bible or the Torah.
I'm going to jump back into this video.
Okay. Structural solutions.
Socialism.
Oh,
Socialism.
God. Maimonides' 8 levels of stewardship and how to implement the highest.
Take on.
Tikkun.
How Israeli water technology can transform deserts into gardens worldwide.
Israel.
I'm pretty sure Libya already did that, and we bombed the fucking shit out of them.
Yep.
Yeah. The economic cooperation. Why peace requires shared prosperity. What, so you're going to commit violence if people don't share with you? Is that what you're saying?
Forced sharing.
Yeah.
I forced him to share his money with me.
Case studies of abundance-based systems that outperform scarcity models. I'd be curious. How to structure investments that create self-sustaining ecosystems of flourishing, Ponzi schemes.
Yeah.
The environmental imperative, Baltashit as foundational economic principle. This is the most Jewish thing I've ever fucking seen.
L'chaim, Corey. Who put him up to this, dude?
I don't know, but it's amazing.
This is really something.
Why impact investing outperforms traditional finance and long-term returns. How to
wow,
measure
that's very, very hedge fundy.
How to measure success beyond financial metrics to include spiritual and ecological returns.
Oy vey.
Building systems that make conflict obsolete. Buckminster Fuller's principle, build new models instead of fighting old ones. Okay, but what about when other people just don't want to join your system? What then?
Water
Water
grid
system.
Make war
How shared
economically
infrastructure creates
irrational.
permanent peace.
Oh boy. More collectivism.
Oh boy. Energy
Four
cooperation.
dislikes.
Solar
3
grids that
likes,
make
4
war
dislikes.
economically
What's up, you
irrational.
guys?
Okay, solar grids are already irrational. The energy it takes to make a solar panel will not be produced by the solar panel in its lifespan before it's burnt out. They are at best a situational technology. That's a fucking pipe dream.
They voted a measure that makes miles illegal, and then just cover solar panels. You can't attack them.
It sounds really muffled.
Yeah, Darren's turning into a robot there. If they don't want to join our system, we'll turn their water off. Agricultural partnerships that transform war zones into bread baskets. I mean, once you get rid of all, absolutely, without question. You cannot change that.
Because these ephemeral things that happen within a continuum of eternity.
How to begin redirecting your resources towards life-supporting systems.
Tithe.
The 6 pillars of redemptive investment and how to implement them. How to navigate resistance from within your own community. Proven organizations already demonstrating this model at scale. I fucking doubt that.
Yeah.
How to measure returns across financial, spiritual, and ecological dimensions. How the fuck do you measure a spiritual return?
Caliper.
How to navigate resistance from within your own community. I wonder what he wants. So this is like is this a huge presentation he did?
No,
like
no, this
4
is
hours or something.
This is a book that he had generated by AI and then put his name on. That's the problem. He had AI generate this book for him.
Yeah.
And then he put by Coriander lot on it.
Yeah.
So he stamped it like it was something he approved of. I don't actually know whether or not he's ever read this far into it.
No, he's always been like almost open about the AI use. But it's like content you can't even listen to it because it's so AI. It's like slop. It's like you can get AI to write you something, but it's going to be garbage unless you put a lot of time into it. And like you have to kind of steer it and fix the things that aren't right. It's never perfect unless you just ask it to do so. Oh, write me a 70-page book on this and just put it out. And that's probably what this is.
What he did, yeah.
Yeah, I would wonder if that's how he got his Natura Sophie crap as well, was he had AI generate a bunch of talking points, and then he tried to memorize them and give whatever that was earlier in the video.
Yeah. Is that like a thing he invented? Naturosophy?
Yeah.
Fucking A.
And then he was
Jesus fucking Christ.
trying to say that it was basically his preferred term instead of natural law.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you haven't watched the full dumpster dive, it's painful.
No, it's bad. And the guy has a quadrillion hours of content that's the same way. Like it's just endless.
What I would love to see is the prompt that he input into the AI to generate the book. Like, you know, it's probably just like poorly written notes and just like make something that looks like is natural and gives a set of laws and looks like this. Like his input was probably like, I wonder how much input he gave for the prompt.
Makabala.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just make it Jewish and cool. 70 pages. Go. And like you just go with it.
70, that number
Corey
70.
Yeah, he probably it's even possible that he's not super familiar with Kabbalah or Judaism in general, and just asked AI to like use Kabbalistic principles to create a map of how to fix societal problems in the world.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be shocked if it was actually a prompt about Kabbalah and he didn't actually understand what it was going to give him. And so he ended up with that, and then he just published it.
Yeah, and he thought it's like, ooh, people are in the natural law community aren't using this specifically. This is like my own cool thing.
Oh,
and yeah, he just
yeah.
went with it.
I don't know a thing about Joanna.
Is Corey Enderlot Jewish, or he was just having?
I have no idea. I've got no idea, man.
Early life.
That being said, whether or not someone's Jewish, within the One Great Grift Grotto / New Age movement, Kabbalah is omnipresent. It's everywhere. Like that's why Darren and I will jokingly start laughing and be like, every fucking time, because
every single time.
We'll pull up a video that we think has nothing to do with Kabbalah, and then like 20 minutes into it, suddenly it's about Kabbalah. And we hadn't pre-screened it looking for that.
I think Kabbalah was around before Judaism. Didn't Judaism get it from?
No,
the other way around. See, that's the claim, is that Kabbalah is the ancient mysticism that was handed down by Moses, if you want to talk to the Kabbalists. The problem with that is the earliest reference we have to Kabbalah is from 700 CE. So, less than 1400 years ago. It's way newer than Judaism by a lot, and it contains concepts drawn from things like Neoplatonism that didn't exist in the time period when they want to claim it existed.
Well, there's different like versions. Like I heard of Babylonian Kabbalah.
But again, we don't have any proof of it going back that far. People can make claims about it being Babylonian.
Well, maybe it's just a name or something.
Right, but if we have no actual proof of this claimed Babylonian Kabbalah being present and practiced in Babylon, then it's just a claim some guy's making, right?
And if there was something, it'd probably be part of a different mystery school like Zoroastrianism or Manichaeanism, Mandaism. There were all kinds of Gnostic and other schools in that time. So if anything, these are ancient concepts that have been appropriated and grafted onto a framework.
If people in Mark Passio's network are studying Kabbalah, I think it's because he teaches it. And what on earth is happening?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. He does the Tree of Life, and he uses it as a place to lay out the tarot cards and
fake and gay.
And actually, an example of this, of like other concepts being grafted onto a system, would be that the Canaanite tribes, including the Israelites, didn't believe in a heaven and hell. They believed in one afterlife that everyone went to, they called Sheol. And that's why when you're reading the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament is always promising riches and rewards in the here and now in this life, because there was only one afterlife that everyone went to. It's not until you get into Psalms right near the end of the Old Testament, when the Israelites have been battered around by the surrounding kingdoms that are larger, and they're lamenting, like, why aren't we getting justice in this life? Oh, that they start to bring in the concept that, like, okay, actually the justice is coming in the next life. But it still hadn't crystallized into what we now know as heaven and hell. Heaven and hell
like that
just kind of show up in the New Testament as a concept, and even then it kind of develops over the New Testament. But that's actually taking the Greek pagan concepts of Tartarus and the Elysian Fields from the Greek afterlife and grafting that onto Judaism. It's a pagan concept brought into a different religious system. And that's what we're saying, is that when you look at Kabbalah, it's containing things from all these other different systems, like if they've been appropriated.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you were saying, like, it's fake and gay, the thing with the tarot cards and the tree of life. Like, I'm not completely convinced. I don't understand it completely, but what I think he was doing is, like, trying to map out different aspects of your consciousness and how your mind works, and just using it as a diagram to explain. And let me give an example to kind of clarify. Darren put in the chat, like, a link to a video by the guy who talks about narcissism all the time. He coined the term of narcissistic abuse in flying monkeys. I think his name is Sam Vaknin. Yeah, so I subscribed to him. I thought he's pretty interesting. I was actually watching one of his videos today. Again, it was a long video. I didn't watch the whole thing. I told you I've been sick. I had a bad cold, and I was just kind of like, listen. I made a watch later playlist on YouTube to listen to as I'm, like, falling asleep and waking up. But he was, like, the title of the video was something about, like, comparing narcissism to demonic possession. And where's all the music from? No, so he was saying, like, all these terms we have in psychology and everything, like the id, the ego, and all that stuff, they're nothing new. They're like, it's just a different language to describe the same things that, like, in the medieval times would be considered the occult. And you'd call these, like, instead of naming them your id, your ego, your superego, you would name it, like, angels and demons and stuff like that.
And I think I get where you're coming from, but it's important to notice when it becomes people misrepresenting things as well, right?
Right. I'm just saying, like, this esoteric stuff, like, I think it's meant to be taken like a metaphor, not literally. It's just like a symbol for something that does actually exist in the real world. And I'm thinking maybe, like, the Kabbalah and the tarot cards are something similar to that.
Well, yeah, they absolutely are. They're literally a set of symbols. But when someone's claiming that there's actually this secret esoteric version
magic
of teaching that people, haven't been taught, but it's the real knowledge behind it, and that they have access to the real knowledge of what it really means, well, you had better be able to show your sources.
Oh, that's occultism. Also, if you have the knowledge of what it really is,
how does that justify a mandate from heaven to use this knowledge in order to control the world? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's occultism. I don't think occult knowledge is bad. Occultism is the hiding of the knowledge, making it into a cult.
Well,
like how Passio refers to himself as a de-occultist. I think that's a good thing to be to it.
Knowing the psychology of the human spirit is a very, I guess, powerful tool, but it just seems that people like to use this and rebrand it to control large portions of society. So That's our deal. Is if it involves a covenant and a right or a mandate to control the world and establish dominion over people and places and things and animals, then it's probably evil.
And again, Mark will claim to have, he's done his reading, he's done his work, and will go on these long rants where he talks about these ancient esoteric alleged doctrines. How many actual sources does he cite? Like, and you can read it here from this text found in this find held in this library or this museum. This is where we found out that this teaching had been passed down for this time, and it had been kept secret in these libraries that were only accessible to this group of people. He doesn't do that. He never goes into details on how they discovered this alleged esoteric knowledge. It's always just this amorphous, but I have access to it for some reason. That is occultism. Mark can call himself a de-occultist all he wants. When you observe him in practice, tacitly what he is an occultist.
And also what he does is
I wasn't arguing that point. I was just saying, like, I agree with him in the fact that a de-occultist is a good thing to be. I think, like, revealing the occult secrets to everyone so the occultists can't use it as leverage against the people who don't know the info. Like,
they get you to narrow the band of your focus so that you can respond to different signals for programming, basically, by getting you to think in certain axioms, right? Certain number of laws or principles and repeating those over and over again. It's basically the equivalent of swinging a pocket watch in front of your face. And it's getting you to follow a cadence and a pattern of focus. And then from there, it's basically opening the door to more hypnotic influence, neuro-linguistic programming.
All these different systems with their different sets of symbols and interlocking meanings are ways of entraining your mind. That's what they want you to get focused on. And telling you it's what the elites or the occult don't want you to know is how they get you into it.
Right, because if you're really actually elite, you can just delete your mind at will and not be subject to influence like that.
Someone's making music for us.
Oh, wonderful. So what was it we were going to watch with Joanna? Because I really don't know anything about her.
Joanna seems cool. She has some, I don't know, this video popped up. She made it after we had all gotten kicked out of that group, and she kind of addressed it. She had some kind of funny ideas in here, but it's worth a watch.
Hi, my name is Joanna Whitney.
She's
I am an
definitely no
intuitive
bullshit.
artist, a student of natural law, and an energy practitioner. And I haven't been on for a couple weeks because I did Mark Passio's shadow work seminar, and I had to face some things, and I kind of just got confused. I try to do this every week, but I don't have a set plan that I'm working off of. I'm basically living by natural law on a daily basis, and I am trying to share those experiences one-on-one with people so that they can figure out how to do it as well. And so the last couple of weeks, we've been in Mercury retrograde. I will say that it has a huge effect on me personally because my sun sign and Mercury are in the same house. So Mercury being much more powerful because of how much we use communication, travel, computers, and all that, drags my sun sign backwards, it feels like, and I just get kind of off track. And then the shadows are way bumpier than the actual retrograde. So
okay, can you please pause?
Basically how I feel.
Jeff, are you still there?
I did the shadow.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
So did you hear what she was just saying about Mercury being in retrograde and how that drags her off the path because her solar sign is in Mercury?
I'm also not too studied in like astrology. Like
good. That means you're miles ahead of her because exactly.
You're saying that's negative knowledge. Like
yes,
it could be. I haven't even looked into it myself enough to.
Jeff, the point we were just making about they give you lenses of these different things to associate with each other, and through that they create a worldview for you. That's exactly what she's doing right now. She's looking at the world through a lens that was created for her through a bunch of nonsense symbols, and she's claiming that balls of rock spinning through space have some kind of influence over her personality. That's insane.
Right, yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah. That's people get believing these nonsense things, and they get so focused on them they can't see simple truths that are right in front of their nose.
And that's what Mark has set up for all these people too, to continue that way of thinking.
Absolutely.
Of this, oh, the world is so shitty, and I need to go out and fix it. And
I know the basic concept that balls of like rock, like flying through space, could affect your like aspects of your consciousness or something. Like I just like I don't understand how it could, but I'm not convinced that it doesn't. Like I really don't know. Like
it's a poisoned worldview. It's not how it is.
Well, and more importantly, understand that anytime someone's making a claim, the burden of proof is on them. It's not on you to prove definitively that it's absolutely, totally impossible. It's on them to provide any and all proof they have for the absurd claim they've just made, right?
Oh, yeah, if they wanted, I don't know, they don't have to prove it. They could just say, they could claim it, but like you won't know it's true unless they prove it.
Right, but if they want you to believe in it or buy into it, no, I don't have to prove why it's wrong. You have to show me why I should believe what you're trying to sell me.
Also, does their system allow them to stone me to death if I don't believe in it?
That is also a good question, yes.
Yeah. But blaming, yeah, blaming rocks floating in the sky for your attitude is not how things work, and it's not really being honest.
Yeah, like I see how you can use it to avoid personal responsibility.
Yeah, it's not shadow work either, because you're not supposed to make excuses in shadow work and blame your shit on rocks flying in the sky.
I mean, like all we could see, like from another star, is just like a little speck of light. But maybe there's something else besides light that we haven't found a way to detect that does reach this whole planet from these other stars, and like what they do could have some effect on us that we don't understand. But maybe these people who came up with astrology did understand it. Like,
well, the answer is to get to know yourself and not have that other stuff.
And more importantly, if they
I'm just saying, I'm not going to consider astrology something that's like debunked just because I don't understand it.
Well, again, if they did understand it, they should be able to convey in a concise way what it was they understood. And that's the problem. They don't. It's just claims. And this planet is associated with this. Okay, why though? Well, because it is.
At most, the healthiest way to think of it is as some kind of Rorschach card for your head. You know, like where you're just checking in with yourself on certain dynamics and behavior patterns. Other than that, you know, it's very, you know, it's just speculative, dude, and it's not supposed to rule because honestly, it's just it's an oracle. It's a tool to search your subconscious. It's like you can think of anything, but then there's 78 cards of something you could think about that narrows the focus a little bit, and you think about it in an introspective way. It's just it's like a lens on a camera. Some are for close up, some are for panoramic. You know, it's just a focusing tool.
Right, but you should never be conflating the focusing tool with the reality. And
Of course not. It's by nature distorted in a way. Yeah.
I mean, like understanding these different traditions, like I guess if you understand them, it makes like another lens you could look at reality through. I think it's good to be able to look at reality through all the lenses. Just know that like what you see in that lens doesn't describe all of reality. Like,
yeah, we study a lot of different philosophies, philology, all that.
Yep.
Had to face some things in myself.
More silly takes coming up.
I had to accept that something that I've been a huge part of for 3 decades has died, and I have to treat it like a friend has died. But I'm in a state of grieving right now, and it's kind of thrown me off on what to do. I just feel so devastated right now. But it was affecting me physically, and so I've been using, my energy practitioner's work, the body code, the emotion code, and reflexology to stabilize myself. I've been praying, meditating, and actively doing shadow work through just self-observation and trying not to react to other people. So that brings me to, something that's coming up right now is as a result of that seminar, there was another, group that formed on Telegram. And it's the same thing that always happens with groups. There's a few people that may or may not like to be disruptive or are disruptive for whatever reason. Not everyone's at the same level or whatever. And there's admins who have authority to govern the chat. So they kind of become a tyranny and, unwittingly. But I just want to talk about that. I think I'm going to talk about that a little bit. First of all, practicing natural law in a group online, especially a natural law group. I mean, we have natural law that we could use as spiritual principles in the group. All right. And I'm just going to refer to a post that I wrote because it basically sums it up. We could just assume that everyone who's practicing natural law online in a natural law study group, that the natural law is our set of principles that we're going to use to govern the group. And the admins have more responsibility in a way to sort of level their own playing field too, so that they're not using their authority. They have to kind of like be the sheriff, and the sheriff is elected, or used to be, by a small group of people. And the thing about, natural law is when it comes to election, let's say, it works if it's a small group of no more than 150 people, let's say, or 200, I believe is the number.
That's a lot of people.
Because then the person who is elected to be the sheriff is one of the members of the actual group. They're not representing a huge amount of people. You have to be one of the group in order to be a leader in the group. That's why, representative government doesn't work, because you can't represent as someone else. You can only be yourself. And if you're not a member of the group, then you have no authority. But as a elected member, leader, you have more responsibility to do what we say we do. So I'm just gonna refer back to this and sort of flesh it out. All right. And of course, I personally use a lot of prayer, like I've said, prayer, and then I have to reflect. And this goes back to the other video that I made. Like, I surrendered to needing direction from an invisible power, because I personally can't figure out how to live here on this planet. The system instructions don't work for me. I don't do well following directions of other people. I'm an artist and I do what I want to do. So I need principles, spiritual principles, to live up.
What invisible power? Like, what are you surrendering to? I'd like details, please.
To try to live up to, or live parallel to, let's say. So let me refer here to my tracker. If a group, let's say, decided to use natural law as their spiritual principles, we would be using the big 7: theft of property, murder, assault, rape.
This is where things get funny.
Those are the things we don't violate, right? We don't do the apophatic. So let's look at that. it could be considered that assault or theft of intellectual space would be to dump, 6 to 8 inches worth of text into a chat. I mean, who's going to read that? That's kind of assault. That's kind of
That's not assault.
It's getting salty now.
Who's that
taking
about?
up intellectual space in the chat.
Come on, get culty.
Maybe better for private conversation. It could be
Because you
considered
can't
murder.
just scroll
to talk
past
about
it.
others behind their back in a negative way.
It could be
in our
considered
case,
murder to talk
we all
about
individually
someone
came to
behind
Mark
their back.
Passio's work, and Mark Passio
You
is
can
the one
use
who
your
brought
inner
private conversation.
psychopath and off
taking
us.
up intellectual.
Wow, to conflate talking crap about someone with murder.
Yeah.
Maybe
Intellectual
that's
space
why
in
we
the
got all
chat.
the death threats, Jeff, because they can off us. Spam their chat,
Maybe
bro.
better for a private conversation.
Hold on.
It could be considered murder to talk about others behind their back in a negative way. In our case, we all individually
Murder
came to
was
Mark
the case.
Passio's
Jerry
work, and Mark
believes that.
Passio is the one who brought this work of natural law together in a cohesive way. But nothing's new under the sun. He didn't invent it. He just was able to combine it into a tapestry so that we could understand it and be able to see how it is being used against us in the world by the royals, basically the dark occult, the European nobility, organized crime, the Vatican.
Network.
They're using it against us. They,
The
may or may
one-hit
not
work
have more
grotto.
alien blood in them than we do. Who knows? Who knows, really? There's a lot of speculation. But Mark, we all came to his work individually, and then some of us in the groups talk bad about him when he's not in the group. That's murder. That's a form of slander, which is a violation of natural law. Or talk about each other. Other
Can you
people
please
in the
pause
group.
there?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to point out that, when we've made our dumpster dives specifically criticizing Mark, I was actually going to the How to Be the True Media class Gilded and posting each video in there for everyone to see.
Well, Mark doesn't make himself available to do what she's saying.
Well,
Since
can you
he's
rewind
not
it
in the
5
group-
seconds?
So since
Did
he's not in the
she say
group,
that?
no one should criticize him.
Did she
Since
say
he's not
that
in the group.
criticizing him is murder and it's slavery?
Yes, that's what. she
Yeah,
said.
we rolled
That's
up on him
literally
like
what she just-
gratata.
But my point was that after the video we posted called Hermeneutic Sanitization of Crowley's Psychopathy, I was removed from the Gilded.
Yeah.
So I was doing the closest thing I could to saying it directly to Mark's face, right?
Yeah.
I can't get on
You
a
got
call
within
with
his
him.
paywall. You got within his paywall to do it, basically.
And in a group that I know he's a part of, he's the owner of it.
He could
So,
be there. He could have seen it for all we know, but
one
he
of his
hides.
admins, right? One of
So
his
just
admins
because he
could have
hides, it
grabbed-
doesn't mean we have to be quiet because he hides.
Right. So, no, I've gone out of my way to say it as close to his face as I possibly
Same here.
can.
We've made
was
fucking
and was pushed further away, right?
We made this podcast is live and open specifically for people to come here and talk to us about the things we talk about here. We
Yeah.
can't be any more open. So we have to be quiet because Mark hides in a cave all by himself. That doesn't make any sense.
You don't happen
He's a
to
suffering warrior.
Yeah.
be a vegan. All non-vegans are shit.
Fucking vegan therapy.
For what? Yeah, and for one, no one said anything like that. I didn't say anything like that in that group. So the two things she brought up,
You actually didn't. Nope.
didn't do. Yeah.
That's a form of murder. Yes, perhaps the people who are non-vegans practice murder or are complicit in murder. We're in the system, okay? The system is it does not practice natural law. It's
So-
man
Yeah, so because we're in the system, we need to just eat animals.
law, and
Is here.
we all do the best we can in the
Mediocre
system
at best.
to practice natural
Mediocre
law,
at best.
but we're never going to be able to do it perfectly in this system.
Did it
And
just
and the
say
way things are going right now,
sports?
the dark occult Luciferians are trying to take
Jordan.
over the entire world and push it
It's
all
a
into the
boomer
system.
take.
So
It's
we're
very-
going to just have to do the best we can with it. It could be considered rape to sanction someone's share based on their sex. That's happened to me in another quote unquote fake ass natural law chat that I belonged to on
What?
Telegram, where someone told me I wasn't acting like a lady in how I was sharing. Some dude who thought, he didn't like what I was saying. So he used the sex card to put me into a box.
Well,
R word.
that might have been a very, very polite way of. He might have been trying to be very polite rather than saying you're acting like a retarded cunt. But, you know.
Salt to be argumentative with others if you initiate the argument. Then there are the problems of the admins in these chats that give people unnatural authority over the rest of the group. However, if there's an offender, it could be, the job of the admin to talk to them privately first and tell them, give them a warning or have a conversation with them, or maybe even talk to them, on a
There should be no admins.
video call or a phone call where you talk. Think
None whatsoever.
about chats is we're missing all of this interaction with each other. We're just spouting words at each other. It's
Unless someone's like posting porn and shit, like completely out of hand, then they should be taken out of a group. Not someone having a normal discussion about the topics that we're fucking talking about.
a lot easier to just be inhumane to one another when we don't have our body language available in our interactions. So talk to the offender privately. If someone violates another's rights, or if another unarmed person, a non-admin, tries to correct
she calls people
the quote-unquote offender in the public chats, not a great idea because you're bringing in the embarrassment factor. So it's always better to talk to each other privately if you have a problem with someone. But it's okay for
they have armed moderators and admins.
Wait, so admins shouldn't call people out, but normal people can call people out?
I like the way of doing shows like you do, how you don't ban anybody. You let anybody say whatever they want, but I actually don't think it's wrong. Like, even the woman who banned me from her show today, like, she created that show. It's not a tangible thing, but she created it. So it is her property. It's her YouTube channel. And she actually said she doesn't want to have anybody, like, making comments, only asking questions, and she'll ban you if you do.
It says a lot about someone's character who's like that, whether they're allowed to do it or not. It shows.
That's why we make videos.
Yeah,
true.
That's literally why
she's actually trying to like teach a class, like teach information that she knows. She's not trying to like have all these like discussions, but like just to keep her show focused on doing what it's doing. Like, she doesn't want to get off track and just like have discussions. She only wants questions about what she's teaching. I don't think there's something wrong with like kicking someone off your channel. Like, no one's entitled to let someone like come on their show.
Different models. If there's something like a curriculum or a course being taught, I guess it's a voluntary interaction. I don't know.
Yeah.
Admin might call the two people who are having the problem into a video call or something like that. And to do this with patience, because this is the whole point of us learning how to practice natural law, not to get rid of the quote unquote offense quickly, but to use it as a growth opportunity where we are learning how to get along better with each other, and we're going to grow from it. If the offensive behavior doesn't cease, then the admin could offer the offender a timeout for 3 days or something. 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, a month.
Jeffrey,
whatever.
you got 3 days.
I got a month, dude.
Hard time.
Not all at the same level.
I got a 3 days, then a month.
Some of us have trauma. Some of us, this medium brings out our shadow. We don't even realize we're acting out of our shadow. And we have work to do. We're as strong as our weakest link. And the other thing I want to say about kicking people out is it's a form of murder to kick someone out, honestly. I have to say that to me.
I'm a victim.
We've been murdered.
How many times have I been murdered?
We've been murdered.
Let me just do this.
I like Joanna. She's
the thing about
just a
kicking
little
people out
off
is that
on
the
her
next level of
definitions.
offenders will emerge in the group. So you haven't solved anything. It's the same as, for example,
dude, we're like, what's his face? Tommy and Goodfellas. Like, how many times have we been made?
On the blue side of things, but
we're ghosts.
Deciding that you're being oppressed in your country, so you're going to go take over another country and murder all the people that are living there. That has been happening since the beginning of time, not just in Israel, not just in the United States, not just, every single country. Other people have come and taken over using blood, force, physical force, and it never works because you've murdered a whole race of people, and there's going to be a payback for that. required.
Fine works.
We have to learn how to get along with each other on this planet. We have logic, reason, the trivium, we have intuition, we have prayer, we have everything we need to learn how to get along with each other. The problem I see is the intellect, which believes that, that's where fear is born. And we believe that we have to one up each other.
That's why we're trying to dismantle the whole methodology that enables this conquest mentality.
Yes.
And she just combined logic and intellect with prayer. Just turns my stomach.
Kurt, did you say you have like autism?
No, I said undiagnosed. I was just making a joke at my own expense.
It's a great question.
Even
no, like
because you're a little tismy, Kurt.
I'm sensing some potential autism.
No, I was just thinking about like earlier. You said like you can't stop paying attention. You have to acknowledge like every word you hear because of your autism.
But I think you should look into it.
Even when like Darren and I were first getting to know each other all the way last year, and we were having like outright arguments with each other about stuff. I remember Darren being like, "Do you have to be so autistically focused on every single word?" It's like, yes. That's just how I am, man. Like, no, none of it's gonna slide past. I'm not gonna zone out and stop listening. Every single thing they say, word for word, I can repeat it back to you. I heard that.
Risen with the tism.
But it's also, I think, part of why it works well for what we do, because I can sit there listening to these new age grifters and catch little subtleties in what they're saying and how they're saying it, because I'm not starting to zone out. I'm hyper fixated on it.
Much to their dismay.
Yeah. That's where, like, when Scott Gordon was giving his presentation he has on the One Great Grift Network, and he's talking about how the Scientologists do this awful thing where they convince people to give away all their property and their life savings to the cult. And at first it sounds at the start of his presentation that he's talking about this being a bad thing. But when you listen, he then just goes straight into, and that's important to the internal work, not disavowing it. He actually segues straight into talking about internal healing, directly linking the two. If you listened to just the tone, you'd think he was criticizing that practice, but linguistically, he actually linked the two. The idea of giving away everything you own to a cult with internal healing. And that's the problem. If you're repeatedly listening to that crap in a partially zoned out state, you're not going to realize what's actually being pushed into your head, right? The last thing anyone should be doing is listening to this kind of crap when they're stoned or too tired to pay attention. Like, if you can't actually pay attention the first time, you shouldn't be listening to new information.
Oh, that's something I do a lot. Yeah, Mark Passio was saying something like really similar. Like, you just like watch the stuff on the TV in the background. You just get like the subliminal messages they're trying to give you.
Exactly. And so, like, when you're just putting it on in the background, you're basically doing the hypnotist's work for them. Because you're just letting it kind of... But yeah, I do hyper fixate on language. And even like earlier today when we got discussing like whether or not kidnapping is equivalent danger to lethal force, I was just focused on that one specific point of the argument. The other variables involved weren't what I was trying to discuss at the time. Like, no, just this. In a bubble, this and this, are they considered equal? That's it. Not everything else around it. And that's actually a very hard thing to get through to a lot of people.
No, because like, yeah, kidnapping, like you could end up dead, but murder, you're dead for sure. So
Well, you could also end up tortured or a lot of things, right?
Right.
Sometimes it might actually be worse.
Sometimes, yeah.
Are we finishing the Joanna video, or are we calling it there?
Hello.
Hello.
My mic just died again.
Yeah, it did.
Whoa, that was weird. It looked like you were in two places at once.
It was. I had something, but then my mic died, and now I don't remember what it was.
Being hyperfixated on things, getting really, really specific about exact wording of arguments.
Oh, you're autistic shit.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
Dude, I like how we have the Crowley hexagram right there in the middle.
What, by Mark?
By Mark, yeah.
Hidden under his control panel.
No,
have you seen
apologies.
You know, now they like put a little heart in it now, where it's like a little flower. They're like trying to make it not look as scary.
Yeah.
With the limits.
Yep.
We've been going way deep on
5 petaled rose or something. I thought it was like part of the original symbol.
In some of the stuff.
Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It's weird. But it's fake and gay.
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen what the sigil for the planet Saturn looks like?
Adrian probably has. Where is Adrian, by the way?
It looks like the vegan anarchy logo.
Yeah.
You know, the V over the A?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
A.
Oh, yeah.
What was I going to do?
It's a mitzvah.
Yeah, it is.
Was it a link off your notes?
No. Never mind. So, Joanna's, there wasn't much else to the Joanna video.
It's basically
she just had some
murder.
Crazy murder.
You guys want to do a mantra or go through the Goisha?
Like the first time I listened to it, I was like, well, what is she saying? And then I was like, well, it might be theft to kick us out of a group because we're not able to. Yeah, I don't know. She's
like existing as a digital entity.
Yeah.
And then you're killing the potential of the digital entity in that universe of the group.
You're stealing the knowledge from all of the people in the group by kicking us out because we are teachers. We are gurus.
We could honestly use that to make Jerry feel really bad.
Probably. Yeah.
Even though it's bullshit.
Especially we have the shadow force or the group shadow work group and all that. All those people could be in
She
there.
might owe us reparations.
Yeah, I mean,
how many times have we been murdered?
Oh my
over and over. We need to make a mantra about it.
We need some insurance policy.
Oh yeah. Later on in that video with Chris Jansen, Mark says mantra like 18 times.
Oh yeah, I was driving. I almost crashed.
We were like,
screaming, and I'll say mantra again. He's like, blah, blah, blah,
mantra,
and he says it again and again.
I dare you.
I'm like, I dare you to say mantra one more time, Mork. And he did like 5
On the topic of butchering Vedic things, do you think we should do a schizo bingo on Michael Tessarian sometimes?
Oh,
Darren?
Yeah.
Would you guys want to join with that, Jeff and Allie?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Allie's
Schizo bingo game would be great.
Yeah, we'll plan a bingo night sometime
He's
in
Aryan.
January.
He's Aryan, you guys.
You'd be welcome to join as well if you want.
He's an Arab, bro.
Dude,
he's
Everything's from Ireland.
Irish, Darren.
He's an Arab.
Pure white.
Totally.
Yep.
Arab.
He's also Egyptian.
Oh boy.
The Irish are the Egyptian magicians.
He was Kangs.
It was Kangs.
Yeah.
All of them. He was all of the Kangs.
All the Kangs.
Yeah. Those Celtics, man.
I think we're gonna wrap it up. Pushing 5 hours. We saw this video the other day, and it's actually pretty good. We're just gonna play it out. Kind of a clickbait title, but definitely interesting.
How to achieve anything.
How to achieve anything effortlessly. Laws of attraction.
The real law of attraction, brother.
I don't know what we're doing next. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing next.
What's the group?
Oh yeah, group next week.
We'll do a mantra.
Group shadow work group next week. I don't know when the next VGT is gonna be though. I'm sure we'll be motivated by something someone will do soon. There's this cool echo.
We'll do a couple supplements. Think about it.
Yeah, I'll take a couple handfuls of vitamins and drink some juice and some fiber bars.
Look into a mirror for a little bit.
Why does Mark only eat processed food? What's up with that?
Cry about being a warrior.
I have a cold now. I mega dosed on vitamin C without taking pills. I just made a smoothie with pure guavas.
Oh, I bet that was good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, smoothies are the shit.
Literally. Try dragon fruit.
Literally.
We have what are these things we got right here?
The dragon fruit I tried is really bland. I hear it's because a lot of it's transported and like it
weird.
Yeah, mix it with
it can't be
strawberries
ripe.
and bananas. It's pretty dope.
It's got to be picked before it's ripe. If it's fully ripe where it has a good flavor.
Mangosteen.
Kiwi too, bruh.
We've been eating
Mangosteen's
mangosteen. You ever had mangosteen before?
Yes, dude, it reminds me of passion fruit a little bit.
It's like passion fruit with an almond on the inside. It's weird. The little seed is like tasty.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yes.
Bro, that was peak 2000s when you freaking get some mangosteen juice off of the MLM dude, you know, while you're
was that an
freaking
MLM
hitting a
thing?
dud. Yeah, like remember there was that juice called Zango, and it was a mangosteen smoothie basically, and it was like $25 a bottle.
Oh, there was like it was a trend.
Yeah, and you'd be
It's
like
noni
yeah,
juice, remember?
yeah.
Exactly.
A YouTube channel called
doing salvia and freaking doing shots of mangosteen.
Weird Fruit Explorer.
Yeah.
This guy just goes all over the world and tries all these different fruits.
I want to try
it's
that
amazing.
Cool
pudding
channel.
fruit, dude. The chocolate pudding fruit.
Or ice cream tree, ice cream
something
bean.
like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, that shit's good. Whoa. Bye-bye. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Peace.
All right. Hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to achieve anything effortlessly. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the paradox of effortless achievement, letting go of the outcome, flow alignment, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the paradox of effortless achievement. Now, before diving into the psychological side of this whole thing and of effortless achievement, it will actually help to ground the entire idea into something physical and observable and something that actually, quite frankly, doesn't need you to believe in it or doesn't need any motivation in general. It depends only on the laws of physics and movement themselves, and that is fluid dynamics. Now, fluid dynamics is a branch of physics that studies how liquids and gases move. It's part of fluid mechanics, and it focuses specifically on motion, meaning how fluids flow, what forces act on them, and how they interact with their surroundings. What makes fluid dynamics powerful is that it applies to anything that flows, meaning water, air, sand, even crowds. But the core idea is basically understanding how substances behave under different conditions. Now, before you click away, this will become relevant pretty quickly, so keep watching. Now, there are two fundamental patterns, laminar and turbulent flow. Laminar flow is smooth and orderly, and you can think of honey that's pouring slowly. It moves in neat parallel layers with minimal mixing, and it's efficient and clean. Turbulent flow, on the other hand, is the opposite. It's chaotic. For instance, a raging river that's crashing over rocks with water going everywhere, or waves crashing at the beach. It's still moving forward, but it's wasting massive amounts of energy doing so. Now, the difference isn't always the fluid itself. It's often the conditions. So if you push water too hard, you get turbulence. If you let it flow naturally, you get laminar flow. If you add obstacles, you get turbulence. If you create a clear path, you get laminar flow. So once you see this, you can basically notice it everywhere. Another example is smoke from a candle. It starts smooth, which is laminar flow, and then it breaks into wild curls, which is turbulent flow. And that turbulence is often caused by wind. Now, this can be applied to everyday life as well. Your morning routine, your focus, your thought process when you're calm versus when you're stressed is the same principle. One flows and the other is chaotic. So fluid dynamics becomes a lens essentially for understanding how energy moves in general, how resistance forms, and why the smoothest path forward often requires no force at all. It exposes two fundamental ways of motion. One is smooth and efficient, and the other is chaotic and energy draining. And once you see these two patterns clearly, you can basically start recognizing the same patterns inside your own behavior. When you apply these two flows onto your own psychology, you'll start understanding why some days feel so smooth and almost impossibly smooth and everything seems to align perfectly, and other days feel like everything is trying to fight you. So effortless achievement happens when you realize that most of the struggle you experience doesn't really come from the task itself, but rather from the turbulence you create internally while pursuing the task or the thing itself, while doing the thing. People assume that pushing harder will speed things up, yet pushing, just like with flow, just like with liquids, often generates eddies, and they slow everything down. The paradox is that the more you try to force movement, the more resistance appears, just as turbulent flow intensifies when excessive force is applied to a fluid that would otherwise glide. Now, once you understand laminar flow, it becomes pretty obvious why your clearest thinking, your creativity, and your sharpest decisions have always happened in moments where you weren't gripped by urgency or some kind of pressure. Your mind was just quiet enough to move in parallel layers, smooth, focused, and aligned. And you begin noticing that trying harder doesn't actually equal moving faster, and that inner centeredness and calm often reveals solutions that pushing harder would have just obscured. So this kind of basically redefines what effort even means. Aligned motion often has a lot more power than pressured motion. Now, psychological turbulence tends to build gradually through three different sources. The first one is mental overactivity, and this is when the mind generates more thoughts than the situation actually requires. It simulates scenarios and outcomes, rehearses conversations, and maybe sometimes in the shower, like a lot of us do, and prepares for problems that don't even exist. It's basically noise disguised as productivity. All it does is burning cognitive fuel without actually moving you forward at all. So you're in mental overactivity when you're thinking about the same thing repeatedly without any new information or without any new insights. Each unnecessary cycle adds friction to your decision making and dims your perception of what's actually present. So the antidote is clearer thinking, reducing volume so that the signal can emerge. Now, the next one is emotional overinvestment. This happens when you attach disproportionate significance to the outcome or outcomes. You make every step feel heavier than it actually needs to be, and the goal becomes emotionally charged, and that charge distorts your perception and decision making. So you're in emotional overinvestment when success feels like survival. It feels like your life literally depends on it, and failure feels catastrophic, even when the stakes are objectively moderate or non-existent. So this increases stress, it narrows down your focus, and makes you rigid when flexibility would serve you actually better. So the remedy is emotional detachment, caring about the work without needing the outcome to validate your worth. Now, the next one is fear action, meaning taking action from the place of fear rather than alignment and clarity. And this is when decisions and behaviors are driven by avoidance, anxiety, or the desperate need to basically prevent imagined consequences. Instead of moving forward towards something meaningful, you're running away from discomfort. So you're acting from fear when your decisions feel forced, reactive, or like you're trying to avoid a catastrophe rather than create something. And fear-based action creates rushed, rigid behavior that lacks adaptability and often produces the very outcomes you are trying to avoid. So the solution is grounded action, pausing long enough to distinguish between genuine necessity and fear-driven urgency. Now, when all three of these combine, they create internal resistance that feels eerily similar to turbulent flow. It's disjointed, noisy, and energetically expensive. And this is why certain days feel heavy when your workload is the same. Inside turbulence, attention starts scattering, decision-making slows down, and you burn energy simply trying to stay afloat in the churn of your own thoughts. Your inner world becomes this rapid river that is constantly crashing against the rocks and thrashing against itself without making any meaningful moves forward. The problem isn't that the goal is hard itself, it's that the mind is in a state that makes even simple things feel hard. And when you remove the internal rocks, such as overthinking, pressure, and attachment, the flow straightens and the same effort suddenly goes 10 times further. So ease does not mean complacency. A lot of people have this feeling that if something feels easy, or if they are experiencing the feeling of ease, that it means that you're being complacent or you're not doing enough. A lot of people are actually addicted to the overworking part, to the force part, to the pushing part of achievement, even though it doesn't get them any further than if they just relaxed. So sometimes it's simply alignment. Ease is just simply alignment. It's what happens when your mind moves the way laminar flow moves, cleanly, directly, without any unnecessary collisions. Now, ease doesn't mean that the task is small or actually easy, but rather that you're no longer fighting yourself while doing it. People often mistake tension, like I said, for effort, and anxiety for a commitment. But anyone who has experienced genuine flow knows that performance peaks when the mind actually becomes light. So flow doesn't even necessarily feel hard. For example, musicians enter flow when they stop over controlling their fingers. Athletes perform best when they trust the body they've trained. And entrepreneurs make the smartest decisions when their minds stop sprinting ahead of the moment. Now, ease allows your full capability to express itself without any interference from the noise of excessive control. And the moment you feel ease, it becomes painfully clear how much effort you've actually wasted before, because you could achieve the same thing with less, or not with less effort, but you could achieve the same thing with a feeling of ease rather than constantly fighting yourself and with a feeling of tension and pressure, and which is to a degree masked perfectionism, but that's a topic for another day. Now, tension, on the other hand, is what turns laminar flow into turbulence. It compresses your attention, it narrows your perception, and it also injects emotional significance into things that don't actually need it. So tension alters your mental physics and creates psychological eddies that break the natural continuity of your thinking. Suddenly, everything feels reactive instead of responsive. Everything is the end of the world if you don't succeed. And you push because you're tense, but pushing increases the tension, and the tension increases the importance, so you push more, and it becomes a vicious circle which creates even more turbulence. The loop becomes basically self-sustaining. Now, noticing the tension is often enough to begin dissolving it. The key is to stop mistaking it for determination. A lot of people think that that tension they're feeling, that pressure they're feeling, they need to be feeling it in order to actually succeed at something or to actually get something done, when in reality, and they mistake it for determination. They think that if they just push through, it will work itself out, when in reality, it doesn't. It doesn't help in any way. Once the tension releases, your perception widens again, and you can start moving with the moment rather than against it, and actually move with flow. Now, presence is the mental equivalent of smoothing out the current so that the flow becomes laminar again. So when you're here, meaning actually here, not in some kind of imagined futures or replayed memories, your actions straighten themselves out. Presence removes the turbulence because turbulence exists only when the mind leaves the moment. Now, presence creates continuity, and continuity is what builds the effortless feeling that people refer to as flow. Now, what felt overwhelming then becomes manageable once you're dealing with a real situation rather than some kind of a mental simulation of it. And decisions that seem complicated now collapse into obvious next steps when the internal noise goes quiet. So alignment happens when your internal state fits the task without any resistance, without contradiction, without inner conflict. And when you feel aligned, your actions feel coherent, your pace feels natural. You're not rushing yourself or pressuring yourself, and your mind stops fighting itself. And this is laminar flow applied to human behavior. Now, misalignment always feels heavier than the situation itself, as if the mind is trying to basically drag the body through a terrain that it hasn't been prepared for. And when alignment returns, everything softens, everything becomes a bit easier, and even complex tasks stop feeling like these battles of survival, essentially, or of survival for your ego, at least. From there, momentum grows on its own because nothing internal is really blocking the movement anymore. And you waste enormous energy when you operate in turbulence. You ruminate, you tighten, you project, you predict, or try to predict, you micromanage. Once all of that noise dissolves, you discover how much capability was actually buried under all these emotional ups and downs. Laminar flow conserves energy because it eliminates unnecessary emotion. Effortless achievement works the same way. It removes what doesn't help. It just amplifies what does. High performers look calm because they're not pouring energy into turbulence. They're not suppressing emotion. They simply have nothing chaotic to suppress. Their calmness communicates control, but not the emotional kind of control, but rather more the kind that comes from internal coherence, centeredness, and confidence. And when energy stops leaking, results compound in a way that feels almost unfair to people that are still stuck in turbulence. Now, effortlessness is ultimately a shift in your consciousness. So it's basically understanding that outcomes don't respond to pressure, but to alignment, intention, timing, and psychological balance. It's realizing that when the inner world organizes itself, the outer world becomes easier to navigate as well, because your perception stops distorting the environment. Effort becomes less about pushing and more about placing your energy where it naturally moves forward. You start noticing reality's subtle feedback signals, the ones that turbulence always blinded you to, and you begin to trust the intelligence of flow rather than the adrenaline of force. Now, nature moves through laminar flow everywhere. Roots find their water, waves sculpt shorelines, seasons shift. Nothing really forces itself into being. It simply moves in accordance with structure, with timing, and with balance. Humans struggle because they try to override these principles with emotional intensity, personal timelines, some fake weird deadlines, and excessive importance to things that don't matter. The Taoist principle Wu Wei mirrors laminar flow perfectly. Now, Wu Wei literally translates to non-doing, or action without force, and it emphasizes natural action that aligns with the flow of life rather than resisting it. It doesn't mean inaction or laziness, but rather it means acting at the right time, in the right way, without any unnecessary interference or over effort. Like water flowing around obstacles without resistance, it basically teaches us to move with situations rather than against them, to basically look for the path of least resistance while still reaching our destination. It is essentially intelligent action that comes from deep understanding and presence, not from forcing your will onto reality, but from responding skillfully to what is. Essentially, it's action without strain, progress without pressure, and movement without force. And when your behavior aligns with this principle, you'll stop fighting the moment and begin collaborating with it. And you return to a more natural mode of achievement, one that feels strangely obvious once you actually experience it. With that said, the next part is about the practical foundation of effortless achievement, meaning letting go of outcomes so your mind stops generating turbulence and starts creating the conditions for clean, predictable, efficient movement. So let's talk about letting go of the outcome. Now, letting go of the outcome is one of those ideas that I know sounds almost cliche in theory, but it becomes incredibly practical once you understand how much internal pressure dissolves when you stop gripping the future so tightly. Now, when you attach yourself to a specific result, you basically drag your attention out of the present moment and you're dragging it into a mental simulation that demands constant monitoring. So creating that simulation and the simulation itself produce tension, and the tension becomes resistance. Strangely enough, the harder you cling to the outcome, the more fragile your thinking becomes, because every small deviation feels like a threat. I know what you're thinking. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It just means that you stop clouding the whole process with fear. And most people confuse detachment with indifference, yet they're not even remotely the same. In my opinion, at least, indifference means that you've withdrawn your energy and interest. Detachment, on the other hand, means that you've withdrawn your desperation. You have stopped placing a disproportionate amount of importance onto the thing, which actually gives you more energy to work with. So the moment you separate your identity from the outcome, your thinking expands, your judgment stabilizes, and your presence becomes stronger. You're more in the moment, essentially. And that alone restores the smoothness of laminar flow, because the mind stops creating artificial obstacles or some weird, impossible strive for perfection, which can never be reached. Now, attachment creates resistance because it forces your mind to interpret everything through the lens of, is this getting me there fast enough? And that question and questions similar to it generate pressure even when your progress is unfolding perfectly well. You start arguing with reality and you start protesting its timing and trying to basically bend it by force. And this is where internal turbulence begins. The outcome becomes heavier than the process, and that weight disrupts the flow. Once resistance appears, your attention breaks. You're half here, half in the imagined future, and that split is what weakens your clarity and what weakens your motivation and your joy and love for doing the thing. You can feel the split physically. Your breath basically starts going shallow, your thoughts speed up, your decisions become jumpy. The moment you notice that sensation, you're already inside turbulent flow. So letting go starts with loosening your mental grip on what must happen. And there's a quiet strength in allowing that outcome to basically breathe. So yes, you need to choose a direction, but you, at the same time, you should stop demanding that reality always obeys your script. And this will release psychological and physiological bandwidth, and that bandwidth can return to the task where it actually matters. And you can think about it, most of our creative ideas tend to appear the moment we stop trying to force them. When you release force, your intelligence reactivates and the path forward becomes clearer than anything you could have forced. So trust becomes the stabilizing force that replaces that attachment. You trust your skill, your preparation, your direction, and the natural unfolding of the process, which in turn allows you to actually enjoy the process. So trust doesn't eliminate uncertainty, but it prevents uncertainty from mutating into panic. And when trust is present, any setbacks feel like mere adjustments rather than catastrophes. At the end of the day, outcomes aren't earned through stress and pressure and tension. They're earned through consistency, presence, and aligned action, right? Once your trust takes root, you stop obsessing over when, and you focus more on how well, which is what actually creates mastery as well. How well do you do the task? So people cling to outcomes because they're trying to control the uncontrollable. The only part of the process you truly command is really your behavior in the moment. Everything else can be influenced but not necessarily controlled. So letting go means you reclaim your energy from these fantasies that you have of control and redirect it where it actually produces movement and where you actually have control, which is in the doing of the task itself, in the action and the process itself. The more you try to dominate uncertainty, the more uncertain you actually feel. And the more you try to control the uncontrollable, the more out of control you feel. So the only thing you can control is really yourself. And the moment you reclaim control over your internal state, the external environment stops feeling like a battlefield. And the moment you start taking control of your internal state, you will feel in control of yourself, which means you will feel more in control of the external as well. Rather than pointing your attention outside, try to point your attention towards you. Just control yourself. Be here in the now and actually do the task and actually do the thing that you're supposed to do. And by doing that and being present and being in the moment, you'll feel way more in control of your life and of the external world as well, without you even actually trying to control the external world. So when you detach from the outcome, the process itself becomes lighter, it becomes cleaner, and it also becomes more enjoyable without you even really trying. You're not constantly checking your scoreboard, whatever that is, and you're not mentally measuring distance. You're simply doing what needs to be done and doing it to the best of your current ability. And ironically, this state accelerates results more reliably than forced because it keeps you inside laminar flow. It keeps you flowing. And flow isn't something you manufacture. It's something that shows up when you remove the pressure that destroys it. So you don't even have to work on creating flow. You just have to stop doing the things that destroy it. With the outcome no longer looming over you, your actions basically reconnect into a continuous rhythm that feels far more sustainable and far more enjoyable. Attachment to the outcome tends to amplify your emotions in a way that distorts perception. So you essentially interpret neutral events as signs of failure or success, even though that label is something that you have attached to it, and you take setbacks personally and you catastrophize small delays. Reality becomes harder to read. It just becomes, in general, it becomes messy. So letting go quiets all of that emotional surge and it stabilizes you. And being still emotionally doesn't mean a lack of feeling. It just means you're not being dragged by your feelings. So you think more clearly because you're not reacting to imagined consequences of events that haven't even occurred. Letting go also widens your perspective. When you're not fixated on a singular outcome, you start seeing multiple pathways. You start seeing hidden opportunities and probably some unexpected alternatives that would have been invisible under the pressure you were feeling. And this awareness will feed your creativity, and it will also improve your decision making because you're now navigating the full map instead of one narrow forced route. And you'll realize the universe is way more flexible than your initial plan. And sometimes the outcome you didn't expect is far better than the one you were trying to demand from the universe. So with a wider view, you adjust and you adapt way more naturally as well, which keeps the flow smooth even when the conditions change. Now, there's also a deeper layer of letting go, and it involves detaching your identity from the outcome. So when you believe your worth depends on a result, you create enormous internal turbulence because now failure becomes existential. Success too, rather than informational and purely data. So detachment removes that existential pressure. A failed attempt just becomes a failed attempt. It's not a verdict on who you are, and it's nothing else but an experiment. Your identity no longer sits on fragile ground, and this freedom makes you way harder to break. And you'll be able to start taking smarter, calculated risks because the emotional cost of failure has now completely disappeared. It's just you doing a task, and whether it succeeds or not, it doesn't really matter because you finally see it for what it truly is, just an experiment. And the final element of letting go is release. And this is the subtle moment when basically your nervous system recognizes it doesn't need to brace for impact anymore. Your body relaxes, your breathing steadies, your thoughts become more coherent instead of scattered. And this allows laminar flow to return because the internal disruption has now faded. Once that release is felt, once you actually feel that, you naturally move into a more balanced mental state, which becomes the foundation for the next part. So let's talk about the flow alignment loop. There comes a point where understanding the ideas isn't enough, and you need a way to actually use them in the middle of real life. So this is where the flow alignment loop becomes your anchor. It gives you a simple, memorable cycle you can run in seconds that brings you back into steady internal movement. Now, the loop has 3 parts: lighten, level, and lean. And each one handles a different layer of turbulence, so you don't get pulled into any emotional spirals. And it's not a ritual or a routine. It's just a way of becoming aware of the moment before the moment actually takes over. So you can think of it as a reset button that you use in small moments when you start to feel that you're getting out of alignment and out of balance. Maybe your breath shortens, or your thoughts start jumping around, or you start trying to predict every possible scenario, or maybe your stomach tightens. That's when you run the loop, because those small moments are where you either stay in flow or slip out of alignment. So the more often you cycle through the loop, the more natural it will become. And it's almost like muscle memory, but for your mind. So the first part of the loop is really important because you can't return to balance without removing the thing that knocked you off balance in the first place. And this is where lighten comes. So this part is all about really dropping that emotional weight you add it to the moment. And almost all turbulence begins with over-importance or overthinking or some kind of invisible feeling of force, essentially. When we talk about lightening, it doesn't mean lowering your standards or caring less. It means taking the emotional inflation out of the situation so your head stops treating it like a crisis of some sort. So you do this by pausing for a second, noticing where you're feeling tension and letting that tension dissolve, just becoming aware of it, just placing your awareness on that feeling of tension. It sounds very small and very basic, but it gives your mind room to breathe again. For example, you catch yourself rushing your words because you're afraid of messing up. So you take one slower breath and steady your tone. You notice your thoughts beginning to speed up while you're working. So instead of fighting them, you actually let them settle down by bringing your attention back to what's right in front of you. These seemingly small actions can seem almost too simple, but they pull you out of the spiral before the spiral even becomes strong enough to drag you. And they change your physiology just enough to pull you back into clarity. Now, lightening puts you back into a position where you can actually hear yourself think again, which sets you up for the part of the loop that brings the mind back to the center. And once that emotional weight drops even a little, your state shifts enough that you're ready to move into the part of the loop that restores your balance. Clarity only lasts if the mind settles into a neutral position. So leveling is where you bring your attention back to center, and it's where you stop amplifying meaning, stop exaggerating consequences, and also come back to what's actually happening instead of what your mind is projecting. So when you level yourself, you're basically telling your nervous system that this moment isn't a threat and doesn't need to be treated like one. And that will pull the emotional distortion out of the situation. And you do this by asking yourself a simple grounding question like, what's actually happening right now? Or what's the real next step here? And those questions cut through the noise and pull you back into reality instead of the version of your mind actually invented. And when you level, you're choosing not to dramatize the moment. You're choosing not to let your brain create imaginary stories, and you're choosing the center. And the center is always where your best thinking actually happens. You'll feel your pace slow down in a good way, not in a lazy way, but in a stable way. And as your internal state starts evening out, your reactions will stop being reactions and start becoming responses, which is exactly what laminar flow feels like in the mind. So with the emotional weight dissolved and your internal balance restored, the next natural step is to move forward again, but in a way that doesn't reintroduce pressure and turbulence. So leaning is where you take the next action without force. It's the part of the loop where you move, but you move cleanly. You're not pushing, you're not rushing, you're not trying to jump 10 steps ahead. You're simply doing the next real step with a steady hand and steady mind. Leaning is subtle, but it's also powerful because it creates forward motion without really disturbing any of your balance. Leaning is not forcing yourself to work harder. It's not trying to bulldoze yourself through resistance. It's the opposite. It's letting yourself glide into the action that makes sense right now instead of the action you think will impress someone or prove something, which obviously comes from a wrong place. So when you lean in, actions link together almost automatically. One step basically leads to the next and the next and the next, and your mind stays quiet enough to notice what's actually needed instead of panicking about what might happen. So after a while, leaning in will become the most natural thing in the world. You'll start associating progress with steadiness and neutrality and grounded concentration rather than some force and push. This is where sustained performance comes from, right? Leaning is the kind of action taking that you can maintain for years instead of days because you're now not relying on just pushing yourself as hard as possible and thinking you're actually doing something or that you're actually changing something. So the beauty of this whole thing is that it's not a one-time sequence. It's a loop that you can go through over and over again. So you go through lighten, level, and lean again and again throughout the day, and you use it whenever you feel like you're going out of center. And it becomes a quick check-in with yourself. The loop will keep you in rhythm because you're always bringing yourself back before things spiral too far. And you can use it in the middle of a conversation or during work or at the gym or before you post content, while making decisions, or whenever. The loop gives you something stable to lean on, which keeps your inner world from getting hijacked by emotion or pressure. And the more often you run the loop, the faster your nervous system learns how to stay in balance without being pushed or forced in any way. So once you've been using the loop for a while, you'll start noticing that it doesn't just help you in intense moments, and it can become something that shapes the way you think. It also can shape the way you pace yourself and the way you move through your goals day after day and the way you move through life. You don't necessarily have to go through life pushing everything and forcing everything. A lot of the times that creates the opposite effect. Let's go over the review. We talked about the paradox of effortless achievement. We talked about letting go of the outcome. We talked about the flow alignment loop. And finally, the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So first, start applying. Start using the flow alignment loop throughout your day. Whenever you feel like the moment is starting to feel heavier than it should, just run the loop in real time and lighten the emotional weight and level your internal state and just lean into the next step. And take a few minutes each morning to walk yourself through the 3 steps so that they're fresh in your mind before the day pulls you into different directions. Just a quick mental reminder of lighten, level, and lean so that the loop becomes your default corrective pattern. And finally, use the loop during small situations, not just big ones, because the small moments are where turbulence usually begins and where most people miss it. When you practice the loop often, you basically condition your mind to stay balanced before any pressure has a chance to actually build up. And the more you rehearse it in low stakes moments, the easier it becomes to actually stay calm, clear, and aligned when the stakes rise. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel for more, comment below what you'd like to see next. And if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or professional and you want my help in reaching your next level by mastering and optimizing your health, wealth, love, and self, then book a call using
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.